2020 to 2021 Sports Car Open season heads to the Nurburgring for its third round of the season, and I can't wait to get qualifying started here. My name is Connery Maddock. I'm joined by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonza for this one as we get set for an hour of qualifying and 6 hours of racing here today at the famous Green Hell. Of course, we're only doing the GP circuit this time around. There's the track information up on screen for you now. No Nordschleife here today. But David, GP circuit still a staple as far as endurance racing is concerned.
Yeah, g'day Connery, g'day everyone. Certainly is. It's one I'm quite fond of, honestly. A lot of great flowing corners through here. A tricky arena section, and of course we are running the sports car chicane leading into the final hairpin of the lap. It looks beautiful. We are ready for a fantastic 6-hour race. I'm super excited for the third round of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very long season here in the Sports Car Open this time around. Certainly much longer than any season that we've had before here in this particular championship. You can see we're round number 3 at the moment, still yet to hit the halfway stage of this one. We head to the 4 hours of Silverstone in the new year with Interlagos, Spa and Road America to finish off the season. But Lorenzo, like I said, it's a very long season, so it's a little bit different here this season, considering that you can get yourself a bit of a recovery towards the back end of the season if these opening couple of rounds don't go your way.
Yeah, we saw that on round 1 with Team Redline actually making a recovery drive, getting P2 in the LMP category, but most importantly, they won Monza race because if we start to see Redline, they didn't even get a proper start in round 1. So yeah, you can basically put yourself in good positions if you actually make those recovery drives round by round and keep on fighting. It's not yet decided anything whatsoever. And in a track like this we're doing today, where traffic is key and some strategies will be played out during the race, during the early portions, we'll never know who's actually going to be on top up until the final hour.
Yeah, we've seen a very competitive season so far across the board, but in prototypes it is Movano Sim Racing Rosso that leads the way at this early stage. 41 points compared to Yas Heat's 33 points. Race Clutch 15 in third with 28 points. Pure Sims Esports in fourth with 27 points. You can see further down the order, Team Redline Prototype, only 16 points to their name at this point in the season. Then you look to GT, where BS Competition have a 6-point lead over Cova Esports, and the two Williams Esports cars, P3 and 4, coming off the back of a great race last time out at Monza. Then you look to your GTC, your slowest class here today with the GT3 cars partaking in it. Pure Sims Esports GT lead the way in that one with 41 points. Maniti Racing Red in second place with Vendaval and Sim RC all hot on their tails. Not much to really extrapolate from here at this early point in the season, other than it's still very much all up for grabs.
Yeah, exactly, and not really much to speak of for double winners across any of our categories. I mean, you look at Maniti Racing Red, they're second in GTC, still a couple of points behind Pure Sims, but they took a great win just 2 weeks ago at Monza. So is that form going to convert here? Are they going to be a force to watch now later in the championship? And very, very similar things can be said across Prototype and GT, where it is just so closely contested that no one appears to have a stranglehold on any class at this point.
Yep, and that's what we absolutely love to see. We don't want to see dominating seasons from any particular team. The teams themselves will want that for themselves, but we certainly don't want it from a viewership perspective. Here's a rundown of the classes that you'll see here today. In the prototype class, the Dallara P217 LMP2 car, of course running at its 100% power, 100% fuel, 75 litres in the tank for that one. And then you look at your Grand Touring class, your GT class, GTE machines here, with the BMW M8 actually getting itself a 10-kilogram ballast here to try and get the balance of performance in the right sort of area. for this event, but otherwise 100% power and 100% fuel. The Grand Touring Challenge cars, though, the GTCs, the Audi R8 LMS GT3 machines, they are down a little bit on power, and they are down a significant amount in terms of the fuel, which means they have to visit the pit lane much more often than they otherwise would have. If it was 100% fuel for them, they can go pretty much to the hour mark, but because they're on 84% fuel, Lorenzo, it does mean strategy is a little bit more interesting in that class.
Yeah, it's going to be more interesting. I talked with Daniel Ferguson and Andrew Karen. They were talking about this specifically, how they're going to go on fuel and also tires. Maybe tires, we're not going to see triple stints because the wear of the GT3s are actually larger, bigger if you want to say, in comparison to the GTE category. So it all comes down to how the track is going to be during the latter portions of this race. But we expect around 7 pit stops roughly, since they make about 50 to 52 minutes, maybe 55 if you save enough fuel go for an aggressive saving strategy. But it's pretty much all up in the air. And as we're saying, I'm just looking Maniti red, basically just being on that forefront, not giving any toe to anyone whatsoever, about to open up the lap.
Yeah, GTC qualifying has now started. Each class will get themselves 15 minutes to get their qualifying laps in. We will have a little break between each class as well. But there's Maniti Racing heading their way through for their first flying lap, I believe, as they head down in towards turn 1 for the first time. And it's always a tricky turn 1 here. It's always a tricky first sector, if I'm being completely honest, especially when it's crowded on a race start. But Tim Matska has the track all to his own right now, David, and let's see what he's able to pull out the bag.
And you're exactly right about turn 1. That big braking zone into a hairpin that really drops away at the apex. Then you're just chasing the car, chasing the track all the way through this first sector. You get a little bit of straight track before you're into one of the several S's that punctuate this circuit. And this is one where you decide how far you want to track out to then set up your exit off here and down the straight towards the hairpin.
Down the hill towards that Dunlop hairpin you go, as Maniti Racing able to get that car in, just getting nosed in, use the camber, a little bit on camber to help you coming through that corner. Careful with the track exit though. Dipping 2 tires into the dirt is not a very good idea. Up in towards the Michael Schumacher S's again. Careful on the right-hand side there as you negotiate your way up the hill. And then coming in towards the very final sector of the lap. You can see the driver lineup there for Maniti Racing. Tim Matska and Hendrik Kloos there taking part as drivers for that car. Trying to use as much of the track limit as possible coming through the right-hand kink, or rather the corner before the right-hand kink, before you head your way up in towards the chicane for the end of the qualifying lap. It's the wider chicane here, not the Grand Prix chicane like you see in Formula 1. You can carry a lot more speed through there in this configuration than you can do in the F1 configuration. But Maniti Racing across the line then, a 1:53.733 to set as a bit of a banker here today. And I'm just having a look and I'm not seeing that lap time count. So yeah, that's potentially a little bit of a blunder for Maniti Racing, but they still have about 11 minutes in the session to get a lap in.
And there's 2 likely places that could have happened that they might have exceeded the track limits there. There's through the arena section, but also they were just a little greedy potentially with the curb on the exit of the final corner as well.
Yeah, you can basically pretty much get yourself an off-track incident. Basically, that one exit, the exit of the arena, right around turn 5, and even at right around the Michael Schumacher as if you ride way too much the curb in the inside portion, the right-hand side, and you can actually get an incident over there as well. It depends how aggressive you really want to drive your car.
There's HM Engineering out there. They haven't set themselves a lap time just yet, but your previous race winner, Pure Sims Esports, setting the early pace in this qualifying session. They are only a half a tenth of a second ahead of Vendaval Sim Racing Green, though, so these initial laps are still rather close up and down the field, but we're still waiting for a lot of cars to actually set their first set of qualifying times. I'm waiting for Racecraft Esports, Maniti, you got HM Engineering, which we're running on board with, and also the, well, there's 2 Maniti racing cars, and both of them have not set qualifying times just yet. Not a panic just yet, given that we still have 10 minutes left in the session. As the HM Engineering, you know, they're almost dipping 2 tires into the dirt there, coming up, you know, through turn 12. Can be particularly sketchy indeed as they look to hit the brakes up and towards this very fast chicane now. And they have a decent amount of traffic ahead of them. Maybe they can get a tail end of a bit of a slipstream here, but it's definitely not as potent here as it would be at, say, Monza for our previous round.
Yeah, a little bit different. You can see all the cars bundled into the same section of track. We've got 15 teams in GTC, and most of them are now coming across the line, setting some laps. The SimRC car is going to go to the top of the board, which is interesting to see as all of them are looking at the time remaining on the clock and deciding another set of tyres, another run, another chance to improve is the way that they want to do it. And they missed the first lap, but on the second lap, Tim Matska took this Maniti Racing Red, your winner from Monza, to 7th on the grid, but it is looking mighty, mighty close in GTC, where everyone runs an identical car.
Yeah, unfortunately our timing does sometimes have a little bit of an issue, but I can tell you the gaps right now. It is 300th of a second between SimRC and Simucube Inex Racing. It's then another 200th of a second back to Pure Sims Esports, and then the 1/10 of a second mark is down to P4 with Unicross Gaming there. So very, very close here in qualifying. Maniti Racing going to have another shot at this one with Tim Matska behind the wheel of that. Again, all on his own out there on the racing circuit, and it's not a bad thing. Of course, you're missing out on the very minor slipstream that you can get here at this track, so there's no reason why he still can't set a very good lap time here, but he needs to keep it on the grey stuff first and foremost and not have his lap invalidated like his first one of the session. But drive out the final corner, heading towards the line now. It's a 153.225. It's a good lap there from Maniti, but as he gets himself up in towards P5 now. But it's the case right now, Lorenzo, where we have the top 5 cars separated by about 1.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, it is this close, and basically the entirety of the grid, apart from HM Engineering, they still have to do their lap. They're just right around the Michael Schumacher S, and now they're going to big curve. So it's really interesting. Everybody split apart by only 7/10 of a second, roughly, in the entire GTC field. Of course, it is one make. It is the Audi R8 LMS GT3 car, but still, it is a very competitive car. It's not the easiest car for you to take part of and drive on, but it's a car that can reward you if you drive it properly. So we still haven't decided a lot as we're looking out towards Pure Sims as Jay and they just go into turn number 1. Very tricky corner because you go right about 240, 250, and you have to immediately tap the brakes and make sure the car turns as much as you can into turn number 1 because you really don't want to cut that thing wide.
You can see how sometimes very tricky that Audi is to handle. As you can see the wheel work going on with Ross McFarlane as he was heading his way through that Mercedes-Benz Arena section. Now down in towards turn 6, turn 7 now, the forward curve before you launch the car down the hill towards the Dunlop curve, turn number 8. Pretty clean and tidy lap so far here for Ross, but it's a case of the margins just being so fine right now, David, that any slight little error, any slight little break of traction, if you're just slightly later on the throttle coming out of the corner, it's going to be the difference between third place and pole position, with about half a tenth between those two at the moment.
Yeah, every medical source I can find says that when you blink your eyes, it takes 1/10 of a second, 1.5 tenths of a second. Well, it is a blink of an eye then from pole position to 5th on the grid. Minute amounts. So you can see from these onboards just how they try to extract every part of the track, keep the car exactly at the limit where the tiny steering adjustments are enough to keep the car on course as it yaws and slips and occasionally loses traction. So it's very, very close in this GTC class, which bodes very well for the race ahead of us as well.
That was a 1:54.539 for Pure Sims Esports, so just over 1.4 seconds off of their fastest time. So you would have thought that would have been more of an in-lap for them to get themselves going. But we're looking at Simicube Inex Racing now. Alexi Aloma behind the wheel of that car as he heads his way across the start-finish line. Currently P2 in this GTC qualifying session are Simicube Inex Racing, and they are on a flying lap now. So you can see the sector times, you can see the total lap time just counting up. And for Alexi, this is going to be one of his final very fast laps here, given the couple of minutes that we have left remaining in the session, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he has basically this lap and another one to actually capitalize on a really good pace. And it's quite surprising. I'm not going to say surprising to see a little bit of a wiggle coming out of the arena, but still managed to keep it clean as far as it goes into Ford Curva and also then Valvoline just right after. But it is a very interesting thing because we saw usually Simicube Inex not in those prime top 3 spots in the latest qualifying sessions. So it is really good to see this experienced team finally coming out on top and having a really good outing on qualify. But there you see Alexi just boarding the lap because he knows he's not going to be able to extract everything that he wants.
He'll be able to take the tow back to pit lane, and he will be able to get at least one more lap in by the time this session is done. Pure Sims Esports, though, on their flying lap, as we just had SimRC ahead of them actually spin inside the Coca-Cola Cave, which is this corner, the final corner of the lap. So thankfully SimRC were able to take the tow before Pure Sims Esports arrived on the scene, but across the line for Pure Sims, and it's a 153.215. Which is still good enough for P3 at the moment here today. So, again, I'm just amazed about how close these gaps are at the moment. You know, the entire field, the entire 15-car GTC field is all within about 0.8 of a second right now. You know, that is absolutely incredible.
Precisely, it is. That is an incredibly, incredibly competitive field. We mentioned it early in the season, we mention it every time, that there was a pre-qualifying stage for this championship. Lots and lots of teams tried to book their spot in this show, and well, of course, the series organisers only took the 15 best for GTC, 16 best for GT, and the 19th best for Prototype. So it stands to reason that when you take the 10 or 15 best off the top of a big pile, they are going to be so close, and that is a delight for all the competitors who have some fantastic competition to go up against, and a delight for all of us who get to see the creme de la creme of sim racing teams on an even footing in a great championship like this.
Yeah, and also one more interesting thing, that this kind of is a repeat of what we saw in Monza, that no team has gone over the second gap to the leader of the category. Basically, we saw the only exception was in Sebring, because Sebring is a little more of a tricky track, but still you can see nearly 7/10 of a second separate first and last. It is too close to count. If you go to an official qualifying session and even top split, you're not going to see this thing happening often. So you can see how much preparing these drivers have done coming towards this racing. It's really awesome to see everybody so close to one another.
Yeah, so minutes go, or around about that, for GTC qualifying. Simicube Inex Racing across the line to, I think, start their final lap here, will be what I say. So Alexi Aloma, we saw him make a mistake on his previous fast lap, but hopefully no mistakes from this point forward for the Finnish driver. Has to be so clinical, especially here with the field so close. And you know, you look at that gap right now between SimRC and Simicube Inex. Oh, he's made a mistake again. Exit of the Mercedes arena, so that means that Simicube Inex Racing will not start any higher than second place in this one. So time is just about to expire in the session. In fact, the admins have said it has expired now, so maybe our time is a little bit like 15 seconds behind the curve when it comes to that aspect. But checkered flag is out there on track right now, and there's a handful of cars still out there. Sim RC is still out there as your provisional pole position sitter. We're seeing Vendaval out there. Both HM Engineering cars are also out there. Racecraft and Impulse also keeping at it. But right now, I think there's Sim RC, so they're heading their way through the middle portion of the lap right now. Vendaval is just about to come across the line to finish a lap, but they're going to head on towards pit lane, so they won't be able to improve from their 4th spot. And I'm seeing the number 59 also coming across the line. That was HM Engineering. Number 59, they do not improve either. Sim RC, I don't think they're going to be challenged now for pole position in GTC qualifying. And if they want to add insult to injury and go faster on this lap, well, that's their prerogative as far as I'm concerned. There's Impulse Racing. Heading their way through right now towards the back end of their lap. Sim RC have dived on towards pit lane, so they won't be completing their lap. They don't feel they can improve on their already pole position setting time. Impulse Racing, though, down in P14, they have a lot of room for improvement, but that is not going to be one, I'm afraid. Daniel Summer, as he takes a bit of an off-track excursion. Unicos Gaming also feeling that they cannot improve either. The 159 is still out there, HM Engineering 159, and the 177 Racecraft Esports. So HM Engineering 159, they do not improve, I believe. They sit in P7, and Racecraft Esports, they come across the line, and they also, well, they do improve, but they do not improve position. So that is the end of GTC qualifying then. Sim RC are able to take the pole position by 34 thousandths of a second there, as close as you like in qualifying. The top 4 cars all within 1/10 of a second of your leader. So Sim RC, Simicube, NX, we got Pure Sims, Vendaval, Unicos Gaming, Maniti Racing down to P6. P7 goes to HM Engineering 159, Beeler Racing Team Yonex in P8, HM Engineering 59 in P9, and Butler Powell Motorsports will roll off the grid on the 10th spot. German Sim Racing by DE, German Sim Racing DE by ACV, that one's a bit of a mouthful, in P11. Maniti Racing 278 in P12. Racecraft, Impulse, and then Movano Sim Racing Verde right at the very back of the GTC starting grid here today. So we got a little bit of a break before GT qualifying starts. These are the GTE machines that are currently lined up on the exit of pit lane. That's always a great sight to see, Lorenzo.
It's always a great sight to see. You can see the Kova car just standing at the forefront of that field, following by the, I think that's the BS competition, then Williams Williams Fan Attack Corvette. Only of the 2 Corvettes that are actually driven here in the grid are actually by the Williams. And you can see Maniti right behind them. And it's going to be very interesting GTE category qualifying, because looking at the practice times, we don't have a clear, definite, favorite car in this track, because all 3 cars actually perform quite well in the German track. The Porsche is doing really well, the BMW is doing really well, and also the Corvette, naturally being the stronger car within the latest BOP done for iRacing, being also superior over here. So we can't decide who's going to come out on top, as there should be going in the next 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing things as about a minute, so just a minute away from getting ourselves GT qualifying underway. David, you've been keeping a track on the weather conditions out there right now. It's well, the session says partly cloudy and 23 degrees Celsius on the track, but those slight little temperature variations can really have a big effect on qualifying times, especially with the field being so close.
Yeah, precisely. You'll take any 10th of a second around this lap any way you can get it. It was just a little bit old man yells at clouds, if I'm honest. I was just seeing the sun come and go, and if you are in the right place at the right time with the tyres just coming into their peak, and you get a bit of cloud cover across the circuit, maybe that's going to find you half a 10th of a second. Maybe it won't, but the light's about to go green at the end of pit lane. You can see everyone is keen to get out in GT.
Urano Esports BMW M8 is the first one to get themselves out there. followed by Bila Racing Team Euronics and Kova Esports. A bit of a side-by-side action with the with the Altus Esports Porsche heading their way off of pit lane. Of course, they are. Of course, I think we raised this point last time. They are the only Porsche in the entirety of the GT field.
Yep.
So,
and we've gone and lost the Huber Esports Ferrari as well since the first 2 rounds, hoping that they reappear later in the championship. It means we are down to an all BMW grid minus the 2 Corvettes from Williams Esports and the 1 Porsche 911 RSR from Altus Esports. But how's this traffic congestion?
Everyone's trying to find their own space. Urano Esports, they're the car that's way to the right there, letting everyone go because they started at the very front of the field and they feel like they don't want to start at the very front of the field. So this has a bit of Monza vibes to it. I'm not, not entirely sure what the situation is here, but it looks like drivers want to be giving themselves every single advantage possible with the slipstream, despite it not being as effective here at the Nurburgring as it is at a track like Monza. But it's Kova Esports leading the train of traffic around for the moment. Again, 15 minutes to get qualifying done here in the GT class. Then we'll have a break, and then we'll have 15 minutes of prototype qualifying. And look at this between Williams Esports and Kova. That's getting a bit close. It's like they're in the race, not qualifying.
Yeah, I think they haven't got the memo yet.
I don't think they have. Kova Esports will have to surrender that one and have to start at the very front of the train, though, as far as this first qualifying lap is concerned. Antiola getting that BMW out of the final corner, tailed by the Williams Esports Corvettes, of course. It's been 2 races now since the Corvette had gotten its little bit of a buff. First featured at Monza, and hopefully for Williams Esports, those little improvements to the handling really carry over into the next couple of races, so they can be a little bit, fighting inside the top 5 like they tend to do. And it really rewarded them at Monza, didn't it, David?
It certainly did. It was great to see them, up and fighting for the win at Monza in the end. They didn't quite grab it. A little bit of maybe a fumbling on the fuel strategy. Maybe the BMW wasn't quite as fast, but was a little better on the fuel, which in an endurance series can be absolutely critical. We saw Bila here on their first flying lap make a bit of a dog's breakfast of the arena section, but for the 2 cars leading the train, and riding on board with both of them, and you can see the difference in the dashes from the BMW and the Corvette. Don't know which one I want to be at the moment.
Yeah, of course, thank you very much to our producer, Hugo Luis, as our broadcast technology is ever improving to bring you some different views of the sim racing that we all hold so close. There's some things that you can also do in sim racing that you can't do in the real world, which is infinite camera angles. So, of course, these are a little bit more traditional ones, but you can get creative with them. But heading their way through the chicane, once again, you see Kova Esports are on the right side, and Williams Esports are on the left side, and Kova Esports actually abort the lap. Williams Esports, they might have hesitated a little bit there, so that might lose them a little bit of time coming towards the line there. Arthur LeHook across the line to set a banker lap of a 1:47.766 there, but they are pipped to the post by, lots of teams right now. They're all going faster than them. Team Redline GT, you got BS Competition, SimRC, you also got Urano Esports across the line now, so not a great banker lap there for Williams Esports, but certainly serviceable. R8G Esports heading their way across the line now with Martin van Loosenop. They go P3 provisionally in the early stages of GT qualifying, so not too bad at all for the Roman Grosjean-led R8G Esports machine. But David, what do you make of the first couple of laps of qualifying right now?
It looks like the best of the tyres happen on the first flying lap, and then no one has any confidence to push a second flying lap on them. That is definitely what you saw from watching the start-finish line there. What else to make of it is good qualifying, good first lap from Team Redline GT, and now you see a lot more of the field spread out rather than the train they were all in, and it seemed like that out lap, everyone wanted to be very, very ginger on the tyres. They almost look like they are made of brittle plastic at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I wonder if Lorenzo can give a little bit of insight into this, because we saw the GTC cars, the Audi GT3 LMS machines. They actually were able to go 2 laps before having to come down on towards pit lane for a fresh set of tires. It seemed like that was the optimal window. You get two good laps on the tires before you have to come down in. But like David mentions, it's seeming like you only get 1 good lap here in the GTE machine. Yeah. So, and it's not really something that we usually see. So is it expected, as far as your perspective, with how potentially hard on the tires this track is?
There's a good chance, from what I heard, because of the high downforce these cars will actually carry in this track, there isn't much tire wear. I heard talks about triple stinning the tires, but it all depends on weather conditions. It wouldn't be also so beneficial. It all comes down on how hard you really want to go for funky strategies. But it's an interesting scenario. From what I know, maybe you can you're gonna get a really good first lap. The first quick lap you're gonna do, it's gonna be really good. The second, it all comes down on how well you conserve those tires and how hard you went into those braking spots without locking up the brakes. So it all comes down on how well you treat your car. But David's right on the money. For Nurburgring, I think you got 1 ideal lap. And then the second lap, it's a little bit of a 50-50 in my opinion.
All right, there we go. It doesn't mean to say that everyone has just done 1 lap, but the likes of SimRC, Urano Esports, Williams Esports Fanatec, Corsim Racing GTE, Lotma Racing Team, they have all committed to the second lap. So it's not everyone that has decided to just do the one and done at the very start of the session. I think Team Redline GT also aborted their second flying lap, so they are back out there on a new set of tires now. Not too bad for them at the moment, considering they have a 1/10 of a second advantage in qualifying at the moment, but that can change very, very quickly, especially if the Williams Esports cars especially find a little bit of pace.
Yeah, very interesting to watch, because the sun's been out for a minute now. Track temperature is up to 25 degrees Celsius. I've got my thermometer out on that one. So Jürgen Frank will be watching some of his laps here. It's going to come to the line, and is SimRC going to move themselves up from 5th? Does not look like it with that effort. Here's the sister Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Not doing quite as well, it seems, as their teammates in the darker liveried Fanatec car.
Yeah, from what I've seen in the officials, because this kind of mirrors the Isle of Massive Swords calendar. From what I saw in the GTE category, actually this isn't a Corvette track of sorts. This is more of a Ford and I would say BMW Porsche-esque track, because you can get the battery improvement and the reacceleration to corner factor out of the car. So that's why you're seeing, for example, Logitech Gialto's Esports in P3 at this current city, and the majority of the BMWs up in the top.
Yeah, of course, we always kind of expect the BMWs to do pretty well. Of course, they do represent the vast majority of the GT cars out there here today. But it's good to see the Altus Esports Porsche doing well. Like you said, P3 for the moment, and there's no reason why they can't get themselves up to pole position, especially with the 6 minutes that we have left here in this session. As we have a look at the AAA Esports BMW head their way in towards the final chicane. There is the Corsim Racing GTE machine piloted by Yannick Kiru, who currently sits in P9. Just to give you a little bit of perspective, well, you can see the lap times on the left-hand side of your screen. PS competition only about half a tenth of a second behind Team Redline GT, so that has cut Team Redline GT's lead in half here in terms of the gaps. So they are slowly but steadily being reeled in. But like you said, track conditions might be very, very pivotal here. And I'm just trying to see if anyone looks to be on a particularly fast lap here. Sometimes hard to tell here in iRacing, but it seems like those Corvettes or Williams Esports Fanatec, not doing as well here at the Nurburgring as they did at Monza, David.
Yeah, and we asked them, about that during the race a couple of weeks ago. Is the form here at Monza going to be a continuing trend, or is this a track that just really suits the Corvette? And they were kind of on the fence about that one. They knew Monza was a great opportunity for them to show where the Corvette has its strengths and, pick up a good result there. It has meant that some of the other more twisty, less flat out, lower speed circuits haven't favoured them quite as much. Now here are a lot more teams lining up to take another shot at a flying lap. BS Competition behind them, AAA, and what can they do on this attempt with just a couple of minutes left for the GT cars in their qualifying session?
Yep, not a lot of time to work with, just a couple of laps to go here in this one. Especially, an awkward situation for these GT cars, seemingly when it seems like most of them are only able to go for the one fast lap, and PS Competition immediately taking the tow back to the pit lane. So that will mean that they'll get another out lap, they'll get another flying lap in. They might even get a second, but with the tyres being the way they are, I don't think that second lap is going to be very competitive indeed. But looks like Altus Esports still out there. We're getting Lapshan behind the wheel. They sit just about 1.5 tenths of a second behind Team Redline GT for provisional pole position at the moment, and just half that to BS Competition. So certainly a very big possibility here, Lorenzo, for Altus Esports to get themselves onto that front row. They just need to hook up an absolutely stellar lap to be able to get there, and they're sort of halfway there already with how close they are.
Yeah, they're halfway there as they just going to the Michael Schumacher. That's a little bit of a blunder here in my English speaking part. I apologize. But there they go into the final part of the second sector, opening up the sector number 3 as they are going to go into the Hatzenbach-Hogan right-hand compression, that right-hand kink. And I was looking at both are with GE Sports in Urano. In Daniel Pass or Daniel with apparently a really good lap. It's going to be a 147.5, so not much of an improvement to Urano Esports, but still in P4 for the number 93 car.
So Altus Esports are coming towards the end of a lap here. They don't feel that's good enough to improve. Williams Esports Fanatec in nowhere across the line. This is an out lap for them, so it's going to be over 2 minutes, but they can get themselves going here on this one with 2 minutes left here in the GT qualifying session. Still many things yet undecided, but it seemed like the vast majority of the very quick laps actually came very early on in the session. I'm not seeing many people actually able to improve on their lap times here in the final couple of minutes, but Arthur LeHook is certainly hoping that that's not the case for the Williams Esports Fanatec car, and I think I've jinxed him as he loses the back end coming out of the arena section.
We saw that was tricky for GTC cars as well. What you do is you come through this left-hander here, you really want to hug the left-hand side so that you can open up the right-hander and put the power down, but it means everyone's bouncing across that curb on the apex and then also coming out wide onto some of the AstroTurf. And for all sorts of cars, it seems like bouncing across that apex curb is inviting to open up the corner, but can unsettle the cars just a little bit right as you're trying to put the power down in second gear and shifting up towards third gear.
Yeah, you see AAA Esports Black out there at the moment trying to get their last attempt at qualifying in before the session draws to a close. I'm seeing BS Competition slow out there. They're taking the tow back to pit lane. It's so their qualifying done. So their BS Competition will not be able to improve on their lap time. They'll start no higher than second place here today. AAA Esports Black, though, Andreas Jochimsen currently sits in P13, trying desperately to haul that BMW a little bit further up the starting grid here for the 6 hours of the Nurburgring, up towards the NGK chicane. They come, and see where that number 4 BMW can put itself on the starting grid, carrying a lot of speed, a lot of momentum in towards the Coca-Cola curve. Before you drive to the line, it's a 148 flat there for AAA Esports. and they will be able to improve one position. They go up into P12, so it's a small improvement, but it's an improvement nonetheless. But time has expired here in GTE qualifying. SimRC in 6th place will be one of the first to complete their session under the checkered flag here. Jürgen Frank, oh, bit of an error coming through the exit of the chicane, and he dives instantly back down on towards the safety of pit lane. Cova Esports, after setting some decent pace early on, are they going to be able to improve from their 8th place across the line? I don't think they are. Williams Esports Chill Blast also not able to improve on this lap. And again, it seems like those early laps were the fastest that we were going to get here. Beeler Racing Team are still out there. R8G Esports, Team Redline GT are also still on a lap as well. So potentially some changes, further down the order, especially if Beeler can get a good lap in from P13. But I think we're pretty much set here, Lorenzo.
We're pretty much set. I'm seeing Daniel Passor doing his last attempt here at the track as he opens up the third sector as he goes down into Bitkurva and now into the Advent Bogen right-hand compression. And he's followed by, I'm not going to say followed by, but he's trying to follow actually Johnny Vacchio in the Redline GT car as they right about going to the chicane, the final chicane, and then Coca-Cola curve. But Vacchio aboarding the lap. I'm just looking into Passor, yeah, also aboarding the lap. So yeah, it's pretty much set in stone. Redline in the lead.
Yeah, AAA Esports Black will be the final car to actually complete a lap here in GT qualifying across the line. Their best is a 148 flat, and they do a 148.2 on that particular lap. So that draws to a close GT qualifying for the Sports Car Open 6 hours of the Nurburgring, and this is how they finished at the very end. Team Redline GT starts pole position for the race with BS competition also on that front row. Logitech G Altus Esports, great performance in the only Porsche in the entire field. They start in 3rd place. Urano Esports in P4. R8G Esports in P5. SimRC P6. Cova in 7th. Williams Esports Fanatec in P8 as the highest placed Williams Corvette. You've also got Core Sim Racing GTE in P9 and Maniti Racing 177 in P10. Beeler Racing Team Euronics number 45 in 11th place. Williams Esports Chill Blast will start in 12th. AAA Esports Black in 13th. Maniti Racing 108 in 14th. AAA Esports in 15th. And the Racing Team will start at the very back of the GT grid when that race arrives. So, 2 classes are done, 1 more to go here in qualifying, and it's the fastest of them all in this series. Those Delaras line up at the exit of pit lane for the start of prototype qualifying. We'll get those LMP2 machines out there on track in just a couple of moments' time, David.
Exactly, we will right at the head of the train, the 2 Movano sim racing cars, and then this is not only the fastest class, but it's the class that has the most entries. Does that make it the most competitive? Maybe, potentially. You can see teams lining up. You got Yaz Heat in the 32 in the queue there. They managed to grab the win at Sebring. No such luck at Monza, but it keeps them certainly in a battle for the championship. You've got Race Clutch right in front of them. Really, really strong in previous seasons of Sports Car Open, driving LMP1 machinery. They take away some of the batteries in the electric motors, and they're still very good in finding speed and downforce, and I think critically tyre life in these prototypes as well. Knowing how often they pit, that could be critical to the race strategy on these cars as well. Drivers are itching, raring to go. They dare not cross that pit exit line until race control wave the green flag for them.
Yeah, we're about 35 seconds away from getting ourselves the LMP2, the prototype qualifying started here. And like I said, no little errors to draw the attention of the stewards here in this one. You got to keep things clean. I'm surprised we haven't had any administrative penalties come through. It looks like everyone has been able to sign up with the correct car number for once, so that's a good sign. I'm not seeing any protests come through on the penalty spreadsheet, so it looks like we're all good for now. No dramas here in qualifying. Let's hope we don't start now as they get themselves the green flag in prototype. Qualifying 2x2 off the pit lane, they roll with Movano Sim Racing Bianco leading them out, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Movano leading them out in a little bit of a cluster of cars, traffic getting a little bit of jam in the exit of the pit exit. But everything now looks clean and smooth. I think key over here will be that turn number 1. This first sector is basically the key sector for the LMPs, and all the rest of it is kind of like a groovy section. You just turn your car, make sure it doesn't oversteer, and you should have a pretty much good lap. That turn number 1, and then all the section, all the Mercedes-Benz arena is that key section where you need to get everything right for those LMP2 cars. So it's going to be a really interesting 15 minutes for those LRP 217s.
There's Tommaso Cala heading his way up through the Michael Schumacher S's for his first outlap behind the wheel of the Movano Sim Racing Bianco car. Of course, Movano Sim Racing had a little bit of a, well, in some ways a nightmare for one of their cars in the Monza race after starting pole position, getting a slowdown penalty, coming through the rectification chicane for the first time, cycled them pretty much near enough the back of the grid. So it was really on the back foot for the entirety of that race, but hopefully for at least both Movano cars, they're able to get themselves up perhaps where many people think they should be, right at the very front of the field. But the first flying laps are starting now. You can see the cars at the very back of the train coming through the final corner to start their first flying laps as well. But David, you know, we saw how close qualifying was, particularly in Monza. Do you think that's going to be the case here today as well for the prototypes, you know, following on from the other two classes?
Absolutely don't see why that shouldn't be the case. And what I'm noticing on all of these outlaps here is how different these teams have to treat the tyres on the outlap, on their flying laps, compared to the GT teams. You saw some of the Orion race team cars weaving between the chicane and the final corner before starting their final lap to really make sure they warm them up. No babying these around for a lap. They are pushing them on the outlap, pushing them on their first flying lap, and hopefully that's a good sign that they'll be able to try to extract increasing pace across consecutive laps through this qualifying. Look at that great camera angle, shows the speed, the downforce that these cars have got.
It's always impressive, you know, seeing how quick these cars are. You know, it's the same with the one step up from this with the LMP1 machines. Well, at least when they were a thing. Rest in peace. But it's always incredible how small some of these prototypes are as well. You know, that's one thing people forget. These are, you know, of course they're meant to have, you know, space for a passenger seat as far as the regulations are concerned, but they're still very, very tiny cars. And you know, if you ever see one in real life and you ever get to stand up close to one, you kind of get that perspective, because they look absolutely huge on the TV cameras, but they're quite small indeed. But first couple of laps, first couple of flying laps coming through right now, with Movano Sim Racing Bianco setting the early pace, half a second ahead of Team Chimera with a good qualifying lap to start off the session. Yasi that in P10 to start, so they had a bit of a nightmare on their first lap. They are about 3 3.75 seconds off of the fastest time right now. So these just banker laps coming through. Movano Sim Racing Rosso go fastest with a time that's just about 4 thousandths of a second faster than their sister car. That is crazy, Lorenzo.
That is insane. It's pretty much of a mirror what we saw in Monza, but we just kind of have to make a little bit of a switch, because Bianco was the car that actually came out on top in comparison to the Movano Rosso vehicle, and then the only car actually kept up with them was the Redline prototype, and Redline didn't get a lap in this first Audi. He still have plenty of time, really right about 10 minutes to actually do their qualifying lap, so there's still, again, time enough for the Redline to, you know, just recompose, get another outing in that car, as we're looking to Team Chimera. and some other cars. And Race Clutch finish up their second fast lap here in the Nurburgring track.
Team Redline prototype tend to do pretty well here in qualifying. They didn't set a lap time the exact same round of laps than everyone else, but across the line they come. Does it count? Yes, it does, and it's good enough for provisional pole position. So Patrick Wolf putting that red line car at the very top of the timing sheets early on in this prototype qualifying. More fast laps coming through. Yassi get themselves up into second place. Race Clutch in, now dropped down to fourth place, because look at that from Orion Race Team. David Akor behind the wheel of that car, putting it into the front row of the starting grid here today. Mavano Sim Racing Ross was able to respond pretty much instantly, though, and push everyone else down out of their way. So now these faster laps are coming through. It does seem like, David, you were correct, where the second of the two flying laps is definitely the faster one.
And I've got my cloud watching binoculars out again, and I can say it's probably not hurt that a little bit of cloud cover came across about for the second lap of the stint, dropped the track temperature from about 27 degrees closer to 25, and that's right in the range of the temperature where I think the cars are really sensitive to it. I think it's a more... Oh, Hugo's got the cloud watching camera as well. I think the cars are a little bit more sensitive to a couple degrees this way or that way. In the temperature range like that, what's the difference between 50, 52? You know, it's going to burn the tyres up either way. But when it's between really solid grip, or maybe the tyres just starting to not give their best on a warming track, I think it can matter a lot there. So it's good to see that there's a couple laps of life in these tyres, and our competitive teams are looking like they're able to just keep pushing on them, keep extracting a little bit more speed. And Tommaso Carlo has gone across the curbing, touched the grass, and that's not going to be an improvement.
Yeah, that just shows that these drivers are really, really going at the limit here in qualifying. The top 14 cars are all within a second here. There's a bit of a more significant gap between P1 and P2 than we've seen in the other two classes. Mavano and Core separated by about 0.3 of a second right now. But as you can see, that number 7 car heads its way out of the final corner. That's the Team Redline prototype. Across the line they come. So, you know, it is, from P2 down, it seems like it's relatively close at the moment here, Lorenzo. And Core Sim Racing are in that P2 spot. But if I just have a little bit of a look at their gaps in front and behind, it's only about 0.03 of a second back to Team Redline. So things are very, very tight here for P2.
Yeah, it's very tight, and it's all coming down to a matter of, doing a mistake or the car getting a little bit wobbly in any of the turns. This car under low gearing, it can be a little bit tricky for you to get the proper reacceleration out. You really want to make the car as straight as possible so you can get the best acceleration out of it, and you don't want the TCR kicking in so you can lose a little bit of top speed, because the acceleration won't budge if you even put down the foot all the way down in the accelerator paddle. So it's going to be really interesting. I'm looking at Maxime Briand on the bit curve, just starting the last sector, and see who's going to be able to try to follow the Mavano Rosso car. I can see Redline just in the frame right following them, that number 7 done by Patty Wolf. So it's going to be a very interesting lap. I expect to be faster this time around for both cars as they go into Coca-Cola Curve.
Here comes Team Redline out of the final corner. Let's see what lap time they're going to be able to set. It was a 1:39.589 as the fastest lap time of the day. Nowhere near that for Team Redline for the moment. So they will just continue on their way. Core Sim Racing still in that second spot at the moment. I haven't actually spotted them head their way down towards they did come down in just 2 laps to go for a fresh set of tyres, so they're still it's going to be probably one of their faster laps before the session is done here, with about 5 minutes left remaining. Carl Janssen behind the wheel of that number 9 LMP2, making his way up towards the final sector here, up towards that NGK chicane, and it's just a joy, this section of the racetrack. In these guys, you just flick it left, flick it right, and get it slowed down in towards the final corner. Look for the drive off the corner. A little bit of a late apex, but a little oversteer as well for Janssen coming up towards the start-finish line, but it's not going to be good enough for pole position. It's 140.3.
Did look a bit wiggly in the final sector there, didn't it? You've got adjustable traction control settings in this car, but you've got no ABS. So maybe work out something that'll let you get the power down firmly onto the pit straight.
Here comes Patrick Wolf as part of Team Redline. Second row on the starting grid right now for Redline, but they want to be that one row forward. Second place, first place. The former, certainly a very big possibility here for Team Redlines. They head their way across the line at 140.3 for them, and that is not going to be an improvement. It's not going to promote them up into that second place, and time is starting to run out now, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's starting to run out, but I was looking at Patty's Wolf, that Coca-Cola Curva line that he's actually taking. It's a very interesting thing. I think he saw that he wasn't going to be able to go faster in that specific lap and just went for a wide line, coming into Coca-Cola, just opening up as much as he possibly can, just going to the very left-hand side brim where the white line is supposed to be, and the cones as well, and try to launch himself as much as he can possibly launch into the final curve, and then go for another lap. So real interesting lines over here in the qualifying scenario. I think this is the final time that Patty is going to be able to put up a really good lap, because if he doesn't get it right now, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything at all in the next 2 minutes. We're going to go right about now.
Yeah, so Core Sim Racing still out there. They are on their third lap at the moment on this particular tyre stint. Team Redline also currently on their third or fourth lap right now, so they're keeping at it with these tyres. They don't instantly overheat themselves or drop off too much in the wear compared to the GTE tyres especially, and now Patrick Wolf has grass on his tyres as he has to abort the very end of the lap after pushing wide through the NGK chicane. But looking at that, the times though, Movano Sim Racing Rosso, pole position for them. Movano Sim Racing Bianco, second place. So it's an all Movano front row at the moment. But can anyone spoil the Movano party in the final 2 minutes of this session? Orion Race Team across the line at 140.1 there. It's a good lap for Orion Race Team, but it's not good enough to improve and challenge those front runners. So we're just under 2 minutes left in the session now. P2 is still very much up for grabs, considering there's only 400ths of a second between Movano and Core for that second and third spot.
I think it is absolutely still up for grabs. Certainly, you look at some teams that only need to find a little bit of speed, a little bit of something, or just have the car stay planted, not bounce across the curbs, in a way that upsets it, and they could find themselves just a little bit of speed. Because you see, suspension damping a very difficult, dark art for these cars. Some hit a curb like that, and it really upsets them. Some seem to just be able to keep all of their grip as they rise up over a curb, and it seems like it varies lap to lap. Whether you get lucky, exactly how you hit the curb, it might feel like the same as the lap before, but just be a millimeter one side or the other. The car behaves just a little different.
It really does. Yas Heat across the line. That's a good lap for Yas Heat, but despite how good it is, it's only good enough for P6. That's just how close the P2 through P5 sort of situation is, as we are very quickly going to draw this session to a close in about 30 seconds time. And I'm just trying to look to see if anyone is improving right now. It doesn't look like. I don't think there's going to be any massive surprises here. Here comes Race Clutch in P16. In the 16 car, that P8 for the moment. Through the final corner they come, and Thomas Amoros able to get himself to the line there. Again, no improvement. Simsa Esports P19, they're hoping for an improvement. They don't get it though, with a 142 flat. Pure Sims Esports on the edge of the top 10 as the checkered flag drops here in prototype qualifying. Daniel Kraft drives to the line out of the final corner. P10, is it good enough for an improvement? I do not think so. They will stay in P10. Orion Race Team, they set a very good lap early on. It just seems like the back end of this session really hasn't gone their way, and they still reside in the 15th place right now. Elka Hapala is behind the wheel, so they've had a bit of a driver change as well here in qualifying. So let's see if Hapala is able to improve Orion Race Team's time. It's a 140 flat, and I'm seeing, again, no improvement there. I think that was perhaps an invalidated lap there for Orion Race Team number 46. But Movano Sim Racing Rosso then, provisional pole position. They had Core Sim Racing at the very last moment as well, get themselves up into second place. So it looks like Movano Sim Racing Rosso are going to be unchallenged as far as pole position is concerned here in the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. And I also saw Race Clutch 15 improve coming across the line there, a good couple of positions. Team Chimera across the line, they reside in P12, and I think they'll stay there for the start of the race as well. Just one more, handful of cars to go here in this one to get themselves across the line. There's the Simsa Esports car with Gustas Grimbergas behind the wheel of that number 66 machine. P19 is going to be where they start here today, at the very back of the prototype starting grid. Yas across the line. They are not going to be able to improve either. Orion Race Team number 47, David de Korp. This is why I got mixed up. There's two Orion Race Team prototypes, and their number 47 car will remain in P7 here. So that is going to be it as far as the qualifying for the SCO 6 hours of the Nürburgring is concerned. The prototype class looks a little bit like this. Movano Sim Racing Rosso, pole position. Maxime Briant's going to be very happy about that. Core Sim Racing spoiling the Movano Sim Racing front row as Carl Jansen's able to put that car up into second place. Movano Sim Racing Bianco third. Race Clutch in with their 15 car in fourth place. Team Redline will start from fifth. Yas Heat P6. Orion Race Team 47 P7. Race Clutch 16 in P8. Impulse Racing in P9, and Burst Esports will start in the 10th spot here today. And then you see the rear half of the prototype class. Pure Sims Esports, Team Chimera, Dream Factory down to P13. MRC, Orion Race Team number 46 down to 15th place, and then the last couple of positions, P16 to 19. Element Sim Racing, VRS Satellite Racing, Blood the Pal Motorsports, and Simsa Esports to finish off the prototype starting grid here today. There's a reminder of how the GT starting grid looks like, with Team Redline GT taking pole position, with BS Competition also on that front row. You can see those positions further down as well. SimRC 6th place, Cova 7th place, and Williams Esports with their highest place Corvette, they sit in P8 here. So there's a lot of room for improvement there for Williams Esports. As far as this race is concerned, we can see the last couple of positions in the GT class then, with the likes of AAA Esports not doing too well here in the qualifying. Both of their cars P13 and P15 here today. In GTCs, the starting grid looks like this with those Audi GT3 machines. SimRC in pole position by only 34 thousandths of a second over SimiCube NX Racing. Pure Sims Esports GT in third place with Vanderval Sim Racing Green in fourth. And you can see HM Engineering, P7, P9 there for their two cars, but the Pal Motorsports on the edge of the top 10. And then you see those last couple of positions in the slowest class here today, with Movano Sim Racing Verda bringing up the rear of the field. So, teams are lining up behind that Porsche 911 Cup safety car. to prepare to get themselves started here for 6 hours of racing here in the Sports Car Open. 6 hours of what we hope to be pretty frantic action indeed. My name is Connery Maddock. I'm joined by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda for the broadcast. We are prepared, we are ready, and we hope you are too as the cars get themselves rolling. It's going to be a very short outlap here. No full pace lap to contend with. We start on the run through turn 13 up in towards the final chicane, so not a lot of time for these classes to get good separation here. You can see that monstrous LMP2 field head their way up into the final chicane for this outlap. You can just see at the very back of the shot the GT machines get themselves rolling as well. So pace car down on towards the safety of pit lane. Movano Sim Racing Rosso will be in control of this race start. Core Sim Racing to their outside. It's going to be a long haul before we get the green flag here for the SEO. 6 hours at the Nurburgring. We are underway here at the Green Hell, and Movano Sim Racing Rosso launch themselves in towards turn number 1 as the cars swarm behind. We'll see 3 wide for P2 on the start here. Core Sim Racing committing around the outside. There's a bit of contact there. Bit of contact. That was Movano Sim Racing Bianco getting into a bit of a tangle with the Race Clutch 15 car. There's more tangling a little bit further back in the pack. Element Sim Racing's around. So many other cars as well. Race Clutch 16, Pure Sims Esports having a problem as well. Here's the GT start, and Altus Esports, your only Porsche in the tyre field, has been spun through turn 1. What a good qualifying, but what a horrendous start for Yannick Lapchan and his team. Here is the GTC start. They'll have their own 3 wide moment coming down in towards turn number 1 for the first time, but it looks like they've got the cleaner of the starts here across all 3 classes. Sim RC lead the class coming through the Mercedes-Benz arena, and now you can just see there's still yet more jostling for position further back. You can see the Altus Esports Porsche and GTEs having to let the entirety of the GTC field go, so they're not only down in their entire field, they're also having to try and get themselves past the entirety of the GT3 class as well. So what a horrible start there for Altus Esports. You cannot have had a more terrible start, but at least David, it seems like that car isn't damaged.
No, it's crabbing very badly. There's a lot of suspension damage on that Porsche. They're trying to limp it back around, but this might be where they call it quits, unfortunately, for that team and their Porsche. Such a difficult turn 1 here. It is a huge braking zone on cold tyres. Feeds into a hairpin of ridiculous tightness and proportions there, and just invites someone to try to dive down the inside. And unfortunately, we've seen in 2 classes that sort of fed into contact. And my goodness, the prototype start, cars everywhere. They've now completed their first lap. When things settle in, I'm sure we'll wind up the replay machine. But it is a tale of different fortunes for Movano Sim Racing, because their Rosso car leads, but their Bianco car in a world of hurt in the first sector of the first lap of a 6-hour race.
Here's a replay of the prototype start then. It's all happened behind your race leader. You see Core Sim Racing go way to the outside. A huge move on the brakes, especially when the tyres are cold. There's a tangle on the apex between Race Clutch and one of the Movano cars, the Movano number 20 machine that gets cycled back. Then Race Clutch get tagged around themselves further behind. I think that was one of the Orion Race Team cars that tagged them around, and it's a bit of a cluster behind them, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a cluster. I saw Orion get involved in there as well. We're looking on the replay on the number 47 as they go 4 wide into turn number 2. I think that's why the number 47 just got pinched in, got touched by, I think that was Pearson Sim RC spinning around. I saw also the Movano Bianco spinning around mid-apex. Now we're looking into the GTE replay, and you can see the RVG just getting a little bit tied around and spinning. The Altus Esports just got tagged on the right tire, on the right rear, by the Core Sim Racing. That was just collateral, but unfortunate for the Altus Esports. They can catch a break on these race cars. They do so well, and now we're looking on GTC, a little bit of action between German Sim Racing on the exit of the arena. Yeah, that's a little bit of a Nurburgring start for you guys.
Yeah, that's I gotta say it is the trickiest first sector that we're ever going to come to. So it's it can be a very big problem, and a very big problem it was. So we are just about 5 minutes into this one, a couple of casualties already, and I'm seeing the protest sheet absolutely a hive of activity at the moment. We've already had 6 protests come through already, so the stewards are going to be very, very busy here in the early portions of this race. All lap 1, turn 1, or lap 1, turn 2. That's where the problems seem to have come, and there are a lot of angry teams out there right now.
Yeah, it all just starts with a really heavy braking zone into turn 1, and then the track folds back into itself with this long left-hander. And there's action going on in GTC here. So we saw Pure Sims, Maniti Racing, and here comes Simicube Inex diving it down the inside in an unconventional place. But then that kind of keeps them on the outside for the next section. This is going to bottle up all the other cars behind them as well.
Yeah,
Unicos, sorry.
Yeah, Pure Sims versus Unicos Gaming side by side then, as they heading towards turn 6, in towards the forward curve. Turn 7, Unicos Gaming just about able to keep themselves the position there and put Pure Sims down just another spot. They haven't had the most ideal of starts, has the Pure Sims team. Now they have Biela Racing Team Euronics right on their tail end. You got HM Engineering also in this train, but the Pal Motorsports, HM Engineering at the very tail end of the train as well. So it's quite a queue here for these positions from P5 and back in GTC. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens here, because it seems like a lot of drivers, a lot of teams wanting to try and prioritize the track position here early on. They want to get going forward quickly, and usually you would say, well, you got to relax at the start of a 6-hour event. I don't think there were many drivers relaxed behind the wheels of their cars coming to that race start, David.
No, super tense, very aggressive. I noticed on the race start there, Movano Sim Racing trying to play a little bit of games to help their sister car in 3rd place get a clean start, but maybe it just backed up the prototype field a little too much. Led to some of what we saw.
I've got news already. Penalties have started to come through as we watch this battle in GTC's. HM Engineering trying to go the long way around on Butler Pal Motorsports as they'll try to make some progress. They make it 3 wide coming in towards turn 1. HM Engineering on the inside, so it was a HM Engineering bread, the Butler Pal Motorsports being the meat in the HM Engineering sandwich there, as I'm not sure why HM Engineering 159 was slow coming down in towards turn 1, but there is a penalty for race clutch 15. They're going to have a drive-through penalty for causing a collision on that race start with the number 20 car. So that was the Movano Sim Racing Bianco. So race clutch 15 have been deemed at fault in that one, and they heard from both teams, because I see at least 2, maybe 3 protests, 2 protests about the same situation from either side. So it looks like that the stewards have taken the side of Movano Sim Racing there, and have given the race clutch car the penalty.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky scenario. You come into turn number 1, and the thing about turn number 1, whenever you go into those race starts, it is it's a wide entry, but a very pinched exit. You have that kind of 90-degree-esque right-hand corner. You got a very big exit, however. It's kind of wide, but the problem is mid-apex is quite complicated for you to make 3-4 cars. So
look,
I think there was a little bit of space done by the 20, but you can see right there on the frame, there was space involved. You could have worked yourself out. And
there's space, and now there's no space. now there's no space, and you only have about half a meter of a front clip in front. In that situation, it's a bit of an overcommitment as far as a turn 1, lap 1 of a 6-hour race is concerned, David, unless you disagree.
Well, from that angle, it's hard to say that wasn't maybe a little bit of an optimistic dive. That didn't work, and I think optimistic lap 1 doesn't work probably a drive-through penalty not unwarranted in a situation like that when everyone needs to have cool heads on the race start.
Yeah, and you can see that the prototype field is now already up on GTC traffic. You can see Movano Sim Racing Rosso here trying to scythe their way in and out through the traffic here, and they've gotten through cleanly so far, but it's always sketchy here, this first lapping procedure. Not a lot of room to work with for either the slower traffic or the prototype cars coming through, so a lot of respect has to be given here. A lot of we see actually Biela Racing Team Euronics, that was the BMW, actually having a bit of a problem coming through the final sector there. I think this was just all on their own, it seems. Yep, they got 2 tires into the grass and a big slide through the chicane for Biela. Are able to keep hold of it though, albeit go out all the way into the grass, but they found no barrier.
Yeah, luckily, if you run way too wide on that exit, you can actually find yourself in the tire barrier and the wall barrier going nearly 3 wide, both the red line and the Yassi getting blocked by HM Engineering. That was a little bit sketchy, and then you see the core LMP just right behind them. But Patty Wolf, you sir, playing a little bit of aggressive, but paying off at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So Team Redline up into second place now. Yassi dropping that position in through the lapping procedure. You can see further back in the back there are blocks going on for the mid-pack in prototypes. They're going to go 3 wide in towards turn 1 with a piece of traffic on the outside. Impulse Racing able to defend from Burst Esports there in that situation. Just look at the amount of congestion. This is the prototype class lapping the GTC machines right now, and it's like more traffic than on rush hour in the M25 if you live anywhere near London.
It's like school pickup in my neighborhood. That's definitely what it is. A big mix of BMWs and Audis and such, but it is providing a real challenge for the drivers on both sides of the fence, including a great little battle between
in the fence. Yeah, Orion Race Team out wide through the gravel. I think they have contacted the barrier. We'll just have to see exactly what has happened to the Orion Race Team No. 46 car. They just commit around the outside on the traffic, and they're just carrying too much speed. They go out into the gravel. They do just about tag the barrier on the left-hand side, but it wasn't as major as I thought it was on the first watch.
Sort of our view down the bottom of the shot there was hard to tell precisely how hard they hit the barrier, but it continues, and that's a much bigger hit.
Yeah,
that is a bigger. Yeah, that's Sim RC having a bit of having to go wide there. I don't think they were the main car involved in the shunt. I think that was Element Sim Racing that got completely plowed from behind by the Butler Power Motorsports Audi. You can see that coming through the left-hander, and great reactions from the Sim RC driver. That was Tom Valentini, instantly way out into the runoff to try and avoid that one. There's yet more problems. Racecraft Esports 777 has had a problem coming through the NGK chicane, and I think we're about to see it up on screen for you in just a couple of moments' time. There's that Racecraft car in and amongst everything, with the prototypes getting themselves... big spin, big error from Racecraft. And who was that? That was the number 57 car. Impulse Racing had to just wrench the wheel to the left to avoid that one.
Well done, Daniel Sommer, to actually avoid a big crash. You thought there was a little bit of first visual damage on the rear wing of the Racecraft car. Now we're going to look from the cockpit side of Daniel Sommer into the NGK chicane. As you can see, the race car is spun around, and quick reactions within him. So wow.
Look, he only had one way to go in that situation. There's no way you can avoid them on the right side there, because you have to slow down the car a little bit too much. You just simply have to put it in the grass on the outside there to have any chance at avoiding that, and well held when it came to the grass as well. So we've had our fair share of drama here in the first 15 minutes of this race, and it doesn't show any signs of calming down at the moment. But Urano Esports involved in this little 3-car pack here inside of that GT category. Cova Esports ahead of them. They have Miniti Racing behind them, and they have a Miniti Racing even further down the road behind them as well. So They're having to hold station here in this little train. But it seems like most of the very long trains that we saw at the very start of the race have been at least broken up due to that first lapping procedure, at least amongst the prototypes and the GTCs, as we'll get a replay here. Orion Race Team 46 and Race Club 15. Oh, Orion Race Team grass on the outside of the entry to the chicane. Well held, though, by Ilka Hapala.
Orion rally team across that part. We'll take another look, just sort of blindsided by where the Audi was. Brake on the grass, that never works, and across the gravel they go at all sorts of angle of attack. Not the fastest way to do it.
But at least they're still in this race, and they're still able to at least look forward to the next 5 hours and 45 minutes to see if they can get any recovery drive going. Here's the battle for fourth, well, more like third place here inside of GT, because RHG Esports, SimRC, and Kova Esports are in the same bit of real estate, and you can count Urano in that one as well. As you can see, the two leaders at the very front of the shot there, they are starting to break away from the rest of the pack. So Team Redline and BS Competition is basically, they have a show all of their own in the top couple of spots there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. You can see those cars breaking away. There was a little bit of a break between the BS competition and all the way down to RVG. It's about 2 seconds between one car to another. Then you form a little bit of a train from P3 all the way down to P number 7. But it's interesting because I can also see I'm seeing some other entries on the Stewart's lane that could affect this GT grid a little bit, involving our RG Esports in that turn 1 incident with the Altus car.
Yeah, there we go. We got about half a second between these two at the very front, and the classes are all in their own little bit of real estate as far as the separation on track is concerned right now. So the lapping procedure with the LMP2s and the GTEs are not going to happen, at least for the next couple of moments here, so they'll get a little bit of a respite before that happens. But Team Redline and BS Competition, you know, as close as you like at the very front of the field here in the GT class, you know, trying to work on extending that gap back to the rest of those cars, David, and it's great for these guys because, you know, they're setting the early pace here in GTEs, and they're showing everyone that, well, if you want to try and compete with us here for, you know, top couple of steps to the podium, you really need to step up your game.
And this will be one to watch as well, because you recall in this class at Monza, it was absolutely a fuel consumption game. Team Redline GT played it to perfection. Williams couldn't run with them on that strategy. This isn't quite such a high fuel consumption track as Monza, but still, it might be on everyone's mind. Try to make it to 1 hour on the fuel stint.
Yeah, and you can see, a little bit more congestion heading their way through turn 1, as now the prototypes are starting to catch the very tail end of the GT category. So another lapping procedure about to get itself underway. It's just the Movano Sim Racing Rosso car that's currently having to deal with traffic at the moment, because, get this, Movano Sim Racing Rosso 6.5 seconds ahead of Team Redline prototype. So that is the gap between P1 and P2 overall at the moment. This traffic definitely has the chance to ruin that gap for Maxime Briand, but what opening couple of, opening 10, 15, 20 minutes that Movano Sim Racing Rosso has had.
That breakaway on the very start of the race and basically avoiding all the drama, I think, helped the Maxime Briand and that number 72 car immensely. And now all it comes down, you know, on how aggressive Maxime Briand and then his teammate Mike Partington will be in terms of going aggressively into traffic, as they are just behind the Williams Chill Blast, Maniti Blue, and also the Williams Fanatec cars. And now I can see a penalty coming down to RVG Esports for causing that collision on turn number 1 on lap 1 on the Altus car. It took a little bit. I saw the protest being dismissed, but apparently it was just a wrong number being placed. But nevertheless, the penalty actually came down.
Yeah, and well, those penalties kind of just starting to trickle their way through at the moment. We already had that drive-through penalty for Race Clutch 15. We had a warning to the number 20 car, which was the Movano Sim Racing Bianco car, for unsafe track re-entry. We also had a drive-through penalty to number 26, which is the RAG Esports car. That's currently P3 in GT, so that's going to be a bit of a problem there for RAG Esports. So they'll be P3 no longer in just a couple of moments' time once they serve that drive-through penalty. But look at this lapping procedure right now for the prototypes, having to deal with a little bit faster traffic this time around. They've already lapped the GTC category. Now they're coming up on GT traffic, and it's sometimes a little bit tougher here, David, to be able to get themselves past.
You very often call it the lapping procedure. That was just a dual-core processor right there on your screen, but didn't look like the BMW team made it that much easier for them. In that particular case, you were thinking maybe they'd look in the mirrors, see friendly teammates, and give them the corner, but no such thing happened in this little battle we're seeing go back and forth between Redline and Core. Maniti not so delighted with it, but if you wait for each car, an extra corner, you lose touch with the other cars you're battling. It'll cost you 5 seconds a lap. Yeah,
it will. So we had the warning to the 47 going through. We actually have no penalty. That penalty has been cancelled for RAG Esports due to the wrong car number being filed. So it's not a penalty for RAG Esports, although they are
in the pit lane.
They are coming down on towards pit lane. So how's this going to work then? Because
another penalty came in actually. Another protest came in just right after. That's why.
Oh, okay. So it looks like that penalty is legitimate for RAG Esports from P3 on the in the GT class. Again, yet more awkward situations between prototypes and GTE machines here, as there's not a lot of room to work with here at the Nurburgring. It's a very classic track, even though it's quite modern in the grand scheme of things. It's in a very classic track style, with just the very narrow track and the very the very close grass verges and gravel traps in that situation. So VRS Satellite Racing Blue heading their way through at the moment, trying to extend their gap over Simsa Esports there down in P10, as the very front of the prototype field seems to just about be coming to the end of the GT traffic right now, but the mid-pack and the very tail end of the prototype field still very much embroiled in the thick of it right now.
I want to point out the two cars we were just looking at VRS Satellite Racing Blue and Simsa Esports both started very deep in the field and made hay through all of the chaos, all of the contact for a bunch of other teams. It's 8 positions gained, I think, for Satellite Racing there. 9 for Simsa, who started back of the grid, you remember, for Gustas Grinbergus. Now he's in the top 10. Now he's looking at 9th place. Qualifying might not have been his speciality. He's a very, very strong racer, at least what we're seeing in the first 20 minutes here.
Yeah, Simsa Esports, we're riding on board with Gustas Grinbergus as he tries to deal with yet more traffic at this early stage of the race, and it's always a little bit sketchy. Oh, this car off ahead of them, and he's dived down the inside and gotten 2 positions there as Simsa Esports. Orion Race Team having a spin. It was drama in towards turn number 1 on that lap. And we'll have to see exactly what has happened, because there were 2 prototypes involved in this one. Orion Race Team is one of them. They dived down towards the inside, and, well, that was not their fault at all. It was the car behind coming in at a rate of knots. Didn't quite catch who that was. I think it was Race Clutch, number 15 car.
That was the Satellite Racing car, wasn't it?
No, that's a Satellite Racing car.
Both of them run a lot of blue and red in different proportions there, but...
There we go, Satellite Racing right into the back of Orion Race Team, and Simsa Esports will take those 2 free positions.
The right place at the right time, wasn't it? He just turned into the corner. It was lucky that neither of the cars spun in that direction, and I said he was in the top 10, looking for some positions. Been very fortunate to pick up where others have faltered here, up into 8th place now.
Yeah, so, I mean, no matter how you gain the position. It's a position's gained regardless, no matter if the other drivers get themselves in a little bit of a tangle. I'm seeing Simon Feigl in our YouTube chat, #frustrating, and that's the representative from Altus Esports showing his displeasure about that first lap, and it was a shame there for Altus Esports because they got themselves a very good qualifying in that GT class, and to have it basically thrown in the bin, after 3 corners, that's not great.
No, that is not great, especially for a track that suits the Porsche. Like I mentioned earlier in the early part of the broadcast, where this Porsche actually do really well. It isn't a high-speed track; it is more of a high downforce track, and the Porsche with that loads of downforce and actually performs really well. It kind of matches up to both the BMW, and unfortunately, there are no Fords here or the Corvette. So it does much better than the Corvettes around the track, but unfortunately getting tagged on that lap 1, turn 1, and then basically retire the car 2 turns later, it's complicated. But let me give props to Gustav Grinsbergers really quickly, just showcasing that LMP driving that he has on the LMS and just keeping him safe and clear, and then climbing himself into top 10 spot.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see that sort of improvement. Simsa Esports up 11 spots right now. So they've sort of really picked their way through the carnage right now, which requires a bit of free wide situation there. 2 of the GTC cars are deciding to fight it out here. This is German Sim Racing and Impulse Racing going side by side here in and amongst these GTEs that are trying to get through on them, and these prototypes. Oh, it gets so close between Race Clutch. Oh, they dive down towards the inside. It's a big tangle between the GTC cars, Impulse Racing and German Sim Racing. They're off at turn 13. They're able to get back going there, though, but I get the feeling that was inevitable with how chaotic that little situation was with 3 classes represented.
I don't know.
You saw it coming corners and corners ahead, didn't you? And it was still painful to watch when it happened. Luckily, I don't think there was actually a whole lot of damage between the 2 GTC cars. Time will tell on that one. But yeah, just messy. All 3 classes intertwined.
Messy. Messy kind of summarizes this entire race so far. I think it's probably fair to say the stewards are going to be very, very, very busy indeed. I'm already seeing 14 protests come through since the very start of the race here. Varying success as far as those teams that lodged those protests are concerned. So yeah, we've already had 3 drive-through penalties come through at the moment, and I wouldn't be surprised if there are a couple more in the next couple of moments here. But look at this, look how close it is still between the race leaders in GT category, because Team Redline GT, they're not going to be able to breathe too much here, because BS Competition are really keeping that gap close within a couple of tenths of a second, and now they're having to deal with prototypes coming through. They're having to deal with slow GTCs as well, so it's just an absolute nightmare for this middle of the 3 classes here. And it looks like BS Competition just lost a little bit more time there in amongst those lapping procedures, but this is going to be pretty constant for the next couple of moments right now.
It's quite complicated. I was talking to several drivers, and they were scared about this overlapping procedures from the faster cars. I see a car being spun around the Coca-Cola curve. I just saw that. I was following the red line car, just trying to get himself away, but we'll get a picture of that soon. But Redline also, Vecchio. Go ahead, Connery.
Sorry, this is all getting sketchy because it's all 3 wide coming in towards turn 1, and SimRC, Race Clutch 15 as the prototypes trying to get their way through, while GTEs are coming through, while GTCs are trying to do their own thing as well. It's very, very confusing here, but somehow they're able to get through unscathed through turn 1 and the Mercedes-Benz Arena. But go on, Lorenzo, finish your point.
I was just gonna finish. Vecchio actually got really lucky. Prior to that incident we saw with the Impulse GTC and also the German Sim Racing, as we're looking right now into the Movano Verde, just getting too much curbing on the exit of the NGK chicane, and the 721 that is actually driven right now by Wilfred Goethe is getting spun around the Coca-Cola curve. But back to Vecchio actually got lucky because he nearly spun around the racecraft GTC, trying to get himself cleared away from DS competition right on that exact spot. But fortunately for the racecraft, didn't get spun around.
We continue to see a lot of traffic problems here today. And so you can see all three classes represented in that one. Team Redline GT just trying to calculate and pick their way through. They're doing an okay job at it right now. They actually put 2 pieces of lap traffic between themselves and the BS competition car. Currently resides in second place. And you can see BS competition just got completely dove on by the Orion Race Team car through the Coca-Cola curve, so they continue to lose yet more time to the GT race leader here. As these situations can and do happen, you know, all three classes all in the same bit of real estate. We'll have another warning to the number 15 car making contact with the 77. So that's Race Clutch 15, who's already had themselves a drive-through penalty. So they're not in the Stewards' good books right now. That Race Clutch 15 car. And that's not a great thing considering we still have about 5.5 hours left.
I was just looking at the official track length here, because it's not that short of a track, but it feels like the traffic is so much worse than it was at Monza.
Problem.
But it's just the nature of the track. It's not the length of the track.
Yeah, and I can see more problems over here on the track. Core GT being spun around by the Bila Racing Aeronics on turn number 1. Nearly getting involved. I think that was a Manetti blue car. And this Manetti silvering up the lick. So more problem over here. That was a battle for position. But Nurburgring already playing more victims over, as we're not even a full half hour in.
Here we go then. We are half an hour into this one. Halfway through the first stint, at least as far as GTs are concerned. Of course, the stints are going to be a bit shorter for prototypes and also the GTC class due to their fuel limitation. And I don't think any sort of pit stop phase will even give us a bit of a break at the moment. It is pretty crazy out there. And but the drivers and teams just having to deal with it for the moment. The stewards continuing to work behind the scenes to be able to sort all of this out and give penalties where penalties are deserved. So we'll just have to wait to see them come through. I'm seeing a lot of protests actually dismissed because the stewards have been saying that with some of them they've been filed incorrectly. They've said the wrong lap or they've said the wrong car numbers in their protests. So a lot of the protests right now are being dismissed due to those little administrative errors from whoever's submitting the protests.
Zowski, you forgot to file your paperwork, and it's important that it's correct, because at this point in the race, do our stewards have time to go rustle around, try to figure out what you meant on the protest? They have a lot to look through. If you feel aggrieved, you've got to make sure that you bring it correctly so that the stewards can quickly look at it and make the necessary judgment, because there is a lot going on. Protest system exists as it does for a reason.
Yeah, it does, and I hope the stewards are not taking this one too hard on themselves, but hopefully they get themselves a little bit of a break in terms of the racing so they can get through all their little backlog that they have right now. But back to LMP2 land though, because this is Pure Sims Esports versus Movano Sim Racing Bianco here for P10 and P11 inside of your fastest class here today. And what a shame, it was for Movano Sim Racing Bianco. They started, P3, I believe, here in this race, but thanks to getting tagged around by the Race Clutch number 15 car, they currently reside in P11. So they're definitely on a recovery drive, at least for the first couple of hours of this event, before they can get back up into where they think they should be.
It's complicated because we saw the similar scenario with the Bianco team just in the last race. They started pole. Turn number 1, they get into trouble in the Retifilo chicane, loses a chunk of position, basically 7-8 positions, all thrown all the way back into P8, P7, and they basically stayed there for the entirety of this race. Of course, Monza is a less traffic risky track in comparison to Nurburgring. They can claw a few spots back up just to penalties alone by the other teams, but again, it's that scenario you really don't want to face consecutively, because that takes a toll on the mindset and the psychology of the team. That is 100% a certainty.
Does seem to be the case. Here's P6, P7 in GTs, dealing with one of the GTC Audis. I'm seeing a spinner in the Ford curve. I can't quite see who that one was. There they are. Core Sim Racing GTE have had a problem here in the number 80 car. Let's see exactly what has caused this. They're on the back of the AAA Esports BMW. They dive down towards the inside, and there's contact between the two of them, and Core Sim Racing comes off the worst.
You could suggest that might be a little self-penalizing there. Very optimistic lunge to make an overtake in that section of the track. Can be done. Didn't look, at least from that angle, which probably wasn't the greatest one. You'd go for a helicopter or a wider shot or something to really make a judgment on it. But it's a bold move to make, and it didn't work. So the burden of proof sort of only falls one way on that.
Yep, it really does. You can see so many cars on the pit straight here. More cars on the pit straight than I think through the entirety of Sector 2 at the moment. I think this is the case because I get my wonderful view of the live track map, at least on my side of things. And, it's pretty congested here coming through the Mercedes-Benz arena with mostly, I believe, GTCs and GTEs represented here in this one, with this particular train. Pure Sim's not left a lot of room there to work with on the inside. The BMW really pinched them down in there. Not entirely sure if that was necessary, but still, regardless, we continue on. We can see the replay up on screen. This is Impulse Racing, I think. Something might have happened to them. Yes, they got tagged from behind.
Hit him.
Yep.
It was the Burst Esport number 6 there, and just the lightest little bits of taps, and it shows in several of these incidents with these Dallara prototypes. They're going so fast, it's only a little bit of contact to really throw them off. They are not tin tops, they're not touring cars. You can't race them leaning on each other like that.
Yes, it's very difficult, and of course we have been keeping an eye on the YouTube comments as they've come through. Harley20 says this track is so hard to race on, never mind multi-class, and that is absolutely true. It's even when all the cars are off the same class, it is still so difficult to find your own little bit of space here at the Nurburgring. And when you throw those 3 different classes into the mix, it does get a bit chaotic, and I think that's what we've seen here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's. I think for this kind of multi-class, it is way more complicated because you got so many speeds and downforce. So it's basically trying to have a good negotiation. I can see now there's a battle between the Bila GTE and the Maniti silver car, but it's interesting as we're looking the work done by Whip the Lick, and there's also the Butler Pal tree wide into the exit of the arena. Yep, Ashley has to throw the car a little bit to the outside to avoid the Butler Pal LMP2 and 4 and Kruger, but there he goes, nice and clean. But yeah, if we're talking about VLN, maybe that would be easier for the cars to go around because it is so many different classes and speed factors and preparation on the car, so it would be better. But it's complicated nevertheless.
Yeah, very complicated indeed. More 3-wide action between 3 different classes on the way down in towards the Dunlop curve. And a little bit of a sketchy situation there. You can see Bila and Maniti Racing were having a bit of a disagreement with each other there. That is a battle for position there between P9 and P10. and it was influenced quite a bit by the prototypes heading their way through, and the AAA Esports cars also involved in this 4 position as well. And it seems like this little group is starting to get a little bit antsy with the traffic coming through with the prototypes. Yet more prototypes further down the road. You can see them at the very back of the shot there. So yet more prototype influence on this battle imminent.
And I wonder when those first pit stops are going to come for the prototypes. At Monza, it was between 35 and 40-minute stints. Here, obviously, fuel consumption slightly less of an issue. Is there a tyre problem there for Biela? Because they went wide at the far hairpin. They've been wide in a couple places. Or is it the damage on the front? They feel the need to defend from Maniti while trying to put the Inex car a lap down. But they're looking like very much a handful with that BMW.
Movano Rossi in the pits.
Yeah, race leaders in the pits. AAA Esports, they almost ran into the back of Maniti Racing Silver, or Maniti Racing 108, as you see it up on screen there. But yeah, we're absolutely right. Some of the prototypes are heading their way down on towards pit lane right now. So we had race leader come down in. We also are having SimRC with both the race clutch cars are also deciding to head their way down in. So this is 23 laps on the stint for these prototypes, around about 40 minutes in terms of time. But look at this. Oh, door to door coming through the Dunlop curve there. Maniti just really forceful with one of the GT3s there. That was SimRC. So they're seemingly very desperate to hold on to track position.
And you can see right in between those cars there is Patty Wolf in the Team Redline. So yeah, there's a little bit of a desperation. You really want to you want to use as much possible road as you can possibly use and try to be efficient in the traffic. But there's a little bit of an intimidator factor. You're trying to make it a little bit of an argy-bargy and kind of brute force yourself through traffic and let the car that you're trying to battle with lose as much time as possible. It is those things in racing you see, I'm going to say quite often, but it isn't as aggressive as this.
Team Redline prototype also on towards the pit lane, and they were followed very closely by Core as well. So Core gained a lot of time on that, on those in laps there. There is Movano Sim Racing Rosso on the right-hand side of your screen, heading their way up through towards turn number 11 right now. So I'm not seeing any double stints in the tires from these LMP2s at the moment. Everyone deciding to take the fresh rubber here for the first set of stops. Will there be any changes with this next group of cars that heads down on towards the pit lane? I'm not entirely certain, but it should be par for the course with the tire changes here. Team Redline, before Movano headed their way in, Redline were gaining some time on your overall race lead. I don't think they'll be able to jump them in the pit stops right now, although it is going to be pretty close between the two of them. Although saying that, here comes Team Redline, here comes Movano coming down the pit straight right now, and scratch that, Redline might have got it. They'll have to fight for it though, side by side through turn number 1. On the looks like Movano just about able to wrestle the inside line away for the inside for the next part of the Mercedes-Benz Arena. They're on the more optimal tyre temperatures and pressures right now because Team Redline, they had cold tyres coming off the pit lane. They almost make contact coming up in towards turn 4. Movano are ahead after the pit stop phase, but that was way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, fantastic little scrap and some clean racing between them. But Connery, you've got to trust the evidence of your eyes before you trust the evidence of your timing screen, because it was fuel only for everyone so far. Car did not go up on the jacks for Redline. Car did not go up on the jacks for Movano here.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like it is the situation where it's the double stints for the LMP2s. Yes, my new feature of my timing screen did in fact lie to me, so there we go. That's the situation. But I can
now
still
we know who to trust for this race, Connery.
Yes. I won't name the software. I don't want to give them any bad press. But we do have
so lovely.
We have a spinner out on circuit turn number 4, number 34. And that is Butler Powell Motorsports having a problem there, and they got into a bit of a tangle with Element Sim Racing. There it is.
Well, we caught that one just so this is where we went side by side with Movano and Redline. They managed to keep it clean, but between the two here, well, you can read that one of several ways. I'm not going to cast any judgment there, but just not quite enough space, not quite enough respect given, as was the case between these two teams in the same corner about a lap before.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, you can see Movano Sim Racing Rosso, Team Redline still very close. They get separated by a GTC Audi, though. So Redline's going to lose a little bit of time there. But what a good job for Redline at the very end of that first stint to be able to make up so much time to Movano Sim Racing Rosso. They've done a very, very good job here. To be able to close in that gap that was sitting about 6.5 seconds at one point, about 10 minutes into this race. So Redline, I think they've been a little bit more effective when it comes to dealing with traffic here than what Movano were able to pull out of the bag. And now the gap is still within a second, not as close as we've seen it just like a lap ago, but Redline still are here to play. They're here to win races, and they've put themselves in a good track position to be able to do so.
Yeah, it's one of those things that... Oh, go ahead, David.
Throw some caution to trusting some of the numbers I'm seeing, but I am seeing a little bit of variation in how much fuel different teams took at the stop there. I'm seeing 32 seconds for Movano Sim Racing Rosso and 28 for Team Redline, so they might have gone a tiny bit short on the fuel for that one. We certainly heard about some teams doing that, going a little short on the fuel on some of the stops occasionally, trying to get that track position. And you know what? I think that's not a bad strategy this early in the race to try to grab just a little bit of track position, because fighting for positions has been so hard. I'd rather find just slightly cleaner air for this stint.
Yeah, I agree 100%, by the way, with what David just said. I was talking to Daniel Ferguson late during the late portion of the morning over here in Brazil, and he was talking about, depending on track conditions and where you are in the track race-wise, maybe some of those teams, Maxime Briand just got a little bit into a very narrow line into the Bila Ironic GTE car. But you can actually play a little bit with the strategy. I thought some of the teams were going actually for this pit stop early strategy choices, so we can see basically Redline and all sorts of course and racing, which is not far behind the Paddy Wolf's car, also playing that strategy.
Yeah, as that gap just gets over a second, it's back under as Team Redline catch the traffic in just the right place to be able to get by, and Movano getting a little bit held up right now. You can just see that gap just closing in, and you know, that's just how the race sometimes ebbs and flows a little bit between competitors as they're having to deal with traffic at different points on the racetrack. But it's so nice that we get to have a very close battle for the overall race lead right now. And don't count Core Sim Racing out of this, because look at them. They're the car that's directly behind Team Redline right now, and they're certainly in with a shot at the race lead as well. So it's basically a 3-car train for the overall race lead, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, 3-horse race going on here, and just in these couple of stints now on the a couple of laps on the second stint of the tyres here, that Core Sim Racing car has looked really, really good compared to Movano and Team Redline. So that could have been their strategy, is sacrifice just a tiny bit of speed in the first stint on the tyres to make sure they really last, really have a lot to give on the second stint here. But that is actually looking like a little bit of a handful from the onboard. Maybe Carly Jansen doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve. He's just wrangling an out-of-control horse better.
Yeah, and leading to the inside, coming through on one of the Audis. That's the Unicos gaming car. Core Sim Racing is able to get through pretty cleanly as well. It's second, covering the top 3 prototypes right now, and Movano Sim Racing again caught up behind Vendaval, and now through the Michael Schumacher S's, Core are having to slow down and having to negotiate the traffic, so they'll drop off the back of this little battle pack right now. But it does seem like Redline are having better luck with the traffic, and they're able to pick themselves through more efficiently than what Movano is able to do, and I think that's where Movano is losing a vast amount of their time because Patrick Wolf is now all over the back of them, slipstreaming all the way up in towards the chicane. Not going to be able to commit for a move into there. Maybe if it was the more acute chicane, the move might have been on, but no, it's the fast sweeper towards the end of the lap to contend with. Now across the line they come to complete lap number 28, and Team Redline Prototype not in a position to be able to dive down to the inside of turn 1, but they're always there and they're always threatening, and so, you know, that's just one of those little elements that you have to rely on when you're the second car in line right now, because you hold all the cards, you're the one applying all the pressure. It's the car ahead of you that has to respond to it.
Yeah, it's for the number 72. It's kind of like seeing a great white shark or a great red shark in this red and black shark just coming out hungry, looking forward to eating his fish in the process. It's just a matter of when that number 7 car of Patty Wolf will make the strike. I think he's just waiting for the right opportunity, trying to save a little bit of fuel. Of course, he underfueled in comparison to Maxime Brion. And then if he makes any mistakes, Carl Jensen is right on the back heel. Both those LMPs try to capitalize on something, but really good cat and mouse battle between right now Redline and Mavano Rosso.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to watch here in this one. But Team Redline Prototype, again, just losing a little bit of time to Mavano, but it's fine because, you know, we're about 5 hours and 10 minutes before the end of this race. Still plenty of time to be able to make these moves happen. They can do it in terms of the strategy as well, potentially. Maybe not on this next stop, considering they underfueled compared to Mavano. Maybe to try and come out ahead, but it didn't happen for them. But so the next best thing is maybe just sit behind, try and get a little bit more fuel saving done, just so they can make the stint a little bit easier for them. But right now for Redline, well, the actual plan A of having that undercut on the fuel work out didn't quite work, but the plan B is possibly just to take it easy from this point over the rest of this stint.
It'll all depend on which way the traffic goes. If you see a good opportunity, you'll absolutely go and seize it, but otherwise it might be time now to cool the jets a little bit. Start thinking about what's going to be the optimal strategy for the remaining 5 hours. Thinking about tire life, thinking about exactly how many stops you're going to need, especially if you've already played a little bit of your hand with a short fill early.
Yeah, and there's the battle for the race lead in GTC, so that is within a second as well. So the leaders keeping themselves relatively close together here at this one at the start of the 6 hours of the Nurburgring for the Sports Car Open season. This is round number 3 here today. So still early stages of the season, but you know, you can set up a foundation here in these first couple of rounds to be able to build off of through the little portion of the season, and you have a final flourish right at the very end. As SimRC still lead the way in GTCs, Team Redline do so in GT, and Mavano Sim Racing Rosso in prototypes right now. But the name of the game here today, just like it is at tracks such as Road Atlanta, for example, has been the traffic. And you know, coming into this one, it's a type of racing that we expect to see. As far as Nurburgring is concerned, it's always been very traffic dependent here in these sorts of endurance races, just perhaps not as much as we've already seen so far in this race.
It's just natural, you know. This track is so complicated for you to navigate under slower traffic. I again talked with several GTC and GTE drivers who are actually a little bit aware of the situation. They were a little bit afraid some of the scenarios might have been played out throughout this race, and fortunately for some of them, they managed to get away. I can see a few driving through into penalties being handed out for VRS satellite with collision with the Orion number 47, and then SimRC also getting a penalty for contact with the number 56 Impulse we saw on the replay. Sorry, I think that was Burst. Yeah, that's Burst.
Yeah, absolutely. So Race Clutch and SimRC involved in this battle right now, and you can see that of course there's the other car involved in this one a bit further back in the shot, which is the Excuse me, it's the Orion race team that's also on the very back of this one in P15. So you can see how similar the liveries between Race Clutch and Orion are in that situation. There's a lot of very similar liveries here in this prototype class. It does get a little bit confusing, but for Sim RC, of course, in their characteristic gold and black, trying to lock onto the back of the Race Clutch 16 car. Traffic on the way up towards the Schumacher S's can get a little bit sketchy. But Don Valentini is able to get his way through pretty much unscathed here. Orion will look to the inside potentially. No, they're just going to stay in line there. So there's the Orion race team number 46 car with Ilka Harpala behind the wheel of that machine. And they go very wide out into the gravel coming out of turn 12 there. As that's the Bilstein curve. So trying to find the limits as far as the track limits trying to find the limit as far as the track limits are concerned. That one's a bit of a tongue twister as Sim RC once again having a bit of trouble with the Audis in this race as that Audi heads its way on towards pit lane. So that might signal the first of the GTC stops now, and in fact they are coming down in. The race leader in that class has also come down in as well. So GTC stops are now underway.
Yep, what's more important isn't who's going in, it's who is staying out. Oh no, they've missed their pit box all the way back there. With Pure Sims, I think it was, they come right into pit lane and not noticed that their pit box is actually just very early around the Armco. The few teams that have managed to stay out is the Maniti Racing Red 277 and HM Engineering 159. Everyone else in the lane together, and of course it's equal fuel tank sizes across all of the identical Audi R8s. Here is a very hot pit lane entry, I'm assuming. The yellow cones is where you need to be down to the pit lane speed limit. Did Sim RC do it? Well, they were looking for their pit box there. Behind them, Pure Sims. Is that who we're going to see? Need to find reverse gear on pit lane, which is normally not a legal thing to do. Imagine some imaginary hands pushed him back.
Yeah, that would be a disqualification in many series. And there we go, there it is, as they're having to get themselves back into their stall. They actually have to engage forward gear again to get back in, so that is a bit of embarrassment there for Pure Sims. We can see the onboard with them as they miss their pit stall. They basically go into another car's pit stall, they go back, and they go forward again, and Ross McFarlane is going, oh no, what am I doing here? I've lost so much time.
He's never had a more appropriate name.
He's Ross McFar from the pit box.
Can I leave my
No, he's Ross McFar on the pit lane.
Yeah, there we go. Look, I should leave the puns to you.
In his defense, this would be top 10. Like if this was an official session, this probably would have been not top 10 worthy, because it is quite common for that to happen, because you barely see in the midst of confusion, cars are all around you, and you're trying to find your pit box, trying to get yourself located. You actually don't see the guy with the lollipop, so it is natural. It just goes like, pretend nobody saw it. Just reverse. Nobody saw it.
Well, except for everyone on the broadcast, as you can see the two GT race leaders. They're still close as ever, these two. So Team Redline, they're involved in a race lead battle in two classes here today. They lead the one in GT. They are second place in the one in prototypes. So they're looking to have a pretty good day here today. And BS Competition giving them a run for their money as far as this GT category is concerned. And there's a comment that I'm seeing in the chat. How is that even a pit stall? You can't see it from entry. And that is a problem sometimes at some tracks, where some of the pit stalls at the very start of the pit lane, you can't actually see them as you're entering towards the pit lane because of a wall or some tire barriers or some such. So it is quite difficult to be able to spot that. But I would have thought if you would just sort of have some teammates telling you that your pit stall is at the very start of the pit lane rather than the middle or the very end.
I mean, we have this happen quite often in these kind of races, because your pit stall moves from practice and qualifying. to the race. Your pit stall for the race is in the qualifying order, which of course only gets set and locked in stone at the end of qualifying. So all of these races, your first pit stop, you've got to very much have your eyes on stalks, looking for where your pit bay is. You know where you qualified, so you should know where your pit bay is, but it is your first time coming in hot off the racetrack and searching for that lollipop guy.
Yeah, you have to keep your eyes well open. Again, interesting situation there through Dunlop, as I think it was Mivano's Racing further that was kind of scared offline by a huge amount of traffic heading their way through on them. But we are coming up towards the hour expired mark, as we'll see a little bit 3 wide on the way in towards T11. And a big dive down the inside for SimRC. So the prototypes seem rather eager to try and get themselves through on this traffic, and you can understand why, considering some of the battles in that class are still relatively close, especially for the race lead. But we're heading up towards the hour mark now, so we expect to see, at least at the end of this lap, or maybe at the end of the next lap, to see the GT cars head their way on towards pit lane. I'm seeing no visitors just yet, but the pit window is certainly open, David.
Certainly looks like everyone is going to get to the top of the hour. This is a much lower fuel consumption circuit than Monza. Maybe not much lower, but definitely a little bit lower. And it might be a bit easier to save fuel as well. There's a few of those sections of track in the middle of the S's where you can just roll the speed a little bit more rather than have to open up the throttle and then immediately get off it again. And coming up to one of those sections here as the prototype goes down the middle, you can roll the speed from that apex through into the next.
Go on, Lorenzo.
No, that was the race leading prototype.
Yeah, that was the race
leader.
Just overlapping them. Apologies.
All right, there we go.
Don't worry, I speak to Lorenzo.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the Team Redline car also head their way through. No visitors. Oh, there we go. Team Redline, big dive towards pit lane. BS competition will stay out at least one more lap. But Team Redline, they head on towards the safety of pit lane, get themselves slowed down for the around about 60 kilometers an hour speed limit that we have here on the Nurburgring pit lane, and they're going to be diving down in towards their pit box in just a couple of moments' time. Is anyone else going to follow them in on this lap? SimRC stayed out, so did Kova, so did the two, so did Williams, so did Maniti, Urano, Williams. So it looks like Team Redline all on their own on this lap as far as pit stops are concerned. Meanwhile, look at this SimRC and what I believe is to be Race Clutch.
Orion, one of the Orions.
Orion, excuse me. Again, I'm getting confused between Race Clutch and Orions right now. They're so similar in terms of the paint.
And you shouldn't be, because you should be getting confused between Race Clutch and Satellite, who look familiar. Orion, much more white and a deeper blue on there, but they are definitely under pressure here from Tom Valentini. I think that might be one of the Orion cars carrying a little bit of damage potentially, because it looks very wounded in a straight line there, at least in that fight.
Yeah, it did seem to struggle a little bit on the way into turn one. Now going to get a little bit held up by some GTC traffic coming through the arena. SimRC really wanting that inside line and to not lose too much time in this particular battle. A bit of oversteer coming off of turn 4 there for SimRC, not able to put the power down really too effectively in that situation. But these guys are kind of pretty deep into their second stints right now. Sort of at the halfway point in their second stints, excuse me. They're going up to about 12 laps on their stint, on their fuel, as most of those, in fact, all of those LMP2s actually decided to take fuel only, so they're at least double stinting the tyres here today. And, let's see how that works out for them. The track conditions are still track temp is up to 32 degrees Celsius, so it has steadily climbed. Go on, Lorenzo.
BS competition coming in, and the good rest of the pack, the GTEs coming in as well for their pit service, by the way.
Oh, and Team Redline are involved in a lot of traffic right now. They got majorly held up by the Racecraft Esports GTC machine through the Michael Schumacher S's. So if Team Redline were hoping to jump BS competition here in the pit stops, it's looking pretty unlikely. So we'll get to see BS competition complete their stop in just a couple of moments' time, and let's see where the Team Redline car is able to get to. BS Competition, they are off and away. Team Redline just about to come in towards the final corner. You see them on the right-hand side of your screen, heading their way through across those grid spots. BS Competition are out and safely ahead of them, and you can just see how much time that Team Redline lost on that out lap after their pit stop. They're currently
BS
sitting.
Competition have gone and pulled a red line on red line because that was a 5-second shorter fill from BS Competition compared to Team Redline GT. So I think they've seen they can do 62-minute, 63-minute fuel stints in these cars at this track. I think BS Competition have pulled the trigger on the slightly shorter stop early to get clear of Team Redline GT. Kova tried to do the same strategy even more aggressively, have come out in front of Redline as well.
So what? That's a couple of seconds less fuel for BS Competition, but it's basically Kova have only taken about 2/3 of a tank with the 25 seconds that they spent on towards pit lane, and it's gotten them the track position, that's for certain, because now Team Redline are having to try and pull off a pass on track. Of course, the difference in the tyres is going to be the same between these two, because none of them came down in and took fresh tyres, so they're both on the same set that they started the race on. But again, it's an awkward situation now for Team Redline. Not only have you lost time in the pit stops to BS Competition, with BS Competition under-fueling a little bit, now you're having to deal with Kova on the extreme under-fuel right ahead of you on your nose.
Yeah, it's tricky, and also the problem is they're all having same performance and all that kind of stuff. And we kind of know that Antti Ahola is not one of these drivers just gonna let you buy that easily. He's gonna fight for it, so he's gonna make the war. He's gonna make the Dutch. I was gonna say Dutch, but actually the German driver Johnny Vecchio to put that work, try to get that P4 out of the Finn from the Kova team. So it's going to be a little bit complicated. This is what Kova didn't want at this point of the race. Of course, still 5 hours, a little bit less than 5 hours left. A long race to go. And we've seen Redline play those fuel strategies at Monza. I don't think it will work very much over here, but we'll never know. As I'm just seeing the Manini team, driven by, I think that was Ruben Bonga, just coming out of the pits. That was the only car who just went a lap longer than everybody else on the field.
Yep, they did. So we are seeing vast majority 34 laps on a GT stint. We saw a 34 lap stint, a 33 lap stint, 34 lap stints, and you even saw a couple of 35 lap stints as well. So that's kind of the spread that we're seeing right now inside of the GTE class. And let's see, because with them being able to get comfortably over the hour here, David, it does open up a little bit more intrigue in terms of the strategy, as you see Kova having to force one of the Audis wide, coming through the Michael Schumacher S. So, I don't think the stewards are going to be too happy about that one, so I wouldn't be surprised if a protest is lodged there. Gianni Vecchio will be hoping that any penalty comes through rather soon, because he doesn't want to get held up for so long behind Kova.
Yeah, if I'm an idiot, I'm not pleased with being forced off the track there. It's a crazy battle that we're seeing over second and third, where neither of them want to give up anything, so they will try to wedge any gap at this point.
Again, Redline is such an awkward situation for them, because now you're sitting about 5 seconds behind BS Competition. And, BS Competition gained about 3-4 of those seconds in the pit stops by taking less fuel, and now they're losing yet more time because they're stuck behind Kova, and there's more traffic going to be imminent here. The Vanderbilt Sim Racing green GTC car is just ahead of these guys, currently being our view being blocked by the Kova car for the moment, as we're riding on board with the Team Redline GT. I think they'll just about be able to get them into turn 6. It might be a bit more tricky for Redline to get by. They'll have to commit around the outside, but they carry all of the momentum through, which is the most important thing. So they're able to keep Kova in their sights. But the longer this remains this way, the worse it's going to be for Team Redline.
I think so. And immediately the point that I was going to make escapes my mind.
It's gone to the ether. Maybe Lorenzo has found it.
No, I was gonna say the more time you actually try to battle a car that again has underfueled that much and you still want to go strong as they can possibly go, you lose time relatively to Ryan or Talvar, because the gap right now between Johnny and Talvar is right above the 5-second gap. So that's the thing you really don't want. If it goes over 6, 7, maybe 8 seconds, just because you're over battling yourself with a faster car, it can get tricky down into the second portion of this race, because your strategy is apparently not working and you're gonna have to make something on the fly to actually try to get that position back.
It seems to be the case. Team Redline still stuck
Found it.
Vancouver. Go on.
This is a track where it's much more difficult for the GTE cars to get around the GTC Audis, because we don't have the long straights of Monza. Despite the horsepower being pegged back a little bit on the GTC cars, when it's more flowing corners, it's tougher to get through the traffic between the two GT classes.
Since we've been live since the very start of qualifying here, we'll take a little bit of a break, I think. Would be a good thing to do here. We're going to go RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with Team Redline GT as they continue to try to lock onto the back of the Cova car that got the jump inside the pit stops. But let's see if Gianni Vecchio is successful in getting his way by. We'll be back in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to the third round of this season of Sports Car Open. The 6 hours of the Nurburgring is what we're watching here today. We're deep into our second hour of racing. My name is Connery Maddock. I'm joined by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda. You were just on board with Team Redline GT as they try to continue to chase down Cova Esports to be able to wrestle that second place back away that they lost during the pit stops. But while that has been happening, we've had an interesting fight for second place in prototypes as well, because Core Sim Racing have been able to get ahead of Team Redline in this stint. They're still close together as we speak, half a second between those two, but this is what Movano love to see. They want to see Redline and Core battle it out here and let them get away at the very front of the field, David.
Yeah, exactly. You remember at the start of this stint, everyone was so close here, and we were remarking maybe Core are looking after their tyres just a little bit better. Well, now they have prevailed up into second place. But while that was all going on, it has given Movano Sim Racing Rosso a little bit of breathing room and give them the best chance of being able to be the first prototype team to grab more than one win this season. There you see them all down the pit straight. It's not a huge margin that they've got in the lead, but certainly it's more than they had at the start of this stint. They're going to want to hold on to that until the next pit stop comes around.
Yeah, and we're coming to the end of the second stint for LMP2s at the moment, because they're on lap 21 of their stints right now, or at least vast majority of the field. So in the next 2 or 3 laps, we'll start to see more prototypes head their way on towards pit lane for their second service, and I think that will be the time that we start to see the tyres, the fresh tyres, be bolted onto those cars. I'm seeing the 15 car, Race Clutch 15, has had a problem coming out of turn 4. I think that was. I saw that yellow flag briefly show up on my live track map. So I think Eric Andre has had a bit of a spin or problem through the turn 4. So that's coming out of the Mercedes-Benz arena there for an Eric Andre. So with what has been a pretty bad day for Race Clutch, 15 goes to worse in this situation, considering they had that penalty for tangling with Movano at the very start of the race, and now they've had another problem. So it's not great for Race Clutch. They would have been hoping for a bit of a better result here today, especially considering their point situation after having a very good round number 1. I seem to remember it's seemingly like they can't really hook it together as far as these last couple of rounds have been concerned. So I mean, still plenty of time in this race to recover for Race Clutch, but it's another one of those races, I'm afraid, for them at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a I'm not gonna say tricky situation, but a little bit of a letdown situation to the French team. Very strong outing in the first race. Of course, there are instances here and there that just kept themselves clean and out of it. Of course, they're a fast team regardless, and that's why they got the win. But then it comes round 2, their sister team being out earlier in the race, and then them getting out in the Lasmo 2, I think it was the AAA car at the very late stage of the race, but they were basically out of the top 10 fight, basically, and now basically lap 1 up to P3, and then getting involved into a situation with one of the Movano cars, and both P3 and P4 actually relatively in P16, P17. So if we're talking about keeping it clean, only the first 2 spots actually have kept it clean and still retaining their current positions in the overall class, in the overall part of the race.
Look at this. Burst Esports and Simsa are the 2 cars that we're seeing on the live pictures right now, and this is for P6 and 7 in the prototype field. So these guys pretty close indeed, but remember, we are still coming up on prototype stops in a lap or 2's time, so this one might be a little short-lived, but Simsa might be able to get it done even in the pit stops here, potentially, from that far back. Maybe short fill it a little bit, get a couple of seconds, come out ahead. But then again, you're having to manage the fuel for the rest of the stint there in that situation. But we see the race leader then on towards pit lane. So Movano Sim Racing Rosso are in. Core Sim Racing also dive their way in. Team Redline decide to go at least one more in this situation. The maximum stints that we've seen so far from an LMP2 car is 24 laps, excuse me. And that's exactly what Team Redline did on their first stint. So they're going to go for a 24-lap stint once again here on this one. So great race management so far for Team Redline, but especially with the short fuel, though. If they're able to go 24 laps, which is the exact same as their first stint, on a short fuel in that first stop, that is actually pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was some luck, I guess, involved with the pit stop time on that one, but yeah, certainly through that phase, they did really well with it, and it clearly hasn't cut their stint massively short. From the race leader, though, there was a driver change. So for the 72, it's going to be Mike Partington now. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm seeing Mike Partington to be the driver of that car now. So driver change for number 72, Movano Sim Racing Rosso. They'll take the tyres with that one as well. It only makes sense. They're coming out. Oh, just in contention with the Core Sim Racing car. Core Sim Racing are also out, and they're also ahead coming in towards turn number 1. That one is a little bit of a surprise there, as Core Sim Racing had a very quick stop indeed. They did take the full service, but they were about 2-3 seconds faster in doing so.
Yeah, maybe short feeling a little bit of the car from Marius Gallenbach. And I was talking to Sindre Setsas about the possibility of Marius actually driving the car. Sindre is actually not driving in this race, and Mario was just dependent on scheduling. And you can see a little bit of an aggressive strategy coming out of the core. There basically might be just a lap less in terms of fuel. Now it all comes down to the core, see if they can break themselves away. But with that wiggle on the exit of Aveline curve, it's not going to help them one bit.
Yeah, so it is definitely a 3-horse race as far as the overall race lead is concerned. Now you can see Redline on towards pit lane. They complete another 24-lap stint, so that's under their belts now. They're able to get a driver change in, as well as Elkman is getting behind the wheel of that car now, taking over from Patrick Wolf. So let's see what the stop time is going to be for Team Redline and where it will put them in relation to the two cars that you see on the right-hand side right now, because that is the battle for the overall race lead. It's going to be 3 cars strong, but in what order they're going to come in towards turn number 1, that is the question. As you see, that Core and Movano heading their way through the final couple of corners. Team Redline still up on their jacks, trying to get their tyres done. Yas Heat
triple stint.
Triple stint on their tyres. They're going to come out as the race leaders here, down in towards turn number 1. Where do Redline come out in relation to the other two, though? They come out behind and way behind.
My guesstimate on the stopwatch here said 33 seconds of fuel before the car went on the jacks for Redline, so it sort of swung back around. But what about this call from Yas Heat? When I saw Dean Woods stayed in the car and there was no driver change, I thought, oh, okay, that's interesting. They're doing something different with the drive time than everyone else. But then, car didn't go up on the jacks. They pulled out into the race lead. Now, at Monza, we didn't see anyone really make the triple stint work. There was just too much tyre wear on the third stint. Does Heat know something we don't? Speaking of heat, the track temperature has risen to 35 Celsius compared to the about 22, 23 it was during qualifying. Is that going to make a difference as well?
We have a spinner in the forward curve. Maniti 108 is the car that's spun around out into the gravel, it looks like, as well. They'll do a little bit of rallycross to try and get themselves back onto the circuit. But what has happened here to Maniti? There's one of the Movano cars heading its way through there. That doesn't seem to be the issue. Oh, they just pushed wide. It was just a simple error right in front of one of the other BMWs into the barriers all on their own accord.
I think they locked a rear brake going into the corner. That had a wiggle that to straighten it out. That sent them too deep into the corner and then across the grass where there was absolutely no grip. So it all started right at the braking and turn-in for the corner. Maybe they caught some grass, not sure.
Yeah, not sure about that one, but yeah, that's a bit of an error there from Maniti. But this LMP2 strategy now has just gotten very, very interesting. I'm keeping a close eye on Yas Heat's lap times. They're kind of course, it's sometimes very hard to tell what sort of lap times drivers are putting in, because it's basically constant traffic, especially for the LMP2 cars. You can see Dan Woods getting caught up in a little bit of traffic coming on the exit of the Mercedes-Benz arena. But right now, he's 3 seconds ahead of Core Sim Racing, who's on the fresher tires here. So Dan Woods trying to triple stint here. That is going to be a pretty big ask. It's not the hottest track temperatures I've ever seen, but I wouldn't say that it was viable for triple stinting. It's just that Yas Heat are one of the only teams to go for this, apart from, I believe, Movano Sim Racing Bianco also went for a triple stint as well. I thought that's the only other team that has the same stop time as them on that previous stop.
Yeah, we heard about the... Go ahead, David. I'll finish.
Not even a real triple stint actually out of Movano Sim Racing Bianco, because they took the shortest of short fuels earlier on. They're really going for closer to a 2.5. You'll see they pitted 6 laps earlier than just about everyone else in class there.
Yeah. But just to finish, I think the problem for Dean Woods that just due to traffic alone, of course, it opened up a little bit. It came down up to 2.5 just due to that traffic. Here's the thing: if you can actually stretch yourself out and you don't get too much tire wear, which it's not the case in my opinion, with the Nurburgring track, is a high tire consumption track, as we're seeing replay between a little bit of a close argy-bargy between Maniti Blue and Williams Chill Blast.
That was right in front. Sorry, Lawrence. That was right in front of Movano Rosso as well. Yeah. So that could have really ended in tragedy for the front runners in the LMP2 class. Speaking of, you can see the Team Redline car able to get themselves by in the traffic there. There's the two Williams Esports Corvettes, the Chill Blast and the Fanatec car in the black and the white. The only 2 Corvettes in that class, of course. Not doing as well here at Nurburgring as they did at Monza, but still solidly, getting towards that top 5 now. That Maniti Racing car is the carrot on the stick that they're trying to chase to get themselves into that top 5. But I'm seeing the gap has come down significantly for the overall race lead right now. That is down to around about a second. So the tires are, they're slipping and sliding for Yasi at the moment. There's seemingly not much grip out there for them, and you can understand why when they've done about 50. They've been on those tires since the start of the race, so they've done 51 laps on the same set of tires here, and they're going to have to do about 70 or so before the next pit stops.
It's not advantageous at all. I heard about this triple stint maybe coming up in the early portions of the race, where you might play with a little bit of strategy in terms of tires. I think the rest of it will be the benchmark, will be double stints moving forward. But we're about to see a sitting duck getting hit by a bunch of shotgun shots in the next few corners.
Yeah, Core Sim Racing are hoping they can do this very quickly and efficiently, because the gaps are still pretty close as far as the race as the top 4 cars are concerned in this class, because Movano are only 2.5 seconds back off of this leading battle. You can just see how much speed that the Core Sim Racing car can carry through the middle of the corner, because they're on fresh tires. Yas Heat are on 52 lap old tires. As Core look to the inside through Dunlop, I don't think Yas Heat's going to have anything to try and fight that. So new race leader, Core Sim Racing, able to get themselves to P1 in LMP2, and Yas Heat, I don't think they were really expecting to hold on to that through the entirety of this stint. They're just looking to see if they can just gain a little bit of track position here and maybe look to make something happen in the later couple of stints. It's a big Hail Mary attempt from Yas Heat, but I love it when people are optimistic in terms of their strategy.
They were, in 4th place, 10 seconds off the lead when it came to that round of pit stops. If they're not within 10 seconds of the lead, trouble there for Redline GT.
Ooh, that's going to be a slowdown penalty as well for Team Redline GT. Let's see exactly what has happened there, because it seems like we were just scared offline by some imaginary... Oh no, it's going to be this LMP2 car that's going to... Whoa! They just snatched a break, I think, into the final chicane, car was very unsettled, tried to swap ends. Good job for Gianni to be able to hold on to that BMW. This will be a better view with the onboard. It might indeed be the grass on the inside. And oh yeah, big snap. And across the gravel he goes.
Yeah, just slightly clipping the grass under braking right in front of the race leader once again. Ivana Rossa, and now we're seeing three-way battle between both Williams and Manini Blue. Nice battle.
Yeah, and here comes the Chill Blast car looking to the inside over their sister Fanatec machine. Chill Blast and Fanatec, with both the Williams Esports cars following directly behind the Maniti Racing BMW. This is the battle for 5th place in class. All of these teams have made decent gains since the start of the race. Maniti Racing especially, they're up 5 positions from where they started. Williams Esports Fanatec are up 2 positions, and Williams Esports Chill Blast are up 5 positions from where they started in this race. So every single one of these teams having a decent run here so far in the opening couple of hours of the event. And maybe more positions on the cards, especially for those Williams Esports Corvettes. But we'll just have to wait a couple more moments to see if they can get themselves the passes required over the Maniti car to get themselves inside of the top 5. But yeah, absolutely. So I'm seeing the overall race lead gap just continue to extend right now. Yassi are losing about 2 seconds a lap over the rest of the front runners.
The point I was getting to is they were pretty solidly in 4th place, about 10 seconds behind the lead. Now at the rate they're losing time, they're going to end up way further back than that on this strategy. Car looks like a handful. They cannot fight. They might have just bumped the GTC car there. So it was bold. And if they wanted to be a race winner, they needed to be bold, needed to do something others weren't doing. In this case, it just has not worked out for them. And I tell you what, if they're still in second by the end of this lap, it had almost shocked me. Such as just how much more grip all the other prototypes on new tyres have compared to the 3rd stint tyres for Yas Heat here.
Yeah, it was a 1:44.894 for Yassi last lap. The race leader, Corsim Racing, did a 1:42.7. So that is just over 2 seconds a lap slower than the race leader at the moment. So Movado Sim Racing Rosso are closing in at a rate of knots at the moment. And like you said, wouldn't be surprised if they're able to get it done in the final sector of this lap. Yassi, well, they might be able to hold on for just to the start-finish line. So you might end up being wrong here, David. Let's just have a wait and see. Up in towards the chicane they come. There's the Racecraft Esports Audi that Yassi is going to have to deal with. Dive down towards the inside for the Coca-Cola Curve. Nirvana Sim Racing Rosso also looking to the inside. So Yassi are spared on this lap by a little bit of help from the traffic. They will hold on, but this is going to be inevitable now, I think. Maybe coming through the Mercedes-Benz Arena on this lap, Ivano might just be able to get past them and go deep to the inside. You can see how eager Mike Parkinson is to try and wrestle that second place back away.
Well, because the lead depends on it, doesn't it? He needs to get past here so that he stops your overall leader getting too far away. Partington can't afford to be held up in this one because the way it's going with those tyres on the number 32, this is not his battle. His battle is a little bit further up the road from this one, so he cannot be delayed.
He can't, and it was the exact same thing as the Cover and Redline situation in GT that sort of hampered Redline's chances, and in fact they've dropped off the back of Cover right now, so Team Redline GT aren't doing too well. Yassi dealing with traffic once again. They'll get blocked, and there goes Movado. Makes it 3 wide for the first part of the Schumacher S. That was a brave move, but Partington seemed like he was completely done with that situation and decided to get it over and done with in the fastest way possible. That is so risky, though. My word, if that Audi was a little bit further to the left there, then Movado are going to be out of this race.
Now Redline's turn. They are looking this way, that way. It's not really an out-braking opportunity into this chicane, but if there's ever a circumstance it was possible, this would be it.
Yep, here we go. And Redline still knocking on the door of Yassi. As Mark Elkman just sitting inside the split screen now. He might as well gesture towards the inside, coming towards the turn 1. Yassi will try and defend towards the middle of the circuit. Inside line open for Team Redline. They drag the car in, they make contact. Yassi slide out towards the exit of the corner, and now they'll fight side by side through the Mercedes-Benz arena. They're going to lean on each other once again. Yassi trying desperately to hold on to track position. This is the last thing that Team Redline needed. They're hemorrhaging time to Movano and Core due to this battle, and Elkman's getting frustrated. He's going to try and force the issue around the outside at turn 6. No, he's going to duck back in line. He's struggling to try and find a line through. That's the widest Dallara P217 that I have ever seen as far as Yassi are concerned. But Redline now, are they going to go for a big dive down towards the inside of Dunlop? They're going to. They kind of have to. They have no other option. They've lost too much time already. They do get the position, but at what cost?
Yeah, damage done for the Redline LMP because it is opened up right about 1.5 seconds up to the Movano Russell car, especially for a close, tight battle that you had with the possible race leader. Of course, that three-way battle spreads out between all the 3 cars, but it's still no one's favorite in this race because, well, still a long way to go, but damage done for the time being.
David?
It's just, so bizarre to watch. So the replay is going to tell us, was this a fair move here? And is there a potential that maybe Redline sort of ceded the position back there and then went for the move later in the lap?
Yeah, you can see just dragging the brakes. It's just a little bit of contact, but it wasn't very consequential because they still had to fight for it all the way through the Mercedes-Benz arena. So it wasn't really a push to pass. It was more of a push to try and make the opportunity happen. So if anything, that might just be a warning to Redline, and that's it. I don't think it's deserving of a penalty really at all.
I'll classify this more of a racing incident in my point of view. Of course, we have to check on how aggressive were both Dean Woods and Mark Elkman were going into turn number 1 to actually classify something appropriately. But you can see how much of a sitting duck is that Yassi car, and how much of a gap has Dean Woods actually lost, and Mark Elkman opened up on the car out of the Aussie 1.5, and you can now see the Williams battle between Canapino and Artulahouk.
Yeah, so this is a great little duel that's happening in the mid-pack of GT as Chilbas look to the outsides, coming in towards the next corner on the traffic. And Fanatec not close enough to be able to capitalize as those two have swapped around since the last time we saw it. So Williams Esports Chill Blast now ahead of Williams Esports Fanatec. So Canapino ahead of the Hook as they head their way down the hill in towards Dunlop now. So we might still see these 2 Williams Esports cars just sort of pull each other around the circuit. They've lost some time to the Maniti Racing blue car that's now just over, well, 1.5 seconds down the road. There we go. You can see them heading their way in towards the left-handed now. So, while they've been sorting this sort of intra-team squabble, they have let Maniti have a bit of breathing room.
It's amazing how time changes all things, because just 2 weeks ago, we had some interesting interviews with the drivers from both cars where they were all talking about their team strategy working together at Monza, and I'm not seeing the same the same here, at least at this point in the race between the 2 cars. Sure, it's some slightly different driver lineups. They've shuffled around maybe who was available and who wanted to drive here. For example, I think this is the first time we've seen Canapino in Sports Car Open this season. But for 2 cars that were working together so well 2 weeks ago, things are looking just a little different in the body language, in the way the pass was made, etc. But now it is looking like Canapino might pull the Hook up towards Maniti Racing in 5th here. The Chill Blast car looking just a little bit quicker at the minute.
They are trying to pull out the gap. We have about 4 hours and 20 minutes left remaining in this one. We're about 2/3 of a way through a GT stint. They're coming up to 20, 21 laps on their stints right now. We saw maximum stints from GT go 35 laps. That's what we saw a couple of cars do. The vast majority, though, sticking with the 34 laps on their stints. As having a look again at this, some prototypes now looking to try and get their way through on this Williams Esports versus Williams Esports battle. Oh, the nose got cut off there. The 47, frustrated about that. That's the Orion Race Team number 47, as the Williams Esports Fanatec car just came straight across them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a blocky, unintentional blocking happening. Of course, now you can see 3 wide down into the Aspen Bogan, but fortunately, the Chill Blast making the move. I was going to say making the move, but actually overlapping the Manetti Purple GTC car. Now the Fanatec just getting held up massively by that R8 LMS GT3 car out of Manetti and losing chunks and chunks of time in the process.
Yeah, continuing to fall back as those prototypes try to swarm them down the pit straight and down in towards turn number 1 as well. That's also an active battle between those Orion Race Team cars and Team Chimera car that we can see on screen right now. They are involved in the fight for P12, 13, 14 respectively. There's the gap between 13 and 14 as Chimera try to sieve their way through. 0.6 of a second between Orion and Team Chimera here in this one, dealing with the traffic once again. And it's always interesting to see these sorts of battles, sort of deeper in these classes, because there's not just the storylines for race wins, podium positions. There's these little battles further back in the pack as well, and we're always very thankful to have them. I'm not seeing any miraculous stints though from Team Chimera like we usually see. They're sort of 24 is the limit, and that's what Team Redline have been doing at the race front as well. So there's no magical 25th lap coming out the bag for Team Chimera, which is what we usually see from them.
I don't think we've seen that bag of tricks opened any race this season, really. Maybe they'll, save their hand for later on that one. Or maybe just something about this generation of prototype just doesn't suit them as well as they love to do it with a GT car, maybe with the older LMP2 for example. Not sure, but it is still close between the Orion teammates, and it looks like David Zakor is definitely quite a bit closer to French drivers. Identical strategy across both cars so far as well.
Yeah, but
go on, Lorenzo.
Just real quick about Orion, it's a I don't know if we can say it's a fun thing. It's kind of it's a mirror of sorts, because we normally see those Orion teams either doing really well. We saw in Sebring they're basically battling for top 5 up to a point of the race, and then at one point they're finally fighting for top 10. And then in Monza, we see them fighting for top 5 at one point, then top 10. Same thing over here, but unfortunately for them now they're battling for top 10 spots. One starting in 7th, and then the other one starting in 15th position.
Oh, hang on. I got some news. Warning to the number 47 car. We can see them on screen right now to David Decour, because he saw the little network instability going on for David Decour, and Race Control have noticed that, and they are requesting that they have a driver change. So I'm not sure whether that means come down in now and do the driver change, or on your next stop, if it's not improved, come and do the driver change. I'm not entirely sure with the regulations with regards to that, but it's one that I haven't seen before, David. It's sort of like a meatball flag for your connection.
And it just might have played a role in one of the GTC cars having to go wide and skip across the S's. Just in the background, a shot there as well. Let's see if they pit this time or later, but they definitely dropped back from their teammate that they were closing in on.
Yeah, you can see gaps
continue. They're still out on track.
Yeah, they are still out there, and the stewards might think he's a little bit of a danger right now if he is going that much slower, and he's forcing other cars to, be a bit more wary around them and having to slow up. That does affect the races up and down the field as he continues to have those network problems there. So he's, I think he's going to have to be forced down on towards pit lane soon. Just for the safety of everyone else in terms of their cars. Of course, this is sim racing. No one's going to get hurt here. Whoa, you can see that. Trying to split it around both sides of the Audi there. Again, that's one of those situations where you can't really have the network connection influencing anything, because you can have those sorts of situations, those phantom contacts, and that's going to ruin someone's race, which is why the stewards are requesting that there's a driver change that a driver change happens.
And that's the P3 of the GT category. That's the Vendaval GTC car, the Vendaval Green, and you go cut across on the inside part of the exit of the arena, headed into the fourth curve, and basically has to send the Vendaval into 3 wide in the middle, nearly risky impossible contact. So there's a certain point of aggressiveness turned to recklessness, and that is probably the cutout point where you that's a little bit of reckless in my opinion.
Yeah, it is very concerning, because it does cause other drivers to act a little bit differently around you when they're seeing you disappear then reappear then disappear then reappear. It's so much more cautious in those situations, and again it just happens outside of the final corner there. So yeah, struggling a little bit with the technology, shall we say. Dives down towards the inside of the GTE regardless, so stop stopping him from being optimistic about getting past that traffic.
No, definitely got past Cover there, a little flash of the headlights, and then went down the inside. But Chimera now between the Orions. Chimera really backed the corner up there to make sure they got a good exit to get around SimRC, and that let the 47 get close once again.
Yeah, it does. So this battle continues on here. It is basically the closest battle that we have out there on circuit. We also have another prototype situation that's pretty close as well, between Dream Factory, Burst Esports, Race Clutch 15. That's also a bit of a train that you see now on screen for you. It seems like the battles in the other classes have kind of fizzled out a little bit here. It's natural in these sorts of races, getting towards the midway point, and it's more of strategy in terms of the numbers and the minds of the team members more than it is a battle out there on circuit. But you can see this then, Burst Esports diving down on towards the inside on Dream Factory here, and Burst still trying to fight it through the exit of turn 1. Dream Factory's going to be able to hold on, but by the time turn 2 arrives, Burst looking for the inside line, coming through turn 3, they punt them off. Dream Factory out into the runoff area. Big contact through the Mercedes-Benz Arena. We'll get a above view of this one. Burst Esports looking to the inside of turn 3, and there's the contact that sends Dream Factory around.
David?
I was looking at something else.
44 is also around right now in the Dunlop curve. That is Vendaval Sim Racing Green. No, this was through the Coca-Cola curve. This is through the final turn, and it caused a lot of drivers to try and scatter to try and get out of the way, because they were going... they reversed on track. We're going to have to get a replay of this, because Max Esserson reversed it on track, and I don't think he needed to. This is weird. This is a weird one. So Vendaval Sim Racing Green, number 44. Interesting through the final corner. This is so risky. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a hefty penalty, because of him reversing, Manisi almost got collected in it. We'll get to see the replay up. So watch this. Vendaval having, going on towards pit lane, and then, and towards pit lane, and watch this. They tried to back up, and I think they're going to try to go on towards pit lane, and they just cause people to scatter behind. That's going to be a hefty penalty. It has to be.
It needs to be. I know the intentions. You can see there's intentions of Max Esserson coming into the pit lane. He wants to pit, because I can see, for example, I see NX pitting right now. I can see Oniko's Pure Sims pitting as we speak. Mivano Verde pitting as we speak. So there's the full intention of coming to the pit lane. It just comes when way too hot right in the entry, the wide entry line, then reversing.
Yeah, Yeah, that's super, super dangerous with loads of cars
I
coming,
can
isn't it?
tell you his thought process at every single minute of that. He was taking the normal racing line very
Racecraft.
late. Oh no, Racecraft. Taking the normal racing line very late, realised he needed to come into the pits, skipped over the pit entry. You know, it's like, I'm out of fuel, I need to get into the pits. But then realised if he'd come back through the pit entry that way, he'd receive a penalty for an unsafe pit entry, and then had to continue. But yeah, Racecraft Esports, and they have copped a bit of a whack, and I'm sure...
sorry. I think Lorenzo saw the same thing I did.
Yeah.
Vendaval on towards pit lane, Bieler at the very same time. They basically went side by side on the pit entry there. So that was really close indeed between those two. And we'll get to see it on screen. It was a late call from Gregory Tansen to enter the pit lane. There we go. Oh, just so close.
Maxfield just ran out.
Oh, yeah, it did. You can see he's so slow on pit entry. You know, he couldn't afford to go that one extra lap. That's why he was, you know, the hesitation on the previous lap going on towards pit lane, wanting to reverse it and get into the pit lane, forced to go another lap, and you can just see the fuel run out for Max Esterson down on towards pit lane, causing a bit of a situation with Bieler, and that car sputtering. And, well, at least he's on pit lane now, and he's able to top that up.
One thing I will say, he joins illustrious comrades here in being joining Kimi Räikkönen as another driver who's tried to make pit entry here, made a dog's breakfast of it, and then ended up back on the racetrack on accident.
Yeah, so I am waiting to see the protest come through. Yeah, the protest has already come
came
through.
in
It's
already.
already lodged. Yeah, it's car 44 misses pit entry, rejoin the track, and then reverses on the racing line. So the stewards are considering that right now. It's one of two protests that is currently pending. So yeah, that might potentially be a pretty hefty one. I think, David. You know, I won't put a figure on it, but I think it's going to be pretty severe.
By the way, penalty coming down into the Orion number 47 out of Davide Corp. I think that was the incident we saw right before they overlapping the NX car, just forced them off track. So just going back to work.
Yeah, so the chaos continues. We had a little bit of a break from the chaos for about an hour or so, and now things seem to have picked up again here. Just we had a very interesting start to the race, shall we say? And now things a little bit more dramatic once again, coming up towards the. Well, we had a lot of GTC cars head their way down towards pit lane, so they're starting the first couple of laps of their stint right now, and you can just see a couple of them involved in battles and involved in these long trains like this. We are about 5 or 6 laps away from GT stops as well, and we're not too far away from LMP2 stops as well. So a couple of pit stop phases coming up. We have had the penalty come through for David Decour, unnecessary risk of lapping. That's the number 14, lapping number 14 car. So that's one of the Orion race team cars that has gotten themselves a penalty there. I think that's what you described, Lorenzo. Drive through for the number 9 car, and that was Core Sim Racing. Oh, Core Sim Racing. Drive through penalty. This is race leader. Marius Gollenbeck has gotten himself a drive-through penalty for unnecessary risk while lapping. Causing a collision, excuse me, with the 777. So they caused a collision with RaceSpot. That was the incident that we saw, and it was the race leader that punted them.
Wow. Color me surprised, ladies and gentlemen, but welcome to Nurburgring multi-class racing.
My word, how this changes things now, because of that drive-through penalty, Core Sim Racing are going to surrender the race lead. They'll probably drop back to P3, I would say here. So they'll let Movano Rosso to the race lead. They will promote Team Redline up into second place. But yeah, that was crazy. I can't believe we kind of missed that, because we saw the replay of it, but we didn't clock on to who actually caused that Racecraft Esports car to have the dramatic moment that they had. it was in and amongst a bit of other chaotic moments elsewhere on the circuit as well. So I do apologize for that one, but Core Sim Racing are going to have to make a visit on towards pit lane for a drive-through penalty in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, and like you say, that is going to drop them into third. I think if Yaz Heat was on the same strategy as everyone else, they'd be close enough that it'd drop Core to fourth. But as it is, it's definitely going to... you add, 15... somewhere between 15 and 20 seconds, and that definitely sees Core going back to third. It was a weird incident because it was sort of halfway down the straight between the exit of the Mercedes arena and then the following S's. So there must have been some miscommunication there, and Marius Golombek didn't want to lift. Consequently, set the GTC car spinning.
Drama, it seems, in this one. It's been a pretty crazy race so far, and we are yet to even get to the halfway stage. We're still about an hour away from doing so there. Remember, if you like what you see, if you like our broadcasts, then don't be afraid to hit that subscribe button on YouTube in particular. Of course, we're moving a bulk of our broadcasts over to this particular channel for the foreseeable future instead of the iRacing Esports Network. Here's a replay, though, of the Core Sim Racing incident. I think this is going to be the tangle with Racecraft Esports that caused them to have to take a drive-through penalty. So on board with Marius Golombek coming through turn number 4 out of the Mercedes-Benz Arena, and whoa, that is, I think the wording from the stewards was unjustifiable risk while lapping, and I think that was probably the definition of it.
I'm just closing my bedroom door. I apologize, but here's the thing. I think it's a weird one, in my opinion. I can see the penalty being justifiable, but here's the thing. I thought there was a little bit of confusion between Racing Fuzui, which was in the car back when the crash happened, and Marius Golombek. I think Golombek thought that Fuzui was going to go into the right side of the lane, natural part of the lane, but just stayed on that inside and caught Golombek off more. That must be it.
Yeah, and of course, I'm racing right now, just coming to the end of the pit lane, so they've served it now. They dropped to third place, and they're not going to drop any further than that because Yasi are still trying to get that triple stinted tyre set to the end of this stint right now. They are their lap times are kind of plateaued out, so it was kind of a cliff, and now they've just sort of reached the bottom of the bottom of the valley as far as the tyre degradation is concerned. So they're not going to lose too much time from this point forwards. But Core Sim Racing, now they sit about 15 seconds behind the race leader. So it was kind of a loss of around about 17, 18 seconds, I would say, around about that mark, David.
I think it'd have to be... I guess it must be. I'm seeing a lane transit time, entry to exit of 14 seconds, but then you lose a little bit more coming down to the pit lane speed before the cone, and you lose a little bit more coming back up to racing speed after the exit, after the cone. So, yeah, maybe it all adds up to about 17 to 18 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like it does. So... in this one, it just keeps changing, doesn't it? So Movano Sim Racing Rosso leads at the 4 hour to go mark overall. There they are, coming across the start-finish line now. So they have a couple more laps in their stint before they head down on towards the pit lane. I can see that right now. Team Redline, they're in second place in prototypes. Core Sim Racing having to file down into third place thanks to that drive-through penalty. So that's the state of play when it comes to your prototype situation at the very front of the field. GTs have been a little bit quiet. We had a pretty interesting battle early on with the front couple of cars. We had Team Redline and, of course, the BS Competition cars. Team Redline lead that right now because BS Competition has just come down in for their pit stop service. So there we go. Redliner is still leading that one. And, of course, GTC being a little quiet at the very front as well. SimCube NX Racing leads that one because of a bit of an undercut. So they went for the double stint, whereas SimRC took a full fuel service. So that's why SimCube NX Racing are ahead of SimRC right now in GTCs. So things just get more and more interesting here. As far as strategies are concerned, of course, we expected that in prototypes. You know, we kind of half expect it inside of GTCs as well. But prototypes, especially, it's thrown a big wrench into the works, shall we say. We saw the optimistic strategy from Yas Heat to go for the triple stint. Didn't quite work out. We've been seeing some weird fueling shenanigans go on in prototypes and in GTs as well. So a lot of this is really just sort of playing around with the fuel window and, of course, trying to find exactly what lap to, trying to find a gap to fit into after your pit stops because of all the congestion.
Yeah, and again, it's those early race strategies. I'll let you finish, David. I'm sorry. But it's
exactly where you were going.
Yeah, it's those early strategies we were talking about. They're trying to be able to try to play different cars, trying to go for a different kind of stuff. I think, again, it all converges on the final. I think it's going to converge for the LMPs, maybe converge in the final 2 pit stops, where I think everything might equal out and then make the field a little bit more on equal grounds, so to say. But for what I heard, GTC might be the most interesting category because it is 7 pit stops. It might be 6 pit stops for GTEs. We should be looking towards the final pit stops in the GTCs and GTE categories to see who has the more appropriate strategy coming down into the final end of the race. And I can see Neil Santowski's team just getting black flagged. That is the Vanaval Green with that just small incident of reversing mid-apex on the Coca-Cola curve.
All right, so there we go. Dangerous driving is the exact terminology that the race administrators have used to describe that little reversing action from Vanaval through the final corner after they, went too hot in towards pit lane, sort of had a second guess themselves, tried to stay out, and then realized, oh wait, we don't have the fuel to do the extra lap, so we're going to try and back things up and go into the pit lane. But like David describes, even if they did from that point, they would get a penalty for unsafe pit entry, so they decided to continue on and just cause a whole lot of drama behind them. So that's basically the short version. There is a 30-second stop and hold penalty, and well, I did say it would be severe, David.
Well, that's definitely the most severe penalty we've seen. We can say that a drive-through is 18 seconds, so then add 30 seconds to that. You're looking at about 48 to 50 seconds of penalty for them on top of everything that already went on, running out of fuel on the way into pit in the lap after, the time they would have lost by being stopped and then grabbing reverse gear. They were looking for a podium in class, and now, well, that's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very tough indeed. Meanwhile, look at this. BS competition Kova, of course, this one is a difference in terms... No, it's not a difference in terms of the strategy, actually. Kova are doing pretty well over the last couple of stints because now they're locked onto the back of... they're not quite locked onto the back, but about 5.5 seconds off. But they're still continuing to go along pretty well here, Kova, and coming into this one, didn't quite expect them to do so well here in this, but now they're sort of running lap times on the pace of the race leaders, and of course in that previous stint they had gone out ahead of Team Redline. It was them a bit of a problem, so it's a good run so far in this one from Kova, Lorenzo.
Yeah, really good run from Kova thus far. Just managing to slowly but surely keeping themselves within contact with BS competition. We saw Kova play these long games of sorts. I think even in Monza we saw them play this kind of long game because of field strategies and whatnot. They were even finally contending for top 3 spots at one point, but of course the off cycles threw them off a little bit. But it's a very, again, proving that the Finn team just need to get the strategy right in mid-race to ensure they can be in prime spots during the latter portions of the race. And by the way, penalty coming down to this Mano Verde car, collision with the number 56 vehicle. I'm just trying to look to see who's the number 56. It is the Impulse LMP.
Yeah, so yet more penalties heading their way through right now, and yet more prototype stops happening right now as well. As Yasuhi are down on towards pit lane, so is Burst Esports, Element Sim Racing, Dream Factory are down there for 7 minutes because of that contact. But Element Sim Racing also on the pit lane to get their service done. So pit stop cycle in full effect for LMP2s, and it will soon be in effect. In fact, right now it is in effect for GTs as well. So the prototype pit stop phase and the GT pit stop phase have overlapped. That's why you see GTE cars and LMP2s on the pit lane together right now for a relatively active pit lane.
And to give a great demonstration of what you talked about earlier, how small the prototype cars are compared to GT cars and other race cars in general. You saw the gas heat car up on the jacks there because, of course, there is no way they are doing a quadruple stint. The triple stint was already painful enough, so they put on a new set of tyres, and I wonder if we're ever going to see them do a triple stint again in this race. Busy time on pit lane.
Yeah, something that Lorenzo just mentioned in our little text chat here. The Team Redline, again, another sort of bit of fuel shenanigans here, because they went a couple of seconds shorter on their stop than Movano, and they've been able to jump Movano. So now Team Redline is the car in the race lead right now. So that is a huge effort for Team Redline, Mark Elkerman, Patrick Wolf, to be able to really look after the car when it comes to the fuel. So they're gaining these advantages on every single stop right now, and it's really, really helping them. They hold a 1.5 second advantage over Movano now in the race lead.
Yeah, but you can see just not far behind, right about 1.5 seconds is that Movano car. So there's the possibility of Mark Partington going hard at it, and he will have the optimal temperature on the tires coming out of the pit lane. Of course, same tires for both teams, but Mike Partington have a little bit of an edge. Just it comes down to see how Partington want to be aggressive with those LMP2 tires, and how willing is he going to go to close down on Mark Elkerman and then fight for P1 in the next few minutes.
You see Patrick Wolf, who's that other driver for Team Redline Prototype. He says that gotta love RNG pit stop times, and there is a certain random element, David, to the pit stop times. You know, just because you need to have that variation. Whoa, car off, and who's that? That is the Satellite Racing Blue car that has had a moment through the final chicane here. I see exactly what happened because I didn't quite catch it. They're trying to flash the lights on the Audi coming through, and they just overcommit to it, and they launch themselves up over the curb. So that one's a bit of an embarrassing one for Syandra. But returning back to my point, though, David, there is a certain random element when it comes to the pit stop times, because you can't have everyone taking the same amount of fuel and having the exact same pit stop times. And there needs to be a little bit of variation just to make it interesting. And it seems like Patrick is a bit happy that he's on the good end of the random number generator.
Did say maybe they were being treated to a little bit of lady luck earlier, and so I guess that continues for Team Redline Prototype, but it's not dissuading Mike Partington from continuing to close the gap underneath 1 second for the first time since the pit stop. If you can't be lucky, be good, I guess. Or maybe the saying goes the other way. I don't know. But if they haven't been so fortunate with the pit stop times, they've been very fortunate with their setup and their car speed and just all around their preparation at Movano Sim Racing Rosso. Every single time it's gone against them with some of those pit stops, they've pulled out some great times, some great tyre work.
Yeah, but I might say I think I got internal information as they nearly pushed the Joe Blast Williams wide into the Michael Schumacher ass. But apparently Mike Simbrian was just saying on the SEO Discord that that Movano Rosso car has Ferrari engineers in the pit crew, so that's why they're behind the red line team.
Oh, ouch. Still a bit of a burn there, but the team red line, but going back to the whole pit stop discussion, you can't just be relying on getting lucky with the pit stop times, because it could just so easily for the every single stop for the rest of this race, it could be that Movano, get lucky with the pit stop times, and things start to even out when it comes to that. So, just because Redline has been on the good end of them so far this race doesn't mean they'll always be on the good end of it.
It's extra frustrating when they, if it does go against them later on, and they see some of it evaporate, but take nothing away. Take nothing away from Movano in this fight.
Absolutely. So we will, because we're about 3 hours and 48 minutes away from the checkered flag, we will take another little break here on RaceSpot TV. We will go on board we did Team Redline GT last time. It would be quite biased of us to do Team Redline Prototype here on this one as well. So let's go for that second place prototype, the Movano Sim Racing Rosso car, the number 72. So we'll go RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with them. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Don't go away. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the 6 hours of the Nurburgring for the third round of this season of Sports Car Open. I am Connery Maddock, and I'm joined by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda for the race coverage here on RaceSpot TV. We are very thankful that you're able to join us for this one, and it's been a pretty chaotic race so far in this. It was a pretty chaotic start. We had chaotic pit stops and chaotic missed pit stops and people out of fuel, and yeah, it's been pretty crazy. We had race leader get themselves a drive-through penalty. That was Core Sim Racing, the overall race leader, and now they are slot back into third place. But we are still yet to hit the halfway point in this one. We're about 40 minutes away from that point, and there's been a little bit of drama as far as action elsewhere on circuit while we were on board with Movano for a couple of laps there, involving the Williams Chill Blast car on lap number 73. So we're going to have to wind back the tape just a little bit to be able to get a good view of that one. But Lorenzo, you watched it live.
Yeah, I was watching live a little bit of those incidents with Williams Esports Shield Blast and Maniti. They were battling for position, and you can see right around the Dunlop curve, you're gonna see the move being made a little bit shoddy, but that on Michael Schumacher has the close call between Butler Powell and Williams. I can definitely say that whoever was on that Butler Powell car was not happy with the move, and Timo Reipen, I just found out, there wasn't a payback, but could have taken out the Williams car in the process. But as counterparted, the Williams nearly took out Timo, so equal grounds for both teams.
Seems to be. There's the battle for P7 in prototypes, as well as Simsa Esports trying to defend from Burst Esports through the final corner, the Coca-Cola curve, having to deal with the Audi coming off the corner. Burst Esports might have gotten themselves a pretty good run here and towards turn number 1. They go to the inside, so Burst Esports versus Simsa Esports for P7 out there on circuit, down in towards turn number 1. Burst Esports on the inside, just about able to get that position complete. That was textbook there from Burst Esports, and they do improve position up into P7 now in class. Absolutely fantastic stuff for them. There's a little bit of separation between them and Simsa in terms of the strategy. There's about 3 or so laps between them, so not too much in the grand scheme of things there between those two. But a very simple pass out there on circuit for Burst Esports, Kazuki Umashima there, David.
Yeah, if it were not for drive-through penalties, Burst and Kazuki would both be a little bit higher up the order, so not exactly a equal battle between themselves and Sims. Sims have been doing a great job and keeping it clean. I can imagine if Burst did likewise, they'd be a little bit further up the road than being involved in that battle. Impulse are also going to join the party a little bit.
Yeah, that does look to be the case, as Impulse, you just briefly saw them at the very back of the shot. There they are, following through, and they might be able to get the pass down on Simsa as well. Simsa have done so well so far in this race. They're up 11 spots from where they started in this one, but they might fall down to gaining 10 spots if Impulse is able to get their way by here. Coming through the Coca-Cola curve, again another Audi getting in the way. That's the second time in a row that Simsa has had to deal with an Audi coming through the final corner, and it looks like they're not going to come under threat just yet to the inside of turn 1, although there is a lot of traffic ahead of these guys. They have to be so careful, and there's not a lot of room to work with here through the Mercedes-Benz Arena, as there's GT cars going side by side with each other. Just about around the outside goes the Simsa car. Just about able to keep themselves ahead of that Impulse Racing car, who's also having to deal with the same traffic as well. So well negotiated by everyone involved in that one. As I've seen so many occasions where those sorts of situations end in tears, but they're able to get through unscathed.
So maybe this is Tim Greven just not quite managing the second stint of the tyres as well as Gustas Grinbergus was able to do so, or maybe it's the difference in track temperature between now and a couple hours ago. It's 37 degrees Celsius track temp right now, and looks like it's still rising. We've had quite a lot of sun. We're heading into the early and mid-afternoon in the race session time. So the sun in its peak power position.
Whoa, bit of contact between Racecraft Esports and Maniti there. And it seems like Racecraft Esports has been a bit of a punching bag so far. You can see how damaged that rear end of the Audi is. And now Maniti Racing, the prototype just about squeezing through. That could have been a potentially sketchy situation up in towards the chicane. But again, they're able to get through without huge dramas. Here comes the Simsa and Impulse battle coming up on this Williams Esports and Maniti situation as well. So 2 battles in one shot there. Be able to get disposed of those heading down in towards turn number 1. Impulse looking to the inside though on Simsa further forward. And have they been able to get that pass done? I believe they are still behind. So it was just a look to the inside there for Impulse Racing over Simsa. But not able to capitalize on the move into turn 1. And now Simsa's going to get stuck up behind the Williams Esports Fanatec car. Coming through turn 4, so not exactly ideal, but no, of course, or rather Impulse isn't in a position to be able to capitalize once again.
Yeah, just hitting on the backdraft of the Simsa car, that Impulse driven by Mona Peta. So it all comes down to being patient. Once again, I was looking also at that battle between...
Sorry, did you say it comes down to not being impulsive? I am home.
I didn't think that one through, did I?
No, I knew that David was gonna put that one in. Go for that pun. I was just waiting until when it was gonna
Simsa
go
make a mistake. Sorry, Lorenzo. Simsa made a mistake through Bill Stein, and now Impulse Racing have been able to get that pass done through the right-hand kink of turn 13. So just a bit of an error there from the Simsa car, and it just means that it was a pretty easy pass when all is said and done for the Impulse Racing machine. It does seem like that Simsa car is struggling a little bit on the rubber.
It does. I don't know if it is double stinny, the tire. Here's the thing. Simsa is usually not one of these teams who are struggling in a race like this. I would say probably might be related to setup in the car, just wasting too much rubber due to setup, maybe camber or the toe just affecting way too much the rear grip of that car.
It could be, as the car hasn't really been totally stable. Which is why it's been pushing wide through some of these corners. And they're going to have to suffer with this for at least another half a stint here. Because they've gotten themselves, let's see, they've done a 24-lap stint, and then, well, technically, currently a 12-lap stint for Simsa. But of course, there was the sort of off-cycle compared to everyone else right now. But meanwhile, Manisi Racing and Bila Racing Team Euronics, this is the battle in GT for P12. So for minor positions here in GT, but positions all the same between these two. And, this race sort of bubbling along quite nicely.
A few beaten and slightly wounded GT cars. Bila is one of them. I think the core BMW also a little bit dented on the front. The Bila BMW, I'm pretty sure we saw being very, very taily, very, very loose early. So I wonder if they did anything to fix that, change the driving style in any way. Maybe the quite clever traction control systems.
Hang on. David, Team Redline Mivano, overall race lead, that's within a second all of a sudden. Team Redline have lost a lot of time over these last couple of laps. They've lost about 7/10 of a second on this last lap alone. What is going on then between these two? Because Team Redline, you can see their lap time is not looking too great at all, and Mivano have really, really pulled out all the stops here. So here we go, things heating up for the overall race lead battle.
That's something called traffic, Connery. Oh, Mark Elkerman just getting one of the HM engineers. That's the one. I was gonna say that's the 159 on the entry of the Mercedes Arena. Now Mike Partington just getting squeezed.
Yeah, big, well, a little bit of contact there, a little bit of dooring, shall we say. As Movano Sim Racing Rosso just has to take that one on the chin, so to speak, and lose a little bit of time. But with how much they gained over the last couple of laps, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to get back up into the same position in very short fashion indeed, David.
I mean, it definitely does ebb and flow through the traffic. Even when you're the leader, no one is really under much obligation to jump too rapidly out of your way. I mean, the gap was underneath 1 second not long ago, and then sort of come back out and then brought back in again. So, great battle to have this far into the race, and long may it continue.
Yeah, it just seems to keep delivering here. As you can see, Team Redline now dealing with traffic of their own class, looking to the inside on Orion. And you can see the wild flashing of the headlights there from Mark Elkerman. He really wants to just be let by at this stage, but that's not how it works here in our racing. The blue flags are not. Well, there's been a bit of a moment through the final corner, a couple of cars around. That was a Maniti Racing SEO Purple that has had a problem here, and there was another car involved, I believe, as well. It was the Unicos Racing car that also had a spin. It was a completely unrelated incident into basically the same portion of the racetrack.
Look here at the replay, mount the curb a little bit aggressively. Car gets out of control and slides across the gravel, finds the barrier there.
Yep, and there's the Unicos gaming car that had their incident into the chicane as well. So there we go. They are launched up over the curb, and good luck slowing that car down on the grass, but he's able to do so before he hits the barrier. Here comes another replay of it. So Unicos Gaming, let's see, do they tag the grass on the inside? I wonder. Very close to doing so, but they don't do it. Oh, they just launch themselves over the first curb, and then it sends them into the second curb. So the floor of that Audi is probably not looking too pretty at the moment. And again, the main thing would be a lot of lost time from going off track.
Yeah, for me the biggest concern was the way it came back on the track. For one moment it looked like it had suspension damage, but it actually just floor damage.
Yeah, so there we go. Alex Arana was given a penalty causing a collision with the number 49 car, with the number 69 car, excuse me. So that's the drive-through penalty to the number 18 machine, which is the Williams Esports Fanatec. So Williams Esports Fanatec have been given a drive-through penalty for causing the collision with the number 69. That was German Sim Racing DE by ACV. They had a little bit of contact. So a lot of penalties here in this race. I'll probably try to count them as, wow, that is a longer this than I expected when I started scrolling. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 drive-through penalties right now. That's not including the stop and hold penalty for the Vendeval car, and it's not including all the warnings that we've had over the course of this race as well. So, yeah, in total there have been 56 protests that the race stewards have had to consider, and we're not even at the halfway stage.
I was worried when you started running out of fingers to count on with the drive-through penalties there, but you pulled through 12 of them.
I can count, apparently. I know it's shocking.
My question is, I know this is not an all-time high for protests. I've seen higher. I think the highest I've seen in SEO was right about 70 or 80 protests. But is this an all-time high for drive-throughs, and we're not even halfway through this race?
Possibly. I'm not the sort of stats guy, so to speak. So, meanwhile, battle out there on circuit, Maniti Racing and Bila deciding to get very close while they're trying to deal with the lap traffic there in that situation. But yeah, 56 protests have been filed so far. One of them is pending, and actually one of them, well, the results already come through. It was dismissed. It was the number 59 was protested for I think, well, the actual text of the incident description here is understeers into our line. I didn't quite see exactly which car that is. That's the number 277 car. So that's Maniti Racing SEO Red. There's another protest come through just as I'm talking about it. It seems like it just ticks up one every single minute here. That's what it feels like. The 707 car is under investigation now. That's Kova. So that is the car that's currently sitting second place in GT class. They got protested by the 277, so again, Maniti, for being impatient at the exit and basically drives through them. So, interesting. That could affect podium positions in GT. Look at this congestion, though, coming through the first sector.
That's the fifth and sixth prototype battle between Yaz Heat and Movano Sim Racing Bianco, who were trying to charge back through the field after getting turned around on lap 1 right at the start. So a little prototype battle there, a little GT battle going on, and all of them were sort of getting backed up behind some GTC cars that they just couldn't quite get through in the Mercedes arena as quickly as they wanted.
Yeah, so traffic is an ever-lingering concern here in this, it has to be said. For the prototypes especially, they're wanting to be firm, yet not attract penalties for punting off a lot of these GT cars, which is probably fair to say. I'm keeping an eye on that overall race lead gap as well. It's still hovering around about the 1 second to 1.5 second mark between Team Redline Prototype and the Sim Racing Rosso, so that can still very much change in this one as we're continuing to look at the GT battle. Maniti Racing, or rather, Bila Racing team and Maniti Racing SEO Silver, their 108 car for P12 and 13 in GT class. So this one continues to ebb and flow here in this one. There's also another battle involving a Maniti car, the Maniti 177 and the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that's a little bit further up the field as far as GT is concerned. That's for P5 and P6. But overall race lead battle now down to within a second, so the traffic continuing to favour one driver over the other.
And again, that's just that element of luck that factors into a few things in these races. When you are that close, eventually external factors, sometimes a little outside of your control, can become a little more pervasive when your performance and your strategy is so equal to those around you. The little things start to matter more.
Yeah, and about that battle, we were talking about just under a second. Now it's nearly over 2 seconds. Just like that.
It's just proving David's point. At this point, it's one lap you're going to have awesome luck with the traffic. You catch them in all of the right places, and the very next lap you can just get held up for an entire sector, and all that time gained by getting through efficiently on the previous lap has just been thrown away. That's just how things, change here in endurance racing and in multi-class racing like this. And of course, it is a particularly potent track when it comes to having to deal with so many different types of traffic situations. Like I said, it's very similar to Road Atlanta in that instance, where it's sometimes very tricky to get by on slower classes. So, which is why we've seen so many problems and so many incidents with the traffic here today. Yet more protests coming through. The one against the number 6 car, which was the Burst Esports car, has been dismissed. Yeah, the 277 is sending in all these protests. This is the Maniti Racing 277 car, the SEO Red team, which is which is second place in GTC. They seem to always be sending protests about every single little thing that happens to them, and very few of them are being followed through on by the stewards. It seems like they're just protesting everything that they see at the moment.
I wonder if Tim Atski and Hendrik Cruz will have tendonitis by riding so many protests by the end of the race. Sorry, Tim, I just had to do it. I just had to say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid strategy. I guess, you know, it might slightly annoy the race stewards, which you can't really afford to do, but, you know, if you're going to try and gain every single little advantage possible and, you know, try and secure yourself in that second place, I guess it's worthwhile to do. It's just might be pretty annoying from the race administration side of things.
Didn't you both see this happening between Redline and Williams in the battle for the lead of the race, not just in the track but also in the stewards as well?
Yes. Because that was the last event as well. So yeah, it was like, you did this wrong. No, you did this wrong, and then the stewards were like just trying to keep on top of everything. As it was a little bit of
arguing
give and take,
kindergartners, basically.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like you stole my Legos and you like just pushed me off my bike or something. You know, it's like it's that sort of argument going back and forth. Meanwhile, I'm seeing a prototype on towards pit lane. That's race clutch number 15, who's been on the bad end as far as stewards' decisions are concerned, but they come in for a scheduled stop now, along with Impulse Racing number 56, as this GT battle continues to, well, be close. I wouldn't say it's too much of a battle just yet, because they haven't gone side by side, but Williams Esports Chill Blast are just there watching, waiting, and stalking.
Yeah, and Martin Christensen came so close to a win at Monza with this car. Came so close to riding that car off as he touched some of the gravel going up the hill. This time, I'm not sure he is in quite contention for the win, but he's definitely in contention for a top 5. And to keep just bagging some good points race after race could really matter if we end up at a track later in the season that's good for the Corvette. Thinking Road America, maybe.
That could well be. Just seeing that this battle remaining the way it is right now, kind of stagnating out between these two. Again, I'm mainly on my timing screen focusing on that battle for the overall race lead, because it is once again now within a second, and Team Redline losing a lot of time right now. Down to 0.6 of a second between Redline and Movano for the race lead, and that's because Redline are having to deal with yet more traffic, and it's really hurting them right now. As we'll get a look at it, there we go. They passed their teammate in the GT category there, so at least they get that done before the Dunlop curve. Movano looking possibly just to get the launch off the corner to make it happen for the Schumacher S's. There we go. Redline GT are able to get themselves out of the way. Gap remains at around about a second between these two, and we've seen how pit stops have influenced this battle already here, Lorenzo. I wouldn't be surprised if it does so again, especially with the variance that we are seeing in LMP2 pit stops.
Yeah, from what I read in YouTube chat here, the variation is about 7 seconds. It surprises me a little bit, to be very... Yeah, it surprises me a little bit to see that big of a variation in the pit stops, because now you can see the red line getting blocked by the NX team just at the exit of the Coca-Cola curve, and again the gap that was just over a second is now nearly half a second between both cars.
Movano going to dive down to the inside and not wanting to lose the time, so they make sure that pass is done over Core Sim Racing GTE. Gap 0.8 of a second between these two, heading their way through the Mercedes-Benz Arena. There's another little gaggle of traffic ahead here that might cause one of these two a bit of a problem, but they are coming towards the end of a stint right now. Team Redline are on the 21st lap of their stint. Simracer Movano are on the 22nd lap of their stint, so if you're going to bet on one car coming down in first, you would do so for the Movano car. But I think if they don't coming at the end of this lap, it's going to be the end of the next lap they're going to be coming down in on. But look at that. Redline just boxed in on the apex of the Dunlop curve. Partington's lost a little bit of time here just because he saw all that traffic ahead and is hoping to catch it in a little bit of a better place coming through Michael Schumacher S. If he's able to catch a bit of traffic on the exit here and get it done before the left-hander, that would be beneficial, but he does get caught up behind the Impulse Racing Audi and dies down the inside there. You can just see how much time has been lost now. But this is coming towards the crucial stage of the stint now, David. It's getting towards the time where they need to dive on towards pit lane.
Yeah, you've got to be close at this point of the stint if you're gonna undercut, if you're gonna take advantage of the difference in pit stop times. Redline GT are angry. Race Clutch, what are they doing? What are Impulse doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So Redline was flashing the lights in frustration, it has to be said there, with Ivano Bianco and, or rather, it's Impulse, excuse me, and Race Clutch 15 trying to head their way through. Here comes Race Clutch 15 on their big old recovery drive after tangling with another car, with one of the Movano cars at the start of the race and getting penalties and warnings and some such. They try to go around the outside of Impulse Racing now, and they've been able to complete that pass. Pretty simple one there for an Eric Andre to be able to improve position. Hopefully he doesn't get caught out by these GT cars that are currently parked on the front of his nose. It looks like he'll be able to get them done off of turn number 4 here, so he'll be able to get himself through absolutely no problems. So that's that little battle basically done at this point. As long as an Eric Andre can get himself through on the core BMW, it should be absolutely fine. But like I said, they're coming towards the end of the stints now, are the LMP2s. They are starting to run a little bit dry in terms of their fuel. And for a lot of them, it's going to be a tyre stop coming up next as well, due to them already coming towards the end of double stints here, I believe, for some of them. So it's going to be perhaps a full service at the halfway point.
That's true for almost everyone except Yaz Heat and Race Clutch 15, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, true for everyone except the one car we're looking at, Connery, and one other.
Movano Rosso coming in.
Yep, so that's the first to head their way down on towards pit lane. We expected the Movano car to come down in first of the 2 race leaders. So Team Redline will stay out at least one more lap there as Movano Sim Racing Rosso head their way down in. So Michael Partington going to be searching for his pit box. Hopefully he's able to get himself in there pretty comfortably. Not slide through. I'm trying not to give him the kills of the commentator. There we go. He's able to get himself stopped in his box. Absolutely clean. And you can see Redline still continuing on their way out there. They've been able to just get that 1 lap difference in terms of the stints here. Able to just go that, they had that advantage from early on in the race and they continue to use it here in this one. Being 1 lap off cycle compared to the rest of these cars, the Movano and Core cars, as they are on the pit lane right now. And let's see if there's any intrigue in terms of strategy. I won't expect any of them to go for the triple stint here due to all the data that they've been able to gather from Yas Heat's attempt at it a little bit early on in the race. It's not going to be worthwhile for them, so they'll be able to take the tyres here in this one. Michael Partington still behind the wheel of that Movano car. Carl Janssen behind the wheel of the Core Sim Racing machine now. Simsa Esports also diving their way down in. It was a 54.1 second stop there for Movano Sim Racing Rosso, a 54.3 second stop for Core Sim Racing, and I'll say now, Team Redline, they're going to come down in on towards the pits in just a couple of seconds.
Careful saying that because they might go and prove you wrong.
They are.
The thing I noticed is exactly how much closer Core had gotten, and I looked at the last 10 laps between them and Movano, and they really picked up the pace there and have made amends for some of the time lost to that drive-through penalty. I think without that drive-through penalty, the pace they've had, they'd be clear in the lead 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's been an incredible performance from Core with, well, notwithstanding that penalty. Team Redline get themselves stopped in their pit box. Is the RNG gods on their side this time around? If we were streaming on streaming on Twitch, people would be spamming the RNGesus emote on the in the chat right now. But unfortunately, we're asked just on YouTube here for this one. So Team Redline down on towards pit lane. Yas Heat also coming down in as well, as we will remain on this split screen as you see that Movano Sim Racing Rosso car out there still lapping around on their outlap as far as these pit stops are concerned. And it was a very close run affair between Redline and Movano coming down in towards the pit lane. So it was about a second or so between them. And with the variance in terms of the pit stops, it might work out in Redline's favour. Definitely 48.4 seconds on their stop. They're already out and away before Movano even come out the final corner.
That's
Someone
an
inspected
interesting
that
call.
fuel rig after the race.
Yeah, that's again another fast stop for Team Redline. I wonder what Mr. Wolf is going to say about that one in our chat next. If he's he is still out of the car because it's Mark Elkman going for another stint here. So there we go. It seems like Redline's luck again turns to gold.
Yeah, just real quickly, and now I'm curious. Would you classify this race as a speed run?
Well, it's not really a speed run if it's a time-limited race, is it?
No, but I mean, in terms of playing the RNG, Jesus on the pit lane.
Oh yeah, getting some good RNG is always an important factor of speed runs. But yeah, I don't think you can really do. Well, speed runs in sim racing aren't they just time attacks? Like, aren't they just like hot lap competitions? You know?
I know there is speed runs for Need for Speed. I don't know. If
Oh yeah,
there's
because they have a
one
story.
running.
They have like a campaign mode, so I can understand that. But in terms of sim racing, I don't see like, unless you just like try to construct a category that can be
It's
used
literally
for speedrunning.
just called qualifying, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
But Team Chimera Core Sim Racing. Right, let's see what happens between these two then. Joshua Chin versus Carl Janssen here in this one. Chimera, they are they're going to come down on towards pit lane on this lap, I think. Unless they're going to go one more. No, they're going to go one more. So they continue to be off cycle, and Carl Janssen's not too happy about this
Connery,
one. I thought.
You forget one thing. Who are the kings of saving fuel?
Well, here's the thing: is that they started off doing 24 lap stints for the first one or two, and they've only just switched to doing 25. Just like Carl Janssen, only just didn't wipe out R8G Esports there. Got close, but he did grab the position there off Chimera.
Sindre Setsos, who's course sim racing driver, I believe, and also driver in the real world to some cars as well. He says typical Nurburgring fuel pumps. To be honest, says of course at the Nurburgring 24 hours, it's shared fuel pumps.
It's the same for VLN that Setsos races in a BMW Cup car of some kind. I think it's an M240i or something. Anyway.
Yeah, M2 competition nowadays.
Yeah, and as far as I know, it's like the highest placed car gets priority in the fuel stops, I believe it was, in terms of the fuel pumps. That's the etiquette as far as the Nürburgring pit lane is concerned in these endurance races. Of course, no such thing here in iRacing, but it looks like Team Redline have gotten themselves a little bit of an advantage in terms of the fueling.
Yeah, fair game. Well, fair game. I really wish we could see something like this. Maybe not in. It won't happen in this league, but maybe in another. I don't know if it will happen in this league. You never know about the future. But someone getting priority over shared pit stops. You go over your share box, and the idea is whoever is in a better spot gets a priority going to the share box first.
So here we go, Team Chimera finally on towards pit lane. They're one of the few teams that have been able to do 25 lap stints. I can see that Vivano Sim Racing Bianco had also done a 25 lap stint, and Element Sim Racing at the very back also did 25 lap stints with their first couple of stints. So it is possible to go 25 laps here. It's just that some teams are preferring to stick to the safer option and go those 24 laps instead. But Chimera coming in and getting their service done, and they'll be off and away soon enough. Ben Tusting behind the wheel of that Chimera machine now. But as the race sort of, getting very quickly towards the halfway stage now, we're about 7 minutes away from the 3 hours to go mark, and things have been set up quite nicely for us with the strategy in prototypes, with some of the situations in both of the GT classes as well, especially this one with Maniti Racing and Williams Esports Chill Blast still remain pretty close out there on circuit. So pretty good race so far as I'm concerned, and it's definitely not one of those well, at this stage, not one of those crazy speed runs, but we did have a bit of carnage at the start, didn't we?
There's a good reason they built that big grandstand near turn 1, because that is where all of the action was. Lap 1, big collisions, a lot of spins, and a lot of penalties to come subsequently from it. And really early set the tone for the manic couple of hours that we've had. A lot of it really comes down to just so many of the connecting straights between corners here are just a medium length of straight, and it's difficult to cleanly get through traffic without really having to get your elbows out in the braking zone or through the middle of the corner complexes.
You've got my brain on speedrunning now. Whoever mentioned that, you're responsible for this.
It all started from RNG, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It's your fault.
Really of course. But, I mean, people like to joke about that in esports. I remember there was a Counter-Strike match where it was 16-0, and the actual tournament organizer posted the highlight video of it as a... they titled it in the way that speedrunners titled their runs. So it was like an any % speedrun on DE_nuke between these two teams, and it had the time. That's the point where you know you've done particularly awful, is when you're getting trolled by the tournament organizer.
No, it's the same thing. I'm gonna bring this up. Okay, I'm gonna have to bring this up. We were talking to Rob. Go ahead.
Go on.
No, I was gonna mention now while we're watching this battle between Racecraft and Bila at the Racing Simulonics GT3. For those who are not aware, Coenda got a new junior team, and we were talking about this prior to the broadcast. And I'm 29. I am not old, but I have a certain age. And all right, I'm 29. We see these guys in the Porsche Sports Super Cup with around 20, 21, 22. Some guys being older. And these guys from the junior team, we were thinking about, all right, they're 16, 17, roughly something like that. Okay. They're just 13, 14 years old.
Yeah, because I see the article right now from Coanda, and it's just like these. Like I just feel old now. I sent out a tweet about it at the time. I just look at that picture and I'm like, I'm 23. Okay, I just recently turned 23, and I already feel old. And of course, one of our other commentators here on RaceSpot TV, Paul Smith, he was saying to me, "How do you think I feel?" As he's definitely many years my senior, so I will spare him saying his age on broadcast. But yeah, I mean, to see that young talent really start to get supported by some of the big teams is really promising to see, even if they look like they're they're basically little children, as far as I can say. That's not an insult to any of them. Yeah, exactly. There's 3 13-year-olds and a 14-year-old. Like that's the Coanda junior team at the moment. And I'm like, man, we're gonna get our, soon these guys will be competing in like top level competitions, and it's just gonna be like, I mean, yeah, some are, like you said already, but. Yeah, it starts to get a little bit worrying for those guys that are already established in sim racing, to see these very fast youngsters get the amount of support that they do, and I can't wait to see them in action. Of course, they're going to have to wait to compete in any iRacing World Championship because they have to be 18 to be able to compete in those championships. But with what they can do elsewhere, it's a very promising thing.
It's just insane.
I'm seeing a car have a problem through first sector right now. It was the HM Engineering number 59 car, I think it was, that pushed wide. And was this? Oh, was this? Oh, it wasn't with the Kova car. I just saw a black liveried car, and I assumed it was Kova, but no, it was the Lotno Racing team that actually got rear-ended by the HM Engineering Audi coming into turn 1 and spun them right across the apex. We'll get to see the replay now. Here we go. Not often that you see that, but it's kind of understandable because the GT3 machines, they have this wonderful thing called ABS. So they can really, really commit on the brakes there and not have to fear locking up. So their braking distance is shorter. Meanwhile, the GTE cars have to be a little bit earlier on the brakes, not just because they're carrying so much more speed into the corner, but because they don't have the assistance. So that's why you sometimes see GT3s running into the back of GTEs, David.
I think it's kind of the other way around. Sure, GTE doesn't have ABS, but I think at their peak braking performance with a good driver, the GTEs still have more braking performance. And sort of, I don't know, I think the GT3 was a tiny bit, maybe missed their braking point or something there. But the GTE does, come past, slot back in front on the racing line, and then put the brakes on. HM Engineering GTC car gets in a little hot and tags them. Now I think the HM car was already a little deep for the corner, but you're not on the roads. Well, some people do, but you shouldn't, change lanes in front of a lorry and then slam on your brakes, because they're not going to have the same braking performance as you, and it's kind of going to be your fault. So I'm not saying that's what happened there, but it's a similar kind of thing where, if a much faster car, switches lanes in front of a slower one and then slams on the brakes, and that slower car doesn't have the same braking performance, things like that can happen. But I think it was more a case of just a little lack of spatial awareness for a second there.
Could be. Look at this battle though. Mavano Sim Racing Rosso and Core Sim Racing. Core Sim Racing have taken that drive-through penalty that they got a little bit earlier on, and they've just continued to charge back through the field. We mentioned it, just about 10-15 minutes ago, how well they're doing in terms of the recovery drive, but, this is a recovery drive of the ages here for Carl Janssen and the rest of the Core Sim Racing team. They're locked onto the back of Mavano Sim Racing Rosso. They are only, quote-unquote, 7.5 seconds off of Team Redline for the race lead. So there is a possibility with 3 hours remaining that Core Sim Racing could come away with this race win, given the right set of circumstances.
Yeah, and for Core, actually, it's going to be quite interesting because in the previous iteration, they haven't won a single race in the prototype category. The winners in the prototype were actually the Mavano Rosso team right now, the VRS Coan and Team Redline. So it all comes down to see how Carl Jensen wants to be aggressive. And I know deep within his core, Carl Jensen is not one of these drivers who waits patiently and just waits for a good opportunity. He likes to play aggressive.
He does, and he's looking all over the back, looks to the inside through the forward curve, but can't get anything done there. That's a very optimistic move. More traffic ahead. That might cause them a problem here, down in towards Dunlop. They're able to get one done, but they're going to get stuck behind basically 3 cars heading their way through the Dunlop curve there, as able to get disposed of HM Engineering. Next one on the list is Impulse Racing, and they catch them in a bit of an awkward spot. Somehow Mavano's gone through, but Core hasn't. They've tangled with the GT car, and that is tragic. Tragic for Carl Janssen. He tried to follow through on Mavano, but it's straight into the back of an Audi.
And they get taken out by the Orion right after.
Let's have a look.
Stick with this replay for a minute then, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. So stick with the replay. You can see what Core was trying to do. They were following on the exact same line, and they just run into the back. I'm sorry, that is all on Core Sim Racing. That is absolutely awful. Again, you can see that they were expecting the gap on the left-hand side to still be there once Mavano had made their way through, but there was nowhere for that Audi to go. That Audi is always going to be tracking out, and you can just see them tangling with one of the Orion race team cars coming through the left-hander. Oh, we were just praising them. We were just praising them for how well they've been able to recover after a penalty, and I think they're going to get another one.
They've got damage too, quite significant on the front right, you can tell.
Yeah.
And then they also got that hit from behind there, which was another complicated issue all to itself, because the two recovering cars were going much slower than you'd otherwise expect there as well.
It's a funny thing. I know the LMP2. These LMP2s specifically, they are a tank in the front, so you can kind of hit, get a great hit and don't get any damage at all in the pit lane. Trust me, I've been there. I already kind of like sideswipe some individual in that LMP2, and I got no repairs whatsoever in the pits. But if you get the slightest tap in the rear end, you're definitely gonna get a repair, and that repair, I'm not gonna say it's lengthy. It takes some time, but it's gonna put them on the back burner. That's for sure.
The second place GTC has had a problem. This is the replay here. RAG Esports, 6th place in GT. They tangle with the SimRC Audi just ahead of them. So we'll see it coming through turn 3 of the Mercedes-Benz Arena. There we go. RAG to the inside. They slide on the middle of the corner and they just back it up into the SimRC car. And that's the second place in GTC. I have no idea what's going on right now. It seems like
too ambitious.
It's just too ambitious. It's I don't know, man. It's like it seems like over the last couple of minutes we've seen some pretty crazy stuff and people getting in over their heads.
Yeah, I wish I could look at the inside part of the car of the ROG car. Now you can see red line. Nearly getting contact with the AAA.
Oh, that almost ended in another race-changing incident there. Because that is your prototype race leader. That's your overall race leader that almost got tagged around. I think the drivers need to calm down a little bit. I certainly need to calm down, but again, there's just too many risks being taken, and we're still 3 hours from the end of the race.
Imagine if we were playing drinking games right now.
I mean, I know that
none of us survive.
None of us would survive.
I think it was the core sim racing guys that do that with the RSL, some of the RSL broadcast. But there we go. AAA Esports versus Urano Esports. You know, a third of a second between those two right now at the moment. And well, how things change so quickly here in this one. AAA Esports able to hold on to that 9th place for now, but certainly a possibility that Urano will be able to get through in this situation. And now, you know, there is the concept of silly hour in endurance racing, and you know, it's usually in the longer races, the 12 hours, the 24 hours, not quite in the 6 hours, but could we be seeing the start of something here, David?
I think it's been all 6 of them, hasn't it? It's going to be all 6. It's been all of them so far.
Could possibly be. I'm seeing another spinner out on circuit. I'm basically trying my best to try and jinx this race right now. It feels like Maniti Racing SEO Purple 278 has some major damage to the rear end of that car, it seems like, as they got up over the curb and they got run into by Race Clutch 16. So Race Clutch 16 actually had nothing to do with that incident. They were just trying to avoid everything. Maniti Racing, SEO Purple with Matthias Schultz behind the wheel. They almost catch the HM Engineering car as well. I wonder if we can get a replay of that one. That was the Maniti Racing car, the Maniti Racing SEO Purple number 278 that has had a problem. We will continue to watch this battle, though.
Battle inverted commas.
Oh, sorry. I just saw on the live pictures, Maniti Racing SEO Purple, when they tried to come on towards pit lane, there was a prototype Satellite Racing trying to go through and basically block them from going down on towards the pits just for a moment.
battle inverted commas here because AAA Esports are about to pit and Urano Esports are just on their second lap out of the pits as they go a little bit deep. But it's difference in strategy here.
At least luckily for them, it isn't like Monza where it is a very deep braking zone and lock the rears of the car and lose 3 seconds in the process just because you cut the chicanes.
Yeah, absolutely. As well, we were trying to get the replay of the Maniti Racing SEO Purple car that had a problem. That's coming up over a curb and hit the Race Clutch 16 car. That was the 278 Maniti Racing Purple car. That's now down on towards pit lane. So there's them coming down towards pit lane. We're gonna have to wind things back a little further, I think. I'm not
That's
sure.
satellite, isn't that?
Oh, there we go. There it is. So we have to wind things back just a little further to see exactly what has happened. I tried to describe it the best I can from my point of view, but the best thing is to show you on the live pictures. Here we go. Maniti Racing running out wide and clatters the Race Clutch car, and HM Engineering just getting away by the skin of their teeth.
How did Race Clutch did not get spin around boggles my mind right now. No joke.
Have another look at it. Again, it's a pretty simple case of up over the curb, car brakes, traction, Race Clutch have nothing to do with it. Like that's basically that instance summed up in quite a nice nutshell.
It boggles my mind. I know this track is really tricky. Some of these, I'm not gonna say concrete curbs, you know, or the zebras, you know, because the majority of these curbs are either something like cobblestones, a mixture of cobblestones and concrete. So you don't get the best drive out of them, and they're quite big. So if you get it wrong, it kind of pushes your car midway through it. It will kind of bottom out, and you're gonna get a little bit loose. That's what happened. It's a race system, but it still boggles my mind that number 16 Race Clutch has not gone into that stratus.
Sometimes the contact model works in mysterious ways, but Pila Racing Team, Euronics, and Racecraft Esports pretty close out there on circuit. I think now would probably be a decent time to take a little bit of a break, unless this little battle wants to continue happening. This is Unicos Gaming versus German Sim Racing DE by ECV, having a little bit of a scrap coming through the Mercedes-Benz arena. But again, for basically mid-pack positions inside of the GTC class at the moment. So not mattering too much in the grand scheme of things, but maybe for some of these teams it is really, you know, a good opportunity for them to try and show what they're made of. Of course, German Sim Racing D haven't done too well so far this season. Of course, sort of towards the middle and the back of the GTC class, but you know, they still have the right to search for these positions and try and get a little bit of airtime here on RaceSpot TV. Unicos Gaming, they've been through a couple of troubles so far this event. They are down 3 spots from where they started here in this one, and it doesn't look like it's going to end well for them either, unless they're able to hold on to this position. We got news though that the 15-second stop and hold penalty to the number 9 car. So that's Core Sim Racing, number 9. That's the prototype. Stop and hold penalty for 15 seconds. Unnecessary risk while lapping, resulting in a collision with the number 57. So that's the second penalty for Core Sim Racing number 9. They had a drive-through penalty a little bit early on for a very similar situation with one of the Racecraft Esports GTCs. So they're going to have to bring that car down towards the pit lane for a penalty service again. This time, though, they'll have to stop for 15 seconds in their pit box. So, I mean, they also have a bit of damage as well from that contact. So it does mean that maybe a podium finish for Core Sim Racing here is basically just not going to happen.
Connor, you remember how their race ended at Sebring, don't you?
Well, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Oh, no, you weren't there.
Yeah.
No, okay. Well, gosh, it wasn't great. They kind of ran headfirst into a wall. So it's just a real shame to see the great performance that they've got, great speed they managed to find out of the tyres. Here is the Orion cars.
Ooh.
Having a bit of fun with Martin Christensen in the Chill Blast Williams.
So Corsim Racing coming down in for their penalty. 15 seconds stationary in their pit box.
Orion too.
Yeah, Orion Race Team coming down in. I think they do also have the penalty. That's number 46 car. Another drive-through penalty for Orion Race Team. So they're off and away, absolutely no problems. But yeah, well, what could have been for Corsim Racing, because they were looking so good. You know, even after that initial drive-through penalty, they were able to claw themselves back into a potential race-winning position, and then they just bite off more than they can chew when it comes to lap traffic.
And that kind of opens up the podium P3 fight. I'm not gonna say with Core itself, but Milano Bianco with the different strategies and all, just under the second against Yasheed. Of course, a little bit of an off cycle, 7 laps advantage towards Yasheed in the field, but Tommaso Carla just charging, trying to get the P3 out of the Yasheed team.
Number 38 has had a spin out there on circuit, and that's the Butler Powell Motorsports Neon. So that's the 38 car is coming through the chicane towards the end of the lap. They get basically dive bombed by Satellite Racing coming into there, and that caused a little bit of an error for them as they tried to get into the corner. Car just wanted to swap ends. So that's what happened to the number 38 cars, who caused a bit of a yellow flag situation through the final sector. We've had another penalty come through, drive-through penalty to the number 26. That is RHG Esports for causing a collision with the 376. So Elliot Veron's going to have to bring that RHG Esports car down on towards pit lane. And that was with the SimRC car. We did actually see that in the replay of that incident. So yet more drive-through penalties. I'm not going to count how many we're up to right now, but rest assured it is quite a lot. We've gone through 64 protests, and we are just over the halfway stage.
Soon you're going to be counting on fingers and toes and then run out of those, Connor, either way it is going.
He can still count because still have the tongue, so the tongue can count as a finger of sorts, an improvised finger, so he can count up to 21. After that, it's hard.
But he can't tell us about it at the same time.
Or you can do or you can count in base 12 and use the segments of your fingers to be able to count. That's also an option if you wanted to go for it. But yeah. 2 hours, 45 minutes left to go here in this one. We're going to go take a RaceSpot TV fan emergency because we're steadily starting to go insane here in the commentary booth. Why not? Let's go GTC, because I think we've done GT and we've done LMP2, so why not go with GTC? Let's go, well, for a move down the inside as far as German Sim Racing are concerned. Over Unicross Sim Racing, they'll lean doors on each other coming through the first sector, and German Sim Racing trying the outside line, can't get any momentum around the outside there, but let's go on board with them, that German Sim Racing car, to see if they're able to complete this move over the Unicross Gaming machine. We'll go RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with that German Sim Racing DE by ACV machine. We'll take a break for just a couple of moments, but on board with the number 69 machine. Well, hello everyone and welcome back to the Sports Car Open. We are past the halfway point of the 6 hours of the Nurburgring for round number 3 of this season. My name is Connery Maddock. I'm joined by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonza for the commentary on this broadcast. We were just on board with the German sim racing car that might have had a bit of a problem on lap number 101 through the Dunlop curve. We caught that live on air. But hopefully you'll be able to get back into the swing of things and go chasing for a couple more positions. We'll actually be able to get the replay up of that. So instead of the onboard view that we had, we can get this one from the regular TV cams, as it's going to be one of these prototypes that's going to come through at a rate of knots, and boop, being pushed out the way and being dragged across the grass as well. That was the number 76 prototype there. That was the Sim RC prototype that caused the contact there with German Sim Racing, and German Sim Racing are not going to be too happy about that one. They just got basically booped in the rear bumper from behind through the hairpin.
Booped is the polite way of putting it. They definitely got, gosh, what do they call that in oval short track racing? Whatever, you don't really want to apply it to this situation. That was, again, just a little over-ambitious, trying to force their way through some traffic. But ambitious up the hill towards the final chicane. No problems for Unicos.
So here we go then, coming in towards the final 2 hours and 30 minutes of this race then. The end is in sight. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel of what has been a pretty chaotic race up into this point. It has to be said. The stewards have been very, very busy in the steward's office trying to sort out all these different bits of contacts and different situations that have happened over the course of this race. We've had a ton of drive-through penalties come through. We've had a handful of stop and hold penalties as well, some to pretty top teams as well in terms of those top couple of positions in each class. So no one has been immune mostly from the ire of the stewards, as we are coming towards the end of the prototype stints right now. So Movano Sim Racing Rosso have dived down in towards pit lane. They're going to be hoping for a little bit more luck in terms of the pit stop times this time around compared to what they've been able to do versus Team Redline, who's gotten the good end of all the pit stop variation so far. But Movano Sim Racing Rosso are on pit lane getting their pit stop service done. Michael Partington still behind the wheel of that car, so going for yet another stint behind the wheel. Off and away he goes. It was a 31.7 second stop for Movano Sim Racing Rosso. Core Sim Racing also in as well. They're having to race from behind once again after getting themselves another penalty involved in their battle with the Movano Sim Racing Rosso car, but getting into a tangle with that traffic and getting the blame for that as well, which was deserved. And now they're sitting, well, currently in 5th place, but of course pit stop cycle is in effect right now for those prototype cars. We're expecting to see the race leader come down in at the end of this lap. In fact, it's happening right now, although I see a car very wide out into the ground. BS competition, race leader in GT category has just gone off the circuit, and they've rejoined. It was at Bill's at the Ford curve, I believe it was, excuse me, that they've had this problem, and they just go wide. They just go wide. No, they had help. They had help from Burst. Bit of contact with the prototype heading its way through. Forces your current GT leader to go out very wide into the gravel. They do hold on to the race lead, but again, this in this GT category is still a bit of a strategy battle due to the separation in the stint lengths and stint times. This might be the open door for Cova and Team Redline GT to try and pounce on this opportunity. It just depends on how much damage BS Competition has.
I'd hope not too much. Honestly, like, it wasn't a big tap. It's just a very critical time as you're turning into the corner. The car can very easily be upset then, unlike, you know, when you're just going down the straight or something when the tire's already loaded near enough to its peak grip. It doesn't take much to push it over that and send you into trouble.
Warren Henrich would be counting his lucky stars that instant wasn't as bad as it could have been. A bit of a forceful move there from Burst Esports. So we'll see what the protests are like when they come through. There are a couple of pending protests. One for the 66 car is under investigation. That's Simpson Esports for diving too late and pushing the 93 car of Urano Esports off the track. And then there's one for the move in Dunlop as well. So the 93 is under investigation, Urano Esports, for moving under braking. So that was of the same instant there. So both teams trying to blame each other. Pure Sims Esports went for a bit of an off-track excursion coming through the Michael Schumacher S's there, it seems. Definitely going to be a slow-down penalty for Ferguson to have to serve. So again, drivers having problems. Oh, instant in the four curves right now. 7-2-1. Movano Sim Racing Verda has a problem, and they did it all on their own. They just dropped the back end of that Audi, and Race Clutch 15 coming at them at a rate of knots. They don't make any contact, but they have to slam on the anchors.
Yeah, just carrying way too much speed right in between the Valvoline curve and also the fork curve, and Race Clutch just slamming on the brakes, avoiding contact, and you can see Ludwig Scheich just letting everyone go by safely and soundly, so that he doesn't have any rejoin trouble. But unfortunately for this Movano Verdi car, that if we are to compare in the previous race in Monza, it actually did pretty good. If I recall correctly, they were up to actually win the category at one spot, but didn't capitalize on it. And you can see the rear end just stepping out in the mid-apex.
It seems to be, as we'll go back to the live pictures then of Ludwig Scheich trying to work his way around. We have a warning to the 93 for making unnecessary contact with the 66. So yet more of those penalty results or other protest results are coming through. So they, in that little altercation between Urano Esports and the other machine there, I think that was the Simsa Esports car. They've just kind of sorted it out between themselves and said, okay, Urano Gaming had more of the blame for that, so they're just going to get a warning for that. The 777 is off right now. This car's going off left, right, and centre. You would have been forgiven for thinking that it all of a sudden started to have a bit of downpour out there on circuit, but there isn't rain in iRacing just yet. Racecraft Esports have had an off through the Mercedes arena, and again, it's just dropped the back end of that Audi out into the marbles, and there's just no grip.
You can definitely see a dark line forming through part of the arena here as well, as we've raced for long enough that it's worn in the racing line and left a lot of marbles, which you can sometimes see off the racing line there.
Yeah, and, well, Uniclass Gaming and H Engineering still trying to continue on with this little battle that we have going on at the moment. But, yeah, at least the stewards get a little bit of a break for now, because I'm not seeing any protests currently pending, so they can go and make a sandwich or have a coffee or something and get prepared, be prepared for the next batch, because I don't think this race has any signs of calming down. For the moment. There's another protest come through just as I say that, so it seems like anything I say just kind of happens at this point. So the number 6 has been protested, so that is the Burst Esports car. That's the incident that we did see. Burst Esports and BS Competition. So I think Burst Esports, they're being under investigation at the moment, so we'll have to see what the results are in terms of that protest, but I don't think it's going to really affect BS Competition in any way. It was more Burst Esports going for a little bit of an optimistic move with the lap traffic.
Yeah, but I'm just curious over here. I think David can actually called the simple question this as well. Is instead of a commentator's curse, because normally we are very infamous for doing some kind of cursing in between the races, can we say this is the Connery Maddox curse?
Look, I have the habit of cursing endurance races, so you don't want to tempt fate.
Yeah, I know this much, and I remember the Suzuka race with Race Clutch.
Yes, we we will never forget that. Meanwhile, Pure Sims looking to the inside on Sim RC through the kink just before the final chicane, and they flashed the headlights to show their frustration that they weren't able to get their way by. Of course, they are on the same strategy here. They both are on double stinted tires right now. They both are 25 laps on their stint. So this is a battle fair and square out on circuit. I'm not sure why Daniel Ferguson is so frustrated behind SimRC at the moment. He might have an opportunity here down in towards turn number 1. He's going to go towards the inside, and Hayden Burns, can he fight this one on the outside? There's a GTE waiting to try and get through here. Might even disrupt the battle. We'll go 3 wide in towards turn 2. That's optimistic there from the BMW, and SimRC are able to remain ahead for now, but is there a path for that Pure Sims Esports car to head its way through? Has the gap been made by the BMW? No, but look at how close he gets to the rear end of the SimRC Audi. That is as close as you like without making any contact, looking to the inside for the left now, and no progress being made through there. Scares, well, a bit of an alternate line being taken up towards the forward curve. There might be a drive off the corner here for Pure Sims Esports down towards Dunlop. There's certainly the opportunity that has arisen for them, but here comes a prototype. It has to be timed so well, and Pure Sims, they were thinking about that move, but they saw that race clutch prototype coming through at rear knots, and here comes the GT category leader as well. BS Competition trying to spoil the party.
All going on is just a matter of corners there for Pure Sims. Was so close. And the flash of the headlights earlier was because they had just a little bit of overlap heading to the kink, and the door got slammed. Pure Sims, I think, even had to lift out of the throttle in that case, and maybe should have done it in that corner just there as well. They are pushing all over the place for second. I believe your winners from Sebring at the season opener.
Yep, so trying to, again, find any sort of opportunity. It does seem like they are the faster of the two cars in this particular battle right now, but again, no opportunities have been capitalized on just yet as far as Pure Sims Esports are concerned. Is there going to be another look into turn number 1 this time around? There's yet more prototypes sliding their way through in the background. Pure Sims Esports going to go deep on the brakes, but no commitment to the inside from that far back. That's for certain. But they're keeping themselves in contention now, and it's all about how this prototype traffic comes through on them now. And Pure Sims needs to capitalize and try and follow through in the tire tracks, perhaps.
And as you mentioned, traffic, 50 cars started the race, and I think we've only had 5 retirements, despite how many damaged cars there are, how many penalised cars there's been. We really have not had many retirements, so the traffic still comes up thick and fast. Probably hasn't advantaged Pure Sims at a couple of occasions in the last couple of laps. So they've been trying to stick close to SimRC, trying to bring the fight. Someone comes up behind and gets in the way.
I was gonna mention that, you know, we only have 5 retirements, but in 50 cars in the field. But it doesn't look like it. It looks more like a VLN race of sorts in terms of numbers. It looks like there's 100 cars out on the track, but instead of a 28-kilometer track, it is just a short 5.1 kilometer track. And well, another pit stop, another drive-through for the Burst Esports team.
Yeah, that was the incident that we saw with the GT race leader. So Burst Esports have been deemed at fault for that, so they are going to have to serve a drive-through penalty over the next couple of laps. So I think that's the correct decision as far as I am concerned. At least that's how I would have judged it if I was in the steward's room. I'm not, so take my opinion with a grain of salt. That's probably the best advice when it comes to my opinions, let's just say that. But SimRC...
I think twice about registering for a race that I knew you were a steward for, Connery.
I'm glad I have a vote of confidence. But SimRC still holding on to the second place. The prototype diving down towards the inside might open up the door here for Pure Sims Esports. They're definitely going to try and go for it. They have a big wide arc coming through turn 2. If they can carry the speed to the exit, that will make an opportunity happen in towards turn 3, and that's exactly what has happened. They go for the inside line, but the advantage switches back here for turn 4 as Simasi are back on the inside line, and they're side by side coming off the corner. Simasi giving a lot of room there on the outside of the corner. Now door to door, continuing down towards turn number 5 here. Again, still nothing to separate these two cars. Through the forward curve they come, and there's just absolutely nothing to separate these two. It's brilliant stuff, but Pure Sims Esports do have the speed off the corner to be able to make the pass complete. Is there a dive in response from SimRC? The answer is no, in towards Dunlop, but Pure Sims have committed a little bit too much there. Potential for SimRC to come back at them coming towards the end of this lap.
Yeah, but let me just say, there's a little bit of great car control coming out of Hayden Burns, because the car got really loose on the exit of 4 curve heading into Valvoline. You can see the car just getting slightly wobbly, and the Pure Sims LMP just right in the back with both those Audi R8s, and still Hayden managed to keep the car control nice and smooth and not lose any time in the process. Of course, being overtaken in the Dunlop curve just about 2 turns after.
So can Pure Sims extend this gap? It looks like they are, well, definitely trying to do so, finding some success here. There we go. SimRC just going to dive on towards pit lane. So they lose that position, and then they decide to come down in for a scheduled stop here. It's around about that time for GTCs, so it doesn't surprise me at all. Hayden Burns onto the safety of pit lane for pit stop service, and his pit stop is one of the first ones, so he has to really get that car to the right to be able to get itself get himself inside his pit box. Of course, we've seen one driver have a problem with that already. Here's Impulse Racing and Burst Esports in prototype, Alpha P7 in that particular class, having to deal with the Audi traffic at the moment. But Burst Esports, I think they have, yes, they just had served their drive-through penalty, so they cycled back into 8th place.
Per my numbers, Impulse Racing here have been through the pit lane 5 times, all of them for regular service. Burst Esports have been through the lane 8 times. So they've definitely served at least 2 drive-throughs that I can recall. So it's not ideal. There's a few of these teams here that just been really promising on track, have some great driver lineups, and just the execution hasn't been flawless, which it needs to be if you're going to be a winning team or a podium team in such a complex field of 19, 20 cars. You can't have a mistake or a big mistake and still be a podium getter. So it's similar for Core as it is for Burst. No one's going to look at any of the driver lineup on either of those teams and say not quick. They've made some rash decisions, found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, and penalties have followed.
Especially in a track like this, you can afford to do mistakes. It's very hard to actually get that time back that you lost.
Well, indeed. And, well, this gap just kind of extending out a little bit more. Impulse Racing able to get the gap a little bit. You can see the comparison. There's Burst Esports, Simeon Lynch versus Peter Zuber here in this one. As we are getting towards 2 hours, 15 minutes to go in this race. And still very much undecided when it comes to the winner, at least in LMP2s and in the GT class. Of course, Team Redline hold all of the advantages in LMP2 at the moment, but we've seen how races can change and how quickly they can change when the instants happen and the tempers flare and the frustration really shows itself. Could make for a pretty spicy final hour. If you ask me if there's anything on the line for any of these teams, there won't be that little bit of respect between the drivers and the teams. They'll want to be gunning for every single position and every single piece of time that they can gain possible. But maybe don't go 110% right now. We're still a couple of hours from the end of the event. Keeping a close eye on prototypes though, because Movano, Simracing, Bianco, setting some pretty decent lap times out there. In fact, they were half a second faster than Team Redline on that last lap. Of course, nowhere near their best lap times right now due to the track temp being so much higher than it was at the very start of the event, but still going along very, very quickly. And, you know, they're making slow but steady progress over the cars ahead of them.
Yeah, I think the only thing that has not been quite close is that gap between Mike Partington, actually Mark Alckman and Mike Partington, which has kind of stabilized in between the 8 to 17 to 17 and a half seconds. Unfortunately, Partington not being able to capitalize on better tires and the different strategies. So it's a wide gap, of course, nothing decided as far. I think the interesting battles for me, in my perspective, is this BS competition, Kova Team Redline battle that we have in terms of gaps. You know, 4 seconds from Valtteri Allender to Lauren Heinrich. Wallmeyer is just under right about a second on Valtteri. So, and still undecided in their own different pit cycles. So, I think that will come down to the final pit
Sims
stop.
cutting the chicane again.
Maybe they found an alternate line that's faster. You know, who are we to judge?
Maybe they've got the racing line to match Redline's fuel pump. Who knows?
I was gonna say maybe he's Daniel Friesen is channeling his inner Baja. Since he's from the United States.
The time for a bit of off-road racing.
Yeah. But he's channeling his inner Baja, you know, skills. See how he does. Of course, he's gonna lose at least 1.5 seconds per lap if he does that. But who's counting, right?
Absolutely. So there's Impulse Racing and Burst Esports. That's the battle we've been watching over the last couple of moments, but it doesn't seem like that gap has really changed all that much over the course of those last couple of moments that we've been watching them. But it is basically the closest, or one of the closest battles out there on circuit right now. Kova and Team Redline GT potentially might be getting a little bit closer at this stage. They're 3 seconds between. Oh, right. Excuse me. It was between. Kova and Team Redline is actually just tipping under a second right now. So that is coming down now, and Jonas Wallmeyer behind the wheel of the Team Redline GT car having to deal with a lot of traffic and just about squeezes through. Kova also having to deal with traffic of their own as well up ahead. But things starting to heat up now for that second spot in GT. And I'm seeing these guys as both catching, slowly but steadily, BS competition for the race lead as well.
Yeah, I think so. Is there a potential for a tiny bit of damage for Lauren Heinrich after the contact with Burst? Possible.
It is. I mean, it depends on where on the car it is and where on the car, you know, those two machines actually made contact, because with side-by-side contacts like that, it can be a bit sketchy where the damage is actually applied. You know, is it just to the side pod? Is it just to not the side pod on these cars, but the doors, or on the or is it more of a wheel impact? You know, which can affect the wheel alignment and the suspension. You know, there's certain places where it's better to get damage than others. Is probably fair to say.
And there's certain places where it's less bad to get damage.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a glass half full, glass half empty.
Yeah, I'm a damage half empty kind of guy.
Damage half empty. What about you, Lorenzo?
Lorenzo's a microphone half activated kind of commentator. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. He must have stepped away just for a couple of moments. But having a look, P6 in prototypes, Yas Heat. Of course, they were optimistic on their strategy early on, trying to go for the triple stint, but they've kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit because they lost so much time by that pretty outlandish strategy that they've now cycled back into P6. And of course, they are relatively off cycle compared to some of the other cars in this class, but it still could have been a slightly more solid P4 for them, or even P3 for them, if they hadn't have gone for the optimistic entire life on the triple stint. But I think they've learned their lesson now and are starting to recover some ground somewhat.
Didn't work for anyone at Monza. I was struggling to imagine how it was going to work here instead, unless there's some magic in the pavement that we don't know about at the Nurburgring.
Oh boy, this is quite interesting. Sorry boys, Ivano Bianco just got a drive-through penalty for lapping dangerously the number 8 car.
Okay, so that changes things. I just spotted that come through. So that was, contact with the number 8, like you said. That was the AAA Esports BMW, I believe it was. Yes, it was. So drive-through penalty now for the second place prototype. Movano Sim Racing Bianco.
Not Rosso, Bianco, the fourth place prototype.
Oh, yeah, fourth place prototype, excuse me. So thanks for the correction there. So Movano Sim Racing Bianco having to come down in for a drive-through penalty. So the Rosso car, the second place prototype, is safe. So that wasn't the car that had the penalty. It was the number 20, fourth place Movano Sim Racing Bianco machine now has to come down in towards pit lane to get a penalty served. Look at the gap come down though for P2 and GT. Team Redline and Kova,
haven't they?
Oh yeah, Kova. Yeah, the pass has happened. That happened very quickly. Let's take a look at it because it's was on that previous lap, I believe it was. I'll just have to see exactly how it happened. Oh, Kova. Oh, it was a big moment actually because it seemed like Kova overcommitted to the Schumacher S's and they got a slowdown penalty and let Team Redline go. We'll see it on the replay in just a couple of moments.
Yeah.
Let's see. Into Dunlop is absolutely fine. They're actually behind the red line prototype, but that wasn't a factor here in this one. They just overcommit, carry a bit too much speed coming through the Schumacher S. Is the second apex. That's the problem there. They just cut it a little bit too fine, and Redline are able to get themselves by. It was a slowdown penalty for Kova. So that's the change for position in P2 and GT.
Yeah, and I was looking towards that Kova going way too deep into the inside part of the Kirby and the Michael Schumacher ass. They've done it time and time again. That cut into the Michael Schumacher ass. Of course, not clipping the send. And here's the thing. It's so easy for you to clip that send, and if you clip it, even though if it is just a slight clip, just one bit of your tire into that sand, it's enough for you to get a 1 second slowdown, but relatively you lose it 1.5 seconds. But they're back at it, fighting against Jonas Wallmeyer.
Very tempting, but very costly. That's why you call it a sand trap.
It's a trap.
I got what
There
I was
we go.
after.
But yeah, I mean this battle still continues though up on screen as Kova struggling a little with same class traffic there, as that was one of the Maniti racing cars that got in the way somewhat. So Kova trying to recover from that little error on the previous lap, going a little bit too quickly into the Schumacher S's and taking a more illegal line through the corner. And got themselves a slowdown penalty, but they still remain in contention here. They still get a little bit of the slipstream from Team Redline, so it's not over just yet here for P2, and it's not over just yet for either of these two teams' chances to actually go after BS competition in the race league, because that gap is still continuing to come down a couple of tenths of a second a lap. The gap now stands at about, well, just over 3.5 seconds between BS competition and Team Redline.
And the gap might widen up a little bit because we can see there's the VRS satellite. Well, I just opened up my mouth and it actually closed down a little bit in between both drivers, still keeping it stable. Half a second between both drivers as they both go down to the start finish line into turn number 1. And we can see Valtteri actually going for a deeper braking zone than Wallmeyer. Wallmeyer just taking more of a conservative approach.
Now, Jonas Wallmeyer, he's going to be no stranger to these sorts of situations. Very experienced driver. Same with Valtteri Alander as well. So 2 very experienced drivers behind the wheel of these 2 GTE machines, both of them BMW M8s. So no difference in terms of the manufacturer. There's a slight difference in terms of the stint lengths, though, as Team Redline GT are 24.5 laps on their stint. Kova are 32.5 laps on their stint. So Kova should, if trend continues, be down on towards pit lane at the end of this lap, if not the next one, because they have been able to manage a 34 lap stint before. They're on 32.5 right now, so they're due on towards pit lane, but Team Redline GT, they're still having to wait another 8, 9, 10 laps or so.
So the couple of times that Kova did do a short fill, the most recent one was a full fill. So they've, I think, almost no, not almost entirely, but covered quite a lot of their shorter fills early. Probably aren't going to have as many short stops later on now.
Doesn't look like they stay out this time around, which is not surprising considering they have gone 34 laps on the stint before. We've even seen GTE machines push it to 35 laps on a stint, so that's not surprising at all. But they're certainly not letting Team Redline shake them at the moment. You know, they're still remaining about this second back and continuing to be a presence as far as that Team Redline car is concerned. Coming up towards about 2 hours to go in this one, as we are deep inside the second half of the 6 hours of the Nurburgring here in the Sports Car Open, streaming live on RaceSpot TV. Of course, we are going to be moving a lot of our broadcasts over to this main RaceSpot TV channel for the foreseeable future, so we'd very much appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button if you don't want to miss any of the broadcasts that we do. Of course, you can hit the like button on this broadcast as well to try and help us out a little bit as far as the YouTube algorithm is concerned. But, of course, like I said, we're going to have to be moving all of our broadcasts over from RS Esports Network over to RaceSpot TV YouTube channel for the foreseeable future. So that's why you're not seeing us streaming on the RS Esports Network right now. For example, this is the case for the entirety of the rest of the broadcast companies as well. So that's just the situation here coming towards the end of November. But there might be something in the works a little bit later on to bring all the broadcasters together once again. Just watch this space for that one. But
pit entry for Kova.
Oh yeah, slightly sketchy as they decide to visit the pit lane. We did expect them in the next couple of laps, and they come down in now and look for their pit stop service. Of course, Team Redline, they're going to stay out for perhaps another around about 6 or so laps at this point. It would be my expectation. We are due a pit stop for BS Competition though, as their pit stop window is open right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them come down in the next couple of moments.
Yeah, and I think I've got their last 2 stints as 30 and 33 laps, and they're on 31 into this one now. So they haven't quite been, you know, pushing far past the top of the hour. Trying to have some slightly shorter runs, just chop the race up into 6 one-hour segments.
Yeah, so that seems to be the plan for BS Competition, just to, like you said, split it up evenly and pit on the hour every single hour. It's an okay strategy as far as GTEs are concerned. Some other teams preferring to really push those stints out and then go for the much shorter fuel stop at the end of the race. 3 wide though, coming, well, at least with the Team Redline GT car. We're looking at the BS Competition machine right now as they are 3.3 seconds ahead. So they're continuing to lose pieces of time here and there. Of course, a lot of that recent loss was subject to all the traffic that they had to work their way through on. But again, I actually wonder if there's at least a little bit of damage to the BS Competition car that's really hampering their pace at the moment. They're actually going to dive on towards pit lane. This is quite early for best competition. Well, it's in terms of the grand scheme of things in GTEs, but it's about on time for them due to their pitting on the hour every hour.
Yeah, and Redline still has about 4 or 5 laps into their fuel stint, so it kind of opens up a little bit of a door to Jonas Valmeyer to try to open up a gap, but you can see that traffic is not playing one bit whatsoever.
I wonder if we can pull the track map up right now, because there's a whole bunch of traffic in the Mercedes-Benz arena right now, actually just coming out of it right now. It's pretty congested in that portion of the racetrack, and there doesn't seem to be much of a break for any of those drivers that's currently involved in that big old train. And we got to say goodbye to David Haynes for the rest of this broadcast. It is getting very, very, very late, or rather very early in the morning as far as Australia is concerned. Thank you very much for joining us, David, and we wish you the best of luck in whatever you do next. I get the feeling he's already gone. So there we go. Yes, competition, they're hoping that they're not down and out of this race. They are still waiting for that fuel to go in. It's a full pit stop service here for BS competition. They actually get Lauren Henrich still behind the wheel. Or rather, Reina Talvar, they actually do go for the driver change to BS competition. So Talvar is now behind the wheel of the BS competition car. So it's the most full pit stop service you can go for. Fuel, tyres, and driver change for your GT category race leader. And they're off and away with just over a minute on their stop. So it's around about the time that we expect them to take down on towards pit lane. We are going to have to wait a while, though, for Team Redline to visit in kind due to their slightly different strategy with pushing out the stints.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you're really going to try to push out as much as you can, and I can totally see that Zuba should be going into the pit lane. This is one of the key aspects of things. I think for now, Zuba should have right about 2.5-ish pit stops left. He comes down into pit lane as we speak. He's going to do his service. I believe from the looks of it will be just fuel. He just did a 51.3 on the previous one, so it's going to be really interesting. And his final pit stop should be coming down with, I'm probably going to say 25 minutes remaining, roughly, on his stint. If it is going to be 40-40. So he's in a good spot to actually get top 5 if they just play their cards right.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility for the Impulse Racing car coming down in towards pit lane now, getting the pit stop service underway. We're waiting for, well, a couple of laps away from the stops from the rest of the prototype field as well, as these stops are sort of kind of coming thick and fast at this point in the race. Just under 2 hours to go in this one. There's the gap between BS competition and Cova. That's one of the battles that we've been watching, and now BS competition, well, they were able to come out ahead of Cova, but not by any sort of comfortable margin. Their lead has really been eaten into here by Cova, and now they're at threat of losing the race lead. But meanwhile, Matrim Engineering and Butler Powell Motorsports to the outside through the King, coming up towards the chicane, and they're going to be able to get that pass done through towards NGK chicane. So that was a pretty daring move from Butler Powell Motorsports, but they're going to be able to have that one complete. They go very wide through Coca-Cola Chaos, so HN Engineering might be able to come back at them coming down the pit straight here. There's a prototype looking to try and get its way through as well, and does so. Car coming off of pit lane might put a doubt in the mind of the HM Engineering car, and it does. So that's the Williams Esports Chill Blast car coming out the pit lane, rejoining the race ahead of this particular battle. And HM Engineering just getting a little bit explorative with all of these lines coming through the Mercedes arena, but again, not going to be able to find anything to bring him alongside that Butler Powell Motorsports car just for the moment. But yeah, I think the more interesting battle right now is the BS competition and Cova situation, because with a good stop from Team Redline, they're definitely going to be in the fray as far as that battle is concerned as well. So we might even see a 3-car scrap for GT race lead, effective race lead due to the pit stop cycle being in effect in just a couple of moments once Team Redline come down into pit.
Yeah, and I think from all the street cars, they pretty much put up the same blueprint. Double stint the tires. I think the only thing that might differ might be the fuel. See how much fuel they're gonna put into their gauge when they come down in the pit lane. From what looks of it, Ahola did a 107 into his service. Talvar 102. It all comes down to Meyer, see how effective he's going to be in terms of fuel into his second to final pit stop. But definitely, Redline will put tires into that car.
Yeah, and well, Redline on fresh rubber is probably not the phrase that a lot of teams are looking forward to. But Team Redline, yep, they are down on towards pit lane now. And let's see where they come out in relation to this little fight that's going on right now. Because AAA Esports Black, they are off cycle compared to these front runners, so they're just going to kind of get out of the way of BS competition there. And I think they might do the same for Kova as well. And well, no, they'll go side by. Oh, there we go. They'll break and let Kova go through. They know that is not their battle to fight. Where is Team Redline going to come out in relation to this, though? That is the big question, because this is the fight for the effective race lead on your screen right now between BS Competition and Kova, and Team Redline can definitely join the fray. But do they come out ahead of the battle, or do they come out in at the very back of the battle? That is the question. And I'm just seeing that pit stop service come through. It is a full pit stop service for Team Redline GT at the moment, so they will have fresh rubber. Basically the same fresh rubber that Kova and BS Competition have, because they took tires in their stops as well. Team Redline GT, that was a very, very fast stop, and they're off the way now. Where are they on the pit lane? Where are they going to come out in relation to this battle? There they are, just coming through pit exit right now. Here come the BS Competition team. They're going to go around the outside and through turn one. Redline trying to get the race lead. I think they've got it here. Kova Esports now going side by side through the Mercedes-Benz Arena. They can't quite get it done to try and get themselves up into second place, but what a stop again from Team Redline. They've had amazing stops in two different classes with the strategy, and now it's paid dividends once again, because now they lead GT.
I'm starting to think that Max Verstappen might have something to do with it. He brought the Red Bull engineers that kind of does that 1.85 second pit stops into the red line pit crew, and just let them, go ballistic in every single pit service that Redline does ever since the start of the race, basically being 4 seconds, nearly 4 seconds quicker than both their competition. And now you can see the Pure Sims LMP just staying right between the BS and Team Redline, opening up the gap a little bit, just going over a second.
Yeah, again, the Team Redline have been masters of the strategy so far in this event, both in prototypes and in this GT class as well. They've just found time on pit lane that no one else can seem to find.
Oh, and one more thing, Connery, sorry. BS Competition actually got a slowdown.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
that's why they lost so much time.
Yeah, they conceded to Kova. I was wondering if Kova was right behind them. Then I just saw them in front, and same thing that happened to Kova. Clipped the inside part of the turn in between the Michael Schumacher asses, and got that 1 second slowdown.
That's horrible there for BS Competition. They slide from effective first place to effective third place over the course of a couple of laps, and now they're getting dove in on by the number 46 Orion race team prototype there in the background of the shot. So yeah, BS Competition, I'm not sure if they can recover from this now, because if they do have have a bit of damage to that car as a result of the little contact that they had with the Burst Esports prototype just about what feels like an hour or so ago at this point, then it's going to be a pretty tough job for them to be able to do anything at the end of this race. But Kova also potentially could give Team Redline a run for their money as well. There's so many different elements here to be concerned about. It's absolutely fantastic to watch, and it might be the featured battle towards the end of this race, as Protex has calmed down a considerable amount.
Yeah, it came down a considerable amount, and again, I think that we should be looking to those final pit stops. Maybe I'm not gonna for the LMPs might be the second to last pit stop whenever they come down into pit lane. The first one to coming down is actually the Movano Rosso, Mike Partington. I fully expect Partington to actually concede his seat back to Maxime Briand and let the French driver finish these final 2, maybe 3 stints into this race. Elkeman going for one more lap, and Carl Jensen most likely also going for an additional lap, 24 total.
Yeah, so keeping themselves out there for now. It's been 24 lap stints every single time for Team Redline Prototype, so that is not surprising to me. AAA Esports, Maniti Racing, again, couple of tenths of a second between these two as we've been watching them go around for the last couple of moments. And of course, the battle for middling mid-pack positions for the GT class. I'm seeing some prototype stops happening right now. Movano Sim Racing Rosso has come down in. Core Sim Racing number 9 also on pit lane for not their final service. They're going to have to do, I think, a couple more before the end of this race. It might even be 3 more by the time this race is done. Well, it'll be 2 more after this one, I believe. But right now, it's just sort of bubbling along quite nicely. Race leader is in, so Team Redline Prototype deciding to come down on towards pit lane then. I think they might even have 3 stops left to go in prototypes, because Team Redline is coming down with 59-ish laps remaining. They're only able to do 24 lap stints, so it's going to be a bit of a splash at some point for the vast majority of these prototypes.
Every single one of them has to do a splash. There is no way you can save a full hour of fuel. So expect the final pit stop to...
Well, it won't be a full hour. It would be like 10 laps, which is still not possible.
Yeah.
But still, yeah.
It's gonna be if it follows the 35 40 or between, let's just say 35 it will be 35 1 hour and 15. Yeah, it should be full fuel services usually for every single one of them. If they go 40, I can definitely say it's gonna be basically 3/4 to 4/5 of a fuel stint in the final pit stop.
Could potentially be Team Redline Prototype still on pit lane. They are going for a full pit stop service. They actually get Patrick Wolf behind the wheel of the car as well. So they will come out with the race lead once again here. Absolutely no problems for them. Gas Heat also down towards pit lane. We have Burst Esports also visiting the lane this time around as well. We even have a GTE car deciding to pit this time as well. So that's R8G Esports also in. If you want to follow along with your own live timing, then we have live timing available at RaceSpot.tv/endurance for all of your live timing needs. So if there's some little thing that you want to keep track of that we're not talking about, well, you can do so with the live timing at RaceSpot.tv/endurance. There we go. Lorenzo has posted the link in the chat, so you can simply click on that and get to what you want. You are a bot, not just in not just in that context, but in Counter-Strike as well, I'm sure. But
wow, okay, that's how it is. Okay.
I'm just throwing it down here. Okay. AAA Esports, Maniti Racing. I think Hugo is having a love affair with these 2 cars at the moment because they are the closest battle out on circuit. They still remain within that half a second. It's just Maniti Racing just hasn't really had any looks at all.
No, none at all. Maniti, that silver car just trying to push. Sorry, it is a silver car. I'm getting confused sometimes. But that silver car just trying to push, and Dominic Olivier and not being able to find any gap whatsoever. He goes for the Bilstein, doesn't look fine, doesn't find anything in it. It goes back, has stuck back into the slipstream and be a passenger once again. And now we're back into this fight between Race Clutch and Movano Bianco, which isn't actually a battle. It's more of a gap battle. It's coming down bit by bit, but the advantage for now goes towards Race Clutch. And good to see Race Clutch being back into top 5 frame after having a little bit of a wonky start and getting multiple penalties.
The warning, we have a warning come through for the number 7.
Red line prototype.
Ooh, yeah, that is your race leader. So your race leader has gotten a warning for unnecessary risk while lapping the number 14 car. Meanwhile, this battle going on circuit for P3 right now. Team Chimera trying to hold on to position. Of course, this is a little bit of a off-cycle battle, shall we say. And, oh, big move there, or a big swerve from Team Chimera. And RaceSpot had to avoid it. Trying to go around the outside now at turn 3. Again, I have to say these cars are off-cycle in terms of this battle. It's Team Chimera trying to go the distance on their fuel here and it's causing RaceSpot 15 a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and you can see Rick Yonk is not actually happy whatsoever with the Ben Tusting's driving, defensive driving here in this first sector off the track, and he's going for it. Of course, Team Chimera due to come down in pit lane anytime soon. If not on this lap, maybe on the next one. We know Chimera are usually known in the sim racing community as the gods of saving fuel, so it all comes down to see how that when that number 54 car will come down in the pit lane for their service. But putting a good show for now, holding that number 15 car back for a few seconds.
Yeah, just holding position just for the moment here. And, you know, RaceSpot, they'll be feeling pretty frustrated about this, but there's not too much that they can do about it apart from just wait until that Chimera car comes down on towards the pit lane, which they have right now. So down on towards pit entry they come. And for Team Chimera, they're still going to have to do a handful of stops at the end of this race, perhaps one short fuel as well, that kind of everyone else in prototypes also has to do. But maybe it's just going to be a little bit of a shorter short fill for the Team Chimera car at the very end of this event compared to everyone else. I'm still keeping an eye on the Kova and BS competition fight because that still remains within a second here as Antiohola and Reina Talva looking to try to do battle here, but Kova have been able to keep that gap pretty stable for the moment, but stable isn't enough when you consider that they've dropped 3 seconds to Team Redline for the race lead.
Yeah, but other than that, Dylan Scrivens, 34 laps on that BMW M8 for Maniti in the race lead. Of course, losing time to Redline. They're getting closer and closer. It was 44 at first time I looked at it, and right now it is 38 seconds. But still, the good fuel efficiency out of the Dutch blue car from Maniti, and getting to a really good spot when coming down for the final pit service.
Should set themselves up for a pretty good run at the very end here. Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I'm just kind of afraid that the sort of fuel strategy is kind of not going to work out in Kova's favor or BS Competition's favor unless Team Redline are just still trying to go a little bit more marginal on these stops, and you know, that's why, you know, they're so much shorter, because they're saving fuel and really trying to cut down on the amount of fuel that they're taking here in this situation to go a couple of seconds faster on each and every stop. But will that come to bite them in the butt when it comes to the final stop of the race, or are they going to continue to be the gods of the pit stop that they have been throughout this event? Because right now, at least, Kova and BS Competition are still going to lose time in that final stop compared to Redline.
Yeah, relative right now is 2.7 between Johnny Vecchio and Antiohola, and Anti has right about 7/10. You're looking on the screen to Reiner Talvar. I think the key for them should be, you know, try to go for the safe fuel saving strategy. Just tuck back into the sleep stream of one another. Do not go for any aggressive moves. I think if they go over aggressive, it's not going to work out for them. They should work in tandem, in my opinion, to try to reach Johnny Vecchio. But Johnny, we know how much of a beast of a GT driver he is. Oh, we probably got something over here.
Yeah, big good run there for BS Competition. staying in the slipstream, but Cova RaceSpot still, despite BS competition and slipstream, are still able to pull away a little bit coming down the straight, and that's possibly the first sure sign of damage on that BS competition car. They're not quite getting to their top speed coming down the pit straight, so they're just going to fall a little bit further back every single time that happens. So they're kind of relying on Cova to try and pull them around the circuit right now. So they're just kind of sitting there drafting and gaining back the lost time that they have because of the damage.
Yeah, and also due to that, traffic alone just losing one more second to Johnny Vecchio, so getting a little bit more problematic for both cars whenever they have to come down in the pit lane. But that is in about 20 or so laps. In the meanwhile, Maniti Blue just came out of the pit lane. Ruben Bonga taking over from Dylan Scriven, so really good job from Dylan to keep that car alive and with a really good fuel efficiency, going for a full service. 1 minute and 1 minute 1 second for the Dutch team.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. I gotta say though, we have set up for a pretty intriguing finish as far as GT is concerned. Of course, the battles for the major positions inside of prototypes and inside of GTC have kind of fizzled out at this stage. There's still, still potentially a surprise in there, considering some of the gaps inside of GTC right now, but there's nothing that's imminent. Meanwhile, Cova and BS competition close on circuit, but without that straight line speed, I doubt that BS competition could really do anything into any of these heavy braking zones, because again, they just don't have that slight advantage with the slipstream top speeds than they would otherwise, because of maybe some form of damage. And even if they do get past, I think Cova would just so easily be able to get back past, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They're kind of like more relegated into just going for a more NASCAR approach, just duck in under the draft, save fuel, just try not let the Cova car break away, because once he breaks away, I think the problem for them is be within a certain contention zone and measure the relative gap to SimRC. It is a lengthy gap. It's around 27 seconds, but just because of that damage alone, you can lose so much relative time lap by lap, and you gotta give that SimRC hope when they come down into that final hour.
Still 2.5 tenths of a second between Cova and BS competition, but I think this gap is going to basically remain the same at least until those final stops for GTs, because they only have one more stop to go for the vast majority of them. A handful more for both prototypes and GTCs, but for GTs, they have the biggest fuel tank of the lot, especially with the fuel limited GT3 cars that we have in this particular series. So the GTEs are really the only cars that can very comfortably hit the hour on the fuel every single hour. But again, these guys, I mean, they gain a little bit more time back slightly on that last lap to Team Redline, so they're not hemorrhaging time like they were previously. It's just that the pit stops are not going to work out in their favor, so that gap is actually, in reality, in terms of the numbers, a little bit bigger than what we see right now, which is 3.5 seconds.
I was talking about microphone muted. Well done. But yeah, I think real relative gap, it should be. This is a wild guess for me, all right? This should be right in the 8 to 10 second gap, roughly, just based on pit stops alone and fuel strategies alone, coming down when they have to come in the next 20 laps. So I think Johnny has found himself in a really good groove, and the team has also found himself in a really good groove, not just pace-wise, but pit-wise, to not be worried like they were worried in Monza with fuel efficiency. So I think they're pretty much set for the remainder of this race.
It looks like they are. Renault Alva still just concerned about keeping that Cove Esports car in sight right now. If you're wondering why we aren't looking at anything else, it's because there's not really anything else happening up and down the field right now. But both the prototype class and the GTC class are pretty stagnant right now. But look at that little aggressive look from Renault Alva coming in through the Coca-Cola curve. So there still seems to be at least a little bit of pace inside that BS competition car. And there's no reason why they can't possibly get it back into P2, and well, the race lead is more unlikely, but still you can't count yourself out of these situations. Or what they could be doing is just going for the massive fuel saving game for the final stop here, Lorenzo.
It could, but they would have to rely on lifting. I would say lift right about the 250 mark before the braking to the first turn, and then if they can go for the lift and coast in every single portion of straight that you're gonna have. For example, they just came out of the Valvoline curve right now into the fourth curve, apologies, and just slightly before you can see that track of cobblestone and concrete, just lift off the gas and save more fuel. But you lose so much time in the process that I don't think it's pretty much worth it.
Yep, so this race is going to, come up to the hour and a half to go mark, and we've been broadcasting it ever since qualifying, so we've been going for, coming up to 6 hours at this point, so it's been a pretty long stint for us here in the commentary booth, and very long stints for maybe a couple of drivers out there. This is where the fatigue starts to set in a little bit as well for some of those drivers, especially if you've been behind the wheel for multiple consecutive stints. Of course, there is a driver fair share rule in effect here for the SCO, so you can't go the entire race all on your own, or go most of the race all on your own. You do have to share that in a relatively equal fashion with your co-driver or co-drivers. But we're coming up to around about 50 laps to go now if you look at Team Redline, so in that prototype class. So we're expecting around about 34 laps to go would be when GTEs or other GTs come down in for their final set of stops. We're looking at around about 28-ish laps to go for the GTCs to come down in towards pit lane, and then you would have the sort of splash and dash situation that the prototypes have to do after that as well. So their end to the race is a little bit more involved in terms of the splash and dashes than the other two classes. So keep an eye out for that one. Team Redline in the overall race lead, though, continuing to extend the gap over the rest of the field. It seems like all of those issues for the Vano cars, for Course Sim Racing especially, because they were absolutely flying in the middle portion of this race, but trying too desperately to not lose time behind lap traffic, and they punt the lap traffic into the grass and into the wall on not one but two occasions. So it's a pretty tough day for them, and you would say without all the penalties, Course Sim Racing could be in the race lead right now as far as overall positions are concerned.
If not in the overall lead position, they probably would be fighting Redline for the majority of this race, and it would turn out to be more of a very chess-like battle between both teams. They probably would have been aggressive towards one another. We know that Carl Jensen is an aggressive driver. He's of course not one to wait. If he finds an opportunity, he will go towards that opportunity. We know Patty Wolf is that kind of guy as well. Mark Eichmann a little bit more patient, and then you have Marius Gallenbach, which is also very patient but can be aggressive whenever he wants to if he finds the opportunity. Unfortunately, traffic giveth and traffic shall taketh away, and unfortunately it taketh from the core side of things. So all that Movano has to do if they really want to fight for that win is just try to play a very much more different strategy. Go for maybe an under fuel in the next pit stop and let Maxime just to catch up to the final pit stop and maybe put new rubbers in. You know, just play something that normally you wouldn't see the other side doing and see if it comes out on top.
So as we are very quickly, well, we're inside the final 1.5 hours, and soon the final hour will be upon us. Cova Esports and BS Competition, the closest battle on circuit right now. There's a close one developing between Yas Heat and Impulse Racing in prototypes as well, so we'll have to see the progress in terms of that one. BS Competition, it seems like they are seemingly a little bit faster in the more twisty portions of the track. It's just that they're losing out in terms of straight line speed, and they can't capitalize on any of this, the advantages that they have. So they're kind of just stuck behind the Cova car at the moment. But we will just take a very short break here on RaceSpot TV. We'll go on board with BS Competition for RaceSpot TV fan immersion. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Don't go away as we are heading quickly towards that final hour of the race. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 6 hours of the Nurburgring here for the Sports Car Open 2020 through to 2021 season. We were just on board with a couple of laps there with BS competition, but there's been an incident out there on circuit involving Simukube Inex Racing that has put them in front of a lot of traffic here. You can see that, and Impulse Racing also got a piece of that as well. So there was cars sprawled across the circuit. There was a big impact for Maniti Racing Silver coming through on that one, and it's a huge wreck involving multiple cars. And Impulse Racing, Inex Racing, the Maniti car Kova was coming up on that one as well, but they were able to pick their way through. We'll get to see this on the replay now, as there's the Maniti Racing car. They have a massive impact here, and they didn't really slow up, did they, Lorenzo?
No, they thought the car of the Impulse would have actually gone into the grass on the right-hand side. But unfortunately for them as well, is that they caught the car just halfway through the track. And the problem is when you're halfway through the track and you're that close, you can make up where you're going to go, left or right, up and down. You don't know how the car is going to behave. But look at this. We saw this similar incident with the racecraft and the core team, you know, that indecision, and you can see this quick second, the Maniti car just coming into the frame and hitting the Impulse car hard on the back end. You can see the back end damage of that Impulse car. That is going to change a lot of perspective of the race and throw Inex, which was at one point the race lead, all the way back several spots. And I don't know if they actually have more damage than they were actually looking.
Yeah, so big incident there as we come towards the final hour and 20 minutes of this race. You know, that could have been so much worse, though, because you also had your GT race leader coming up on that as well. That was Team Redline GT. That was sort of kind of coming their way through in the aftermath of that. So, you know, if that happens, you know, if Team Redline were just that little bit closer and they had to try and, you know, play the slalom between all the cars, then that could have been absolutely horrible for them. But they arrived on the scene just a little bit too late to really be affected by it. But it's just those slim margins right now that that really matter in races such as this, and Team Redline know that better than anyone else.
Yeah, and also one thing that we can credit is the fatigue effect of some of the drivers. You know, driving for 1 hour is not easy, especially in a track like this. And imagine if you're driving for 2, maybe 3 or 4 hours, like some of these drivers are actually pulling. So the tiredness effect, and also the, you know, eyes and the pressure starts to get to you, it builds up a little bit. So unfortunately, that's what might have happened in that Impulse incident, in the Yas Heat incident. I don't know. I'll be very honest. I can't. There's certainly a penalty coming for Yas Heat, and that will throw that car all the way down, maybe into P8, and that kind of opens up the door for Movano to have at least a guaranteed top 5 spot. And I mean, Movano as a Movano Bianco as a top 5 spot into those final 1 hour and 20 minutes of this race. But who knows, Bianco could still catch B3 in race clutch.
Oh, sorry, I kind of just got ahead of myself there, because I saw Gianni Vecchio, Team Redline, have a big blink, as we call it. He was not with us for around about 5 seconds or so, and I got very slightly worried for him, but he seems to be back with us. Oh, how awful it would be to have technical issues at this late stage of the race, where Team Redline have done so well, especially, well, in both this GT category and in the prototypes as well. They're looking to try and take a double race win here today. And, well, it's not possible for them to get the triple, considering they don't have an entry in GTCs, but it's the next best thing. And they're about an hour and 20 minutes away from being able to do so. The gap has extended, though, between Kova and BS Competition. And BS Competition are in a pretty big danger of losing the slipstream they found so helpful to deal with the straight line speed disadvantage that they have. Still about 1.3 seconds behind, but they're not getting the help of the toe anymore.
No, they're not. And I think unless it is a different strategy call from from the side of Valtteri Alander and Antiohola, like just lean back, give some room, breathe, and try to work that. Try to go for a more aggressive saving. I don't think that Kova is going to be able to do anything whatsoever to catch up to that Vacuum's car, or they just drive harder as bad as you can. Not as bad, but I mean as much as you can and as hard as you can, and try to close down into Johnny Vecchio. But that gap kind of stabilized between the 4.5 to 5 seconds between Johnny and Unti. And now we're looking at a battle between CMRC and a team that I never thought I would mention during the earlier portion of the broadcast, which is Billiard Racing Team Aeronix GT3 car.
Yeah, they're looking to try and get themselves inside the top 3, but these guys are a little bit off cycle compared to each other, it seems. Well, there's about 8 laps separating them in terms of their strategies here, and the advantage in that is going the way of SimRC, I believe. But Bila will look to their inside regardless and take this flight for 3rd place inside of GTC. And SimRC, are they going to be able to hold on to position here? Looks like that they're just going to live to fight another day, but Bila got the speed. Bila Racing Team Euronics got the speed off the corner, and they're able to make that pass complete, and it's just in time as well, because there's a prototype and a GTE car looking to make their way by. That's going to get so weird, so crazy into the chicane. Oh, big moment for the prototype. That was the 47 Orion race team car that almost lost it in front of all these cars.
I think, I don't know, hasn't Orion learned the lesson of, risking those kind of lappings? Because they got already 2 drive-throughs from lapping on cars throughout this race, and eventually got into contact, nearly got into contact again right in the front of the AAA car. So that could have gone so much wrong. There's a certain line where patience gets. You need to be very patient when working the track. I know you're the faster car and you got the horsepower arrow, so it's quite complicated, And I just looked over here, drive-through penalty towards the number 32 Yassi car. We caused that collision with the number 14. Then right after is 15-second stop and hold to the number 108. Just looking really quickly, that's a Manini Racing silver car who caused a collision with the 56 out of the Impulse Racing. That's a little bit harsh.
I think it's because Maniti Racing didn't lift. I think honestly that might be the reason why they've got that.
Possibly, yeah. It might sound a little bit harsh in my opinion, but it's this kind of racing stuff. We'd have to watch time and time again to properly see the full picture.
Yeah, I think that's the case, and well, yet more penalties coming through. We are up to 74 protests so far in this event, with varying degrees of success. Lots of drive-through penalties, a handful of stop-and-hold penalties as well. I think we're counting our lucky stars that no one's been disqualified from this race. But again, I don't want to jinx this race any further inside the final hour of this event, as those penalties do come through on the actual sim itself, as the admins have to type that in manually inside of the sim to be able to apply them. We're just watching a spreadsheet at the moment as far as those protests are concerned. Battle for P6 in prototypes then. Impulse Racing versus Burst Esports. Peter Zuber versus Charlie Summers inside half a second between those two. Again, difference on the strategy here as well. There's about 6-7 laps between them in terms of the stint lengths at the moment. And well, we'll soon see Impulse Racing head their way on towards pit lane. I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I can pretty much guarantee it that they're going to be heading their way on towards pit lane at the end of this lap. No. So there we go. In they come and release Burst.
Yeah, Burst once again just try to climb themselves back up from all the problems they had earlier in the race with Omishima taking out Dream Factory, for example. They just come right ahead of the Osheed as Josh Ladd just goes for the 15-second stop and hold. It says 1 lap over here on my side, but he's relatively close in terms of field to Charlie Summers, so it's going to be quite complicated battle between both drivers. It's going to be a good battle. but I don't see Glad being able to hold the pace of Charlie Summers. Let's take a look and see how it will go.
Yeah, let's have a look then. Yassi, of course, being subject to penalties here in this one, and Best Esports going along well at this point in the race. Of course, Yassi just coming off of serving that drive-through penalty they were just given by the race administrators, and they've just come out just ahead of Best Esports. So as one contender in this battle drops away towards the pit lane, another reappears for Burst Esports in this one, looking for top 5 position for the moment in this. I'm continuing to look at the GT battles, especially towards the front, because BS Competition, even though they've lost a little bit of time to cover, they are still remaining at about a second behind. So they haven't lost much more time than when we last mentioned it. I'm seeing the number 16 that's currently spun in turn 1. And that is the race clutch 16 car that has had a spin. Oh, they've collected a couple of cars here, Lorenzo. Race clutch 16 diving towards the inside of turn 1. They tag Orion race team around, and there's also Impulse Racing involved in this as well. They got a bit of contact.
Yeah, looking at Orion just in turn 1, and Impulse just can't catch a break, huh?
No, they can't. They seem to be the punching bag of the field so far in this one. So a little bit of an altercation between a handful of prototypes inside of turn 1. As we'll continue to see the battles. You can see the P5 battle between Yassi and Burst Esports on the left, and you see the Cova and BS Competition battle on the right. So those are the two closest battles that we have out there on circuit right now. Of course, Yassi and Burst Esports, they are on pretty similar strategies at this point. They're both 19 laps on their tire stints right now. So pretty equal, but the calculation is going to be messed up a little bit due to Yassi having come down towards the pit lane to serve their drive-through penalty. But now we're coming out to about 43 laps to go. Still not at the point where any of these classes can come down in for their final stop just yet. The first class that will be able to do so is the GT class with those GTE machines. They can come down in at the top of the hour and be pretty clear until the end of this event. Yassit's going to be impeded a little bit by the Williams Esports fan attack car, having to go the inside through Coca-Cola curve. Burst Esports, again, struggling with the traction coming out of that final corner. So they're not able to have an obvious opportunity here down in towards turn number 1. And again, traffic might affect things once again here in this as well, as it has done so throughout this entire race so far up until this point. I don't think that's going to change.
No, I don't think it's going to change, and they can do it time and time again, and it's still not going to change whatsoever. Even if it's unless they go for a very aggressive strategy, then it can work out for them. But the thing is, going for an aggressive strategy at this point of the race with just 1 hour and 11 minutes left is just not worth it. Just keep to what you're doing right now. Just follow your laps. You're going to do a full service in the next 2 or 3 laps. So what's the point of doing that right now? If you had more leisure to do that in the beginning of the race, then yeah, maybe you could work yourself out pretty well. Like Yazzie tried to go for the triple stint, the tree wide on the exit of the Michael Schumacher S, a little bit sketchy, but worked out nevertheless. And then Charlie Summers back on the charge once again against Josh Ladd.
Yep, continuing to try to apply the pressure, coming into the, well, closing portion of this race. Not quite the closing moments just yet. The portion has dragged on a little bit, but Burst Esports are hoping that they're going to be able to get this pass done relatively soon here. Through the Coca-Cola curve they come, looking to try and get the good run off the corner. It just seems like the Burst Esports car has struggled a little bit in the traction zones, not able to really efficiently get that power down, and it's meaning that they kind of starved for opportunities, especially coming down into the heavy braking zone of turn 1. That's where you really need that overspeed to be able to make anything happen into there. But even if you do find the inside through turn 1, there's so many more opportunities to come back at you through this tight and twisty first sector. Side by side look then. Yassi versus Esports, left side. You got on the right side Kova and BS Competition. BS Competition have had an amazing couple of laps, haven't they? They've really reeled in that gap now. That was sitting at just over a second, and now it's a handful, a tenth of a second now between those two cars. Here comes Burst Esports around the outside at Dunlop and Vyas though. And, well, things might be happening in both battles here in just a couple of moments' time, because Burst Esports starting to come alive now, continuing to try and have a look in places at this circuit. On the right side, BS Competition now all over the back of Kova Esports as well. So we can, pick your battle as far as I'm concerned here, Lorenzo. As Yassi having trouble with the traffic then with the Audi. We had yellow flags in the first sector for a spinner as well, so things starting to happen now. Burst Esports, they've got to be looking in towards turn number 1 for this time right now. They need to get a bit of a better run through this final corner to be able to make that chance happen, and that's a better run now. You can just see he was much more comfortable in the acceleration zone for that Burst Esports car. But is it enough to be able to make an opportunity into turn 1? No, they are not quite close enough just yet. But if they're able to do that next time around, they're going to give themselves more and more opportunities, and they might even get an opportunity with the lap traffic in just a couple of moments' time as well.
Yeah, you can, there's the rolling field blast right ahead of him as they come out of the arena. Turn number 5, Josh Line and 27. Here's the thing. We normally talk about psychology of drivers in a racecraft. You see Josh Light just diving on the inside of the Valvoline, heading forward. Carlos just hanging back a little bit, allowing to lose a few tenths of a second in comparison to the driver out of the number 32 of Yassi. In the other picture, you can see Reiner Talvar just going for a more of an open line, trying to launch himself a little bit more and save the fuel as much as he can possibly save on the BMW M8 of the BS Competition. And now you can see once again that a burst car just getting really close, and that we saw multiple instances on the SMI Schumacher S, but Yassi just managed to break themselves away.
Yeah, and well, I'm seeing Prototype pit stop right now. That's Corsim Racing number 9 coming down in for a pit stop service. They come towards the end of their stint. Still not close enough to get to the end for LMP2s. They're going to have to do at least one more stop after this one. Kova Esports, BS Competition. Again, we're back into that same sort of situation as we had about half an hour ago here, Lorenzo, where BS Competition just sitting up behind Kova and just continuing to make their presence known, but not looking optimistic in terms of any of these moves just yet. I'm having a look at their stint status right now. They are a couple of laps away from coming down in towards the pit lane, and that would be their final stop of the race, coming towards that hour mark. And for BS Competition, it's a case of whether they'll be able to get the jump in the pit stops here, thanks to the amount of fuel they must have saved in the slipstream. At least a little bit more than Kova was able to manage.
If they save half a lap, sorry, brain is already going haywire over here. If they can save half a lap to a full lap in comparison to Kova and even Redline at this point, they can find themselves into an undercut situation in comparison to the both cars ahead of him. But it's tricky. You just gave so much time to Johnny Vecchio, nearly 7 seconds between Talvar and Vecchio. So the undercut seems unlikely, but you might set yourself in a position where in this final hour you open up quite of a good margin of possibilities you can work yourselves with and just be more aggressive with that BMW M8. But you're pretty much been saying time and time again, we don't know how much extensive is that damage in comparison to the red line car, and how much speed is that BS competition car is losing.
Yeah, I mean, Team Redline GT have done a pretty good job over this stint to just try to extend the gap. They've basically doubled the gap compared to what it was the last time these guys headed on towards pit lane. It was sitting about 3-4 seconds or so, and now it's up to 6, even 7 seconds between the GT race leader and these two cars that you're seeing on screen right now. So Team Redline GT have done an immense job to be able to make that gap happen. Speaking of Team Redline, though, their prototype car is down on towards the pit lane. So, again, remember, this is not the final stops for the prototypes. They're going to have to go for at least one more stop after this one. They can't go 1 hour and 4 minutes on the fuel strategy. I bet a lot of the teams were hoping that they could do that, but it's simply not physically possible for them to do so. It's more like 40-ish minute stints for the prototypes.
Yeah, and one thing we should be keeping notice over here in this pit stop and see how much Maxime Briand can actually cut away from the deficit he has in comparison to Patrick Wolf, because when they came into the pit stop, it was roughly right about 2019. It was between 18 to 20 seconds between the Movano Rosso and the Team Redline prototype. As Redline just coming out of the pits, it will be roughly, if my estimates are correct, about 17-16 seconds, and I was right.
A little bit less than that.
Marginal gain. My bad.
13 seconds right now between P1 and prototype. Yeah, P1 and prototype, P2 and prototype, that's 13 seconds between those two right now. So that's the situation there. I mean, Team Redline prototype losing a little bit of time in terms of the pit stops. They actually lost 3 seconds stationary on the pit lane, so they were 34.5 seconds stopped in their pit box compared to Movano's 31 seconds. So a little bit of lost time there, but I don't think they're going to worry too much about something like that, unless it does end up becoming pivotal, like if they lose a bunch of time in traffic. But right now, it's probably one of the least of their concerns. But yeah, Kova and BS Competition continuing to be best. Well, I wouldn't say they're best buddies, but they're certainly stuck together like glue at the moment. There's the Yassi car, able to get through by the time 10:13 arrives on this lap. We are currently on, let's see here. Team Redline are on lap 170. We're just about to come on to lap 171. So we are predicting around about 37 laps to go past this point as far as race distance is concerned. Of course, that can change depending on where Team Redline prototype is when the clock expires, but it's going to be plus minus 1 lap at that point, especially when you factor in pit stops, the final stop into things for Team Redline.
But from the looks of things, from what I got over here in my quick maths, there is roughly right about 32. I was gonna say 32 laps in terms of good fuel that you have to do. If they're doing 41, 42s, 42 and a half, there is about I was gonna say roughly 32 laps to go total. Sorry, but one of them might go for a splash and dash, and from what we're looking over here, Redline will have that 3-lap advantage from the looks of things. Even if Briand goes for the full stint, I think the fuel advantage might just have gone into Redline teams.
Possibly. We'll keep an eye on it. As we saw the split screen there, that was the GTC battle. It was SimRC and Simicube X Racing that were getting close for P4 in the GTC class. Again, slight difference in terms of the strategy for those guys. Simicube X Racing on the fresher tyres of the two of them, so it makes sense that they will be able to catch at this stage in the event. But we are just about 5 seconds away from being able to say that we're inside the final hour of this race, and we are now. So 60 minutes to go here in the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. if you're a GTE machine, if you're part of the GT category, well, that is your signal that any pit stop from this point forwards will be able to get you to the very end of the race. And that's exactly what Core Sim Racing GTE have done. Yes, they're at the kind of at the back of the field, but they are good enough on fuel to the end of the race now. It's just the rest of the GT field that have yet to head their way in for that final stop. And I wouldn't be surprised if BS Competition is one of those first ones. We see the Sim RC car GTE machine head their way in right now. But Kova could possibly be the next in as well.
Yeah, don't be surprised if the Finn team comes into the pit lane anytime soon. 33 laps into their fuel stint. BS Competition not far behind. It is 32. You can see Racecraft right in front of the Kova team as they just head up the Michael Schumacher S. A little bit of a sketchy move looking at one of the TV cameras over here for me, but it was a good clearance nevertheless. But we're seeing right now the Sim RC kind of like sandwiching themselves into the left-hand turn. Yeah, that was now we can talk about sketchy. That was sketchy to bits, and Rainer Talvar just surviving a little bit. You know, there you go, Sim RC going through. But the problem for Rainer is that he just loses 3/10 total to Kova, and that could not be in worse timing for the BS team.
Yeah, we couldn't at all, but Sim RC and Superco NX Racing are still trying to sort out their differences for P4 and GTC. You can just see how the track has developed over the hour of qualifying and 5 hours of racing that we've had here. Dark streak denoting the racing line, and the marbles towards the outside of the circuit as well makes side-by-side battling a little trickier. There's slightly less grip out onto those marbles there. So maybe expect that to factor in if there are any last-ditch attempts inside the final hour of this event. Superco Racing trying to get up under the rear spoiler of Sim RC. They even slightly show the nose down in towards Dunlop as well. But pit stops GT. So Team Redline down in for their final stop. Kova Esports also down in for their final stop. And Team Redline, they've done a 34-second stop here. They are out and away, still inside the race lead there. And in terms of the effective race lead, because BS Competition have not come down on towards pit lane just yet. But it wasn't as much of an advantage for Team Redline there. I think they took the slightly shorter fill on that previous stop instead of the last stop of the race here today. They were actually even slower on the pit stop than Kova were.
Yeah, I think just gone for full fuel, guaranteed that they don't have any dramas, in my opinion. And from looking at the relative distance between Vecchio and Talvar, I think whenever Talvar comes down in the pit lane, he's going to lose right about 10 seconds.
So, one to keep an eye on this. There is the Kova car heading its way through for the moment. They're kind of stuck up behind the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. It is a battle for position. It's just that Williams Esports Chill Blast are going to head their way on towards pit lane in just a couple of moments' time. BS Competition are on the pit lane. I'm seeing a big spin through the first sector for one of those cars. I think it was Bila that had a problem. Sim RC trying to squeeze around the outside of Bila there. I'm having a look to see where BS Competition are going to come out in relation to Kova as we go to the replay there, as Bila seemed to have had a big old spin. Yep, there we go. Spin through the middle of the corner. Ooh, and I think it was the Simsa car that came up on that one at a rate of knots. Might have clipped them. I didn't quite see from that angle, but BS Competition versus Kova coming off the pit lane right now. As there they are, BS Competition out of the pit lane. Kova Esports, they've passed them, coming down in towards turn number 1. There's the black Kova car ahead of the blue, grey, black of the BS Competition. So BS Competition weren't able to get any sort of jump whatsoever in the pit stop phase. In fact, they've lost a little bit more time than they were expecting to that Kova car. And now It's just a straight up run to the end of the race now. As Team Redline, their gap has been cut quite significantly. The gap at the pit stops was about 7 seconds between Team Redline GT and the Kova car. But now it stands at around about 4 seconds. So they've lopped a couple of seconds off of that. Maniti Racing, of course, they haven't come down towards the pit lane just yet. Neither has Williams Esports Chill Blast, so those positions aren't quite representative here. But once all of those have cycled through, Team Redline GT should be quite comfortably ahead by around about 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's from what I just saw over here is right around 4.5 seconds. The gap between between Johnny and Antiahola. So it just keeps increasing due to traffic alone and being overlapped by some faster cars in the process. So it all comes down to Vecchio just putting the full pedal to the metal, avoiding any possible mistakes, that he's just going to lap the leading car in the GTC category. That's the mini red car. This coming.
Whoa, contact!
Oh,
I just saw something on my screen. Movano Sim Racing Vida was shoved out a little bit by the Burst Esports car. So that's P6 in LMP2. Just sort of having a little bit of a door-to-door moment with the Movano Sim Racing Vida car. Meanwhile, this battle for P9 between Williams Esports Fanatec and RHG Esports. Again, this is an off-cycle battle. Williams Esports Fanatec came down in about 2.5 laps ago. RHG Esports are yet to come down on towards the safety of pit lane for their final stop. So, this is a battle for the sake of a battle. As far as I'm concerned, we've kind of been starved of them for the past couple of hours. But RHG Esports looking to try and make that move on Williams Esports Fanatec. Again, it's more of a battle for track position than it is a battle for the final standings here. RHG Esports continuing to try and slipstream up behind that Corvette. Surely they aren't going to go for a move up and towards the sweeper of the NGK chicane. They're certainly looking for it. They're certainly tempted by the prospect, but not going to go for it just yet. They're hoping that they can get a good run out of the final corner to make something happen into turn 1, and it looks like they're just about able to get that. Again, more prototypes trying to find their way through. And now here comes the side-by-side action between Williams Esports Fanatec and RHG Esports. RHG Esports inside line for turn number 1. Trying to go late on the brakes, and they've gotten the position done, but they have to shove Williams Esports out to make that work. And they're going to give the position back, it looks like, or at least attempt to.
Yeah, there's a little bit of fair play. Yeah, full fair play from Martin van Loosenhoorn. Knows that he went overly aggressive on turn number 1. Kind of goes for a little bit of a fight, but didn't want to lose way too much in the process. But now there's a battle over here that doesn't look like a battle that could be very interesting for the whole perspective of the race right now. 5 seconds is the gap between Vecchio and Ahola. Is that Ruben Bonga car in the Maniti Roos SCO Blue that still has roughly 5 laps into his fuel stint. It is a light car in comparison to a very much heavier car in Johnny Vecchio. So if there's someone who can give some headaches to Vecchio at this point in the race, it is that car, and that car could allow Kova to come in. Not by I'm not going to say by a whole much, but it can give Redline a few headaches coming into the final 50 minutes.
I think they'll be responsible. I would hate to see a car that's not involved in the race lead situation kind of be the decider here. So I think they'll just stay in line and get a little bit of marginal fuel saving up behind your GT race leader at the moment. I don't think they'll be going for any overly optimistic moves on Team Redline. At least Team Redline will be hoping that doesn't happen. I gotta say, Kova and BS Competition are hoping that Manisi can cause Redline a bit of a problem, because I don't think they can really do much in terms of this gap on the actual pace on circuit. Continuing to watch the RHG Esports and Williams Esports Fanatec battle, but Williams Esports Fanatec are going to have to come down in at the end of this lap, and there's the up and under for RHG Esports. Are they able to get any sort of momentum around the outside here in their BMW versus the Corvette? Martin van Loosenor trying to battle wheel to wheel with Alex Arana through the Mercedes-Benz arena, but again, the pass is not made as far as RHE Esports are concerned. So, I mean, there's got to be a little bit of frustration now because they might know that Williams Esports Fanatec does have to come down on towards the pit lane, before the end of this race. In fact, it might even be at the very end of this lap. So, they're defending hard regardless.
Yeah, I think there's no point for Martin to go for that overtake because he wouldn't. There's nothing for you to gain. The only thing that you might gain is time, and that's it in comparison to whoever you're trying to compete in terms of time gaps. Pretty much like what Ruben Bonga is trying to do. He's trying to save as much fuel he can possibly save against Johnny, but it's a complicated thing. We can see a warning being given to the 721. That is the Movano Racing Verde car. Unnecessary contact with that Burst Esports LMP. I think we saw that on the screen. But now you can definitely see the gap between RVG and Williams Fanatec very stretched out.
Yeah, it is starting to stretch out at this stage. One gap that isn't starting to stretch out is the Kova and BS competition battle, as this has been a thing for what feels like the past 2 hours, but there hasn't been all that much intrigue in these positions, at least ever since that BS competition car got the slowdown penalty to initially let the Kova Esports BMW through. That feels like an eternity ago at this point, and they've been stuck together ever since in this one. So still very much undecided as far as this podium position inside of the GT class is concerned. It is really the battle for second place because Maniti Racing 177 has still yet to head their way on towards pit lane, and they won't be doing so for another 4 or so laps, I think. Look at this BS competition looking around the outside of Kova. Not going to be able to make that one work through turn 1, but this is more optimism coming from Reynard Talva here in this. Antihola's having to be kept on his toes.
Yeah, and again, you really don't want to be overly aggressive in that part, in this section of the track. Gap coming down right around 5.1 seconds. It was a 5.5 between Vecchio and Holla, all due to thanks that Yassi and LMP just stayed in the exit of turn number 1 in front of Vecchio. But props again to Johnny to have the same conditions as the other cars in terms of tires and fuel strategies, and still being able to break away despite suffering the pressure of a driver that is, again, just fighting for gaps in the general sense of the race that has a different pit cycle than you.
Yeah, it's a very well worked drive so far for Team Redline GT. You can say the exact same thing for their prototype effort as well, as they've, ever since kind of the halfway point of the race where Corsim Racing had their contacts and had their penalties and had their damage, Team Redline have been very, very comfortable indeed in the prototype lead of this race, and not quite as comfortable in GT race leads, but it's at the point where they have a couple of seconds advantage over that Kova Esports car. You can see they're still on the same straight, so they're still potentially within sight of each other. It's just that gap hasn't really worked out in Kova Esports' favor, neither has it worked out in BS Competition's favor either. So at this point, if you're BS Competition, for example, at what point do you just sort of give up on this sort of mentality of just, I'm going to follow Kova Esports and hope they catch up to Redline? Because it's kind of not working out right now unless they get any sort of influence in terms of traffic.
I would say keep at it until the final 20 minutes. If there's nothing happening towards the Redline team that it is considering you're both closing the BMW out of the Redline, the number 71, then kind of give up, because the likelihood of something happening to Redline is bare minimal. They're going to be more cautious. They're probably going to let more cars approach, and they're going to lose some, but it's marginal, the loss of time. They're still going to be retaining the lead, and you can find yourself or a proper podium spot, P2, P3, depending circumstances.
45 minutes left remaining, 6 hours of the Nurburgring here in the third round of the 2020 to 2021 season of the Sports Car Open. Podium positions in GT still very much up for grabs here. We've just had a warning come through for Movano Sim Racing Bianco for unnecessary risk while lapping the number 59 car, and the number 59 car will be the HM Engineering number 59 car. So another warning for unjustifiable risk while lapping, or unnecessary risk for lapping is the exact wording. So it's, again, we've had a lot of those. We've even had so many penalties come through for the lapped traffic infringements as well. So it's kind of been a theme throughout this race. I'll give you an update on the protest count. It sits at 77 protests have come through here in this. So that's a lot of work for those race stewards and the race control, but they've done a pretty decent job in keeping on top of everything. So definitely shout outs to that particular crew. But we're not done here in terms of the racing. We've still got the vast majority of this final hour to get over and done with. You're seeing the quote-unquote battle for the race lead in GTs at the moment, but we know for a fact that Maniti Racing in that green car has to come down on towards pit lane in the next 4 or 5 laps to be able to get to the end of the race. So you can see this is why they're not really pressuring Team Redline, your race leader, too much. It would be kind of unnecessary and a bit unsportsmanlike, I would say, if they decided to go for hopeful moves in a battle that they are not involved in. So they're just content to sit behind Redline, get a little bit of fuel saving done in the slipstream, and look to try and make their what's going to end up being, I think, 5th place and more secure once all is said, or rather 4th place is more secure. There we go. They actually head down towards pit lane now, so it's kind of a little bit earlier than I expected, with just 31 laps on their stint. They have gone 34 and 35 laps before, so a couple of laps earlier than they thought they would come in on, but still it'll be able to get to the end of the race. 42 minutes of fuel going to go into that car. And it'll be back out and away soon. Look at this battle, though. This is the battle for the podium positions inside of GT, Cova Esports, and BS Competition. Finally, the spark has ignited the flame, and BS Competition, it was go time for them. They get crowded off the circuit a little bit, coming through the middle portion of the Mercedes Arena. Long way around for turn 3. Can't quite get back to the inside for turn 4, but there is still pace behind the wheel of that BS Competition car. They want this 2nd place.
Yeah, apparently Rainer Talvar just decided to give up on the lead of this race. I think both him and not Valtteri, but Antti Ahola just decided to throw off the gloves and go at it at least for once and see who comes out on top. Apparently the Finn driver comes out on top in comparison to Rainer, and so well, round 1 is decided towards the Cova team. Let's see what the next round or the next laps will come out in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I can't wait, because this has the potential to be an absolutely titanic battle between the Finns, the Cova Esports outfit, as they are in other esports, primarily Finnish organization, making their impact in sim racing here in 2020. Having a couple of drivers inside the Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge, the PESC series as well, Porsche Tagoya Esports Super Cup. So they're really trying to stamp their authority on this one. It reminds me of the Finnish super team that was Glacier once upon a time, but they kind of all splintered out in and amongst different teams. But now it seems like the top Finnish drivers are all back together under the banner of Cova. But BS Competition They are certainly no slouches, and Reynard Talva will be very well aware of that fact. He's already had one slight opportunity to hold that BMW up into second place. Look at this. Kova's going to get held up a little bit by the Racecraft Esports Audi, and this might give a potential opportunity to BS Competition, but they don't find the traction off of turn 4, and now they're going to have to try and get by the traffic themselves.
And meanwhile, we still have this very good-looking battle between BS Competition and Kova and Reiner Talva, the Estonian, just looking for every single gap it can possibly work with and try to go for the move. You're now looking at the second screen, the Manini Blue and Sim RC as GT cars battling it out as Bonga just came out of the pit lane, and Jürgen Frank is just right ahead of him. Gap is 0.4 of a second between the Dutch and the German car, so everything going at it in the final minutes. Go ahead, Connery.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the prototypes trying to come through on the left side of your screen there, that in that BS Competition and Kova battle, they got so close to each other coming up through towards turn 11 and turn 12, so they do disrupt this battle quite a bit here. Kova Esports having to get well out of the way of all of these prototypes, 4 of them, all trying to get through at the exact same time. Through the NGK chicane they come. BS Competition is going to gain back a little bit of time here, and they're even going to get held up a little bit by a prototype who tries to go around the outside of Kova. But they'll be able to get that lap traffic done by the time turn 1 arrives, but that was a bit too sketchy of a situation for my liking, and now they're going to come up on another Audi coming into the braking zone of turn 1, so Kova Esports to the inside to be able to deal with that one. BS Competition looking for it as well. They scare the Audi offline. You can see that Reynard Talva desperately trying to make sure that he doesn't lose time in terms of the traffic.
Yeah, that's the one thing you really don't want at this point of the race, because they kind of know they're not going to be able to catch Gianni Vecchio just due to pace alone in traffic. So just go for P2, let's see who comes out on top. And in the meanwhile, really good battle. Again, I'm still looking at this battle between Maniti, but we'll keep on this one for the time being, because this is the battle that matters, is 40 position in the GTE class. We've talked about keep eye on the last pit stop on all cars, who does better. Yeah, clean by that's race club number 15. A little bit of a break, not braking lights, but a little bit of flicking of the lights for Kova. Yeah, flashing the lights. They didn't like that one bit.
Yeah, because he knows every single piece of lost time is just falling right into the pocket of Talva. So for a battle that was basically just sitting at a couple of tenths of a second for the vast majority of the second half of this race, finally we're starting to see some action here for the second place in GTs in the final portions of this race. We still have 37 minutes to go, so still a decent amount of time to be able to get this done for BS Competition. And I think even if they get past here, that still won't be the battle done, because Kova will try their best to really come back at them. They seem so equally matched in terms of pace.
Yeah, they're pretty much balanced in terms of pace, and I think that will come down to a possible mistake or an opening of the gap.
Car spun
of sorts.
There was a car spun through turn 1, and I didn't quite get to see who that was. I think that might have even been Team Chimera in that situation. I'm just having a look to see. Yeah, Team Redline GT is fine. I thought initially they might have had a problem, because it was about that gap ahead that these guys, that Team Redline had, but it wasn't them. It was someone else. But again, panic over. BS Competition again losing a little bit of time here due to having to let the prototype through. And the prototype's going to catch Kova in a pretty good place on the way down to Dunlop. So in that little mini traffic battle, BS Competition has lost out a little, and they might even get dived by the LMP2 behind them now. So it's a constant problem here for the GT category, having these prototypes very eagerly try to find their way through. And Kova, this is so careful. You got to be so careful through that. BS Competition, they had made a mistake through there before. I think Kova had made a mistake through there before with a slowdown penalty as well. So it's definitely not outside the realms of possibility that a slowdown penalty might decide this battle.
It can. And I'm going to say, if it decides it has to be on the last few minutes, because I don't think even with the slowdown at this portion of the race, it will be the full decider. It has to be like a 3-second slowdown, and it has to be something major that would get in the way from both cars as they just go around the CMRC at the start-finish line. And Connery, we've been talking about this battle, but there is another gap that is coming down in terms of gaps that matter in this race. Maxime Briand is catching Patty Wolf a bit.
Ooh, yeah, he is. There was a second taken out by Movano Sim Racing also in terms of Team Redline's race lead here. So don't tell me we're going to have a battle for podium in, second place in GTs and potentially a battle for the overall race lead here in just a couple of moments, because if Movano are able to continue lopping off a second each and every lap, even half a second each and every lap, they would be in a position by the end of this race to be able to challenge Team Redline. Oh, Maxime Briand, don't give me that sort of hope, mate. But he's going to try his best, and that gap remains at 10 seconds between Team Redline and Movano Sim Racing Rosso for the overall race lead. And what a twist that would be, because I thought the prototype race lead was completely and utterly done. It might still be, but with that glimmer of hope, potentially Maxime Briand might be able to do something. So, a couple of points of intrigue coming into the final 35 minutes of this race. This battle on screen is the main one with Cova Esports and BS Competition. We have a potential fight brewing for the overall race lead if Movano Sim Racing Rosso are able to put in similarly good laps to what they were able to put in last time around. GTCs, though, that's kind of all spaced itself out a little bit at this point. I'm not seeing any close battles there in that one, but they might spark before this race is done. There's the Maniti, one of the Maniti Racing cars. That's the Maniti Racing Red Machine, who's currently leading in that particular class. And he has about a 7.5 second gap over SimRC SEO in that class. So great performance so far here in this one for Maniti Racing 277. Been in the wars somewhat as they were preferring to basically protest every single thing that happened to them at one point in the race. And the stewards were tossing out those protests. But at this point, they've kind of calmed down, and they're hoping for a little bit more of a simple and drama-free end to the race. We have a drive-through penalty for the number 67 car. I think that's one of the Satellite Racing Machine, if I am not mistaken. Yes, it is. So Vera Satellite Racing Blue have had a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with the number 54 car. That's Team Chimera, and that was the little incident that I saw down in towards turn number 1 just a couple of moments ago. More prototypes and more traffic problems for this battle for second place in GTs. Cova Esports and BS Competition still within that second, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they're still within that second, and gap coming down from Vecchio to Ahola just about 1 second in between both drivers, because looking here, Johnny just did 50.6, 50.2, and Auntie is within the 50 flat to 49.7. So marginal gains from both cars, and but still nothing can say that they're actually having a better pacing comparison to Redline.
Yeah, so coming up to the final half an hour in this one then, I did see the activity in the YouTube chat pick up a little bit over the last couple of moments. It's great to have you guys along for this one, as it has been a bit of an endurance test for ourselves in the commentary booth at times, but we have a potential exciting finish to this one. I am sad to say, though, that gap that was looking initially to try and close for the overall race lead is now starting to extend again, as Team Redline have been able to find a little bit more pace. And maybe that was a little bit of a wake-up for them to not be too complacent as they extend the gap for the race lead. Cova Esports BS Competition still the main feature in this one, and possibly going to be the only feature unless something pretty dramatic happens here in the final 30 minutes of this race. And I can't wait to see these guys do battle again, because they are two very fair and two very considerate drivers. I don't think it'll come to blows, but then again, I still wouldn't be surprised because it's the end of a 6-hour race.
I wouldn't be as well. I know both teams are they kind of know each other. They kind of joke with one another in the Discord. So there's one time for friendship and banter and everything else. But whenever you're on the track, you're your fiercest enemy, your worst rival. So you do whatever you have to do to win. But of course, it has to be fair. It has to be firm. So do what you can, and you see if you're gonna come out on top. Gap has stabilized between Vecchio and Nahola for the time being, 6.7 seconds. So a little bit of a second win for both BMW from the Finn team and the German S team out of BS competition. So there is a little bit of a, can we say a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel for both cars?
Eventually, we are starting to see, though, the final splash and dashes start to happen in prototypes. We saw Race Clutch 15 come down on towards pit lane for their final stop. So final stops in progress right now for the prototype fields, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Movano Sim Racing Rosso head their way down in. In fact, just as I say that, I see them pop up on my timing screen. Movano Sim Racing Rosso are on the pit lane and looking to take their final pit stop service of the day. So there they are on the right-hand side of your screen, trundling their way down the pit lane and looking to get their final pit stop service done with 30 minutes left to go. I don't think it will help them too much in their battle with Team Redline, considering I think Team Redline will be able to go for an even shorter splash and dash than what Movano have to do at this point. So I don't think Movano will be able to gain themselves a bit of time here inside of the stops, but we know what the variation is in terms of LMP2 fuel stops. It's it can have a pretty big sort of deviance in terms of the exact stop time in terms of the RNG. So Movano Sim Racing Rosso out and away. They had 25 seconds stationary on the pit lane, and they get out ahead of a decent amount of traffic as well. So that's pretty good there. That's well timed for Movano Sim Racing Rosso to not have to deal with all that traffic.
Yeah, I just want to see how long of a gap is between Movano and Redline. It is roughly right around 59 seconds-ish between the Team Redline number 7 and the number 72 of Maxime Briand. It's all down to whenever Patty Wolf has to come down into pit lane in the next lap or two, and then just analyze who came out on top on the fuel strategy over here, and how hard Maxime Briand will have to push if he wants to win this race.
Yeah, so we are still, a good hand. Well, I guess Team Redline, they could come down anytime they want over these next couple of laps, and they could even possibly try to just push for the entire 24, 25 laps that they've been able to establish inside of the strategy of the race leads of the prototypes right now. But again, BS Competition and Cova Esports, the main battle. And I'm also starting to see Maniti Racing and SimRC for the positions further behind these guys also, start to tease with that second mark as well. You can see them up on screen. Can SimRC hold on to this podium finish, or not podium finish, 4th place finish? And can Maniti Racing be able to spoil their party there in that one? That is also a potential story coming to the end of this event. It's been 6 hours of racing. It's felt like a pretty long 6 hours at times, but at this point, there's only coming up to around 25 minutes left in this race, and sort of battles and prototypes have started to fizzle out a little bit, but this one for second place in GTs is what everyone's going to be talking about.
Yeah, gap has widened to 0.9, nearly a full second between Ahola and Talvar. So Ahola getting that second win, because not only that is happening, look at the gap between Vecchio and Ahola. It was 6.5, 5.6, 5.7. It increases and decreases, but more than a second gain nearly on the last lap for the Finn team.
Yeah, so Kova really turning on the afterburners at this point. There's this interesting battle inside of GTCs as well. This one kind of crept up on us. Unicos Gaming trying to go around the outside German Sim Racing, but German Sim Racing able to hold the position. They dive down towards the inside. Unicos Gaming, big surprise move down the inside at the Coca-Cola curve. They make contact through the exit of the corner. There's a little bit of lost speed there for German Sim Racing, and they have to fall back behind, but they're in the slipstream all the way down the pit straight here. Unicos Gaming having to go all the way to the pit wall to try and cover off the inside line, coming down in towards turn number 1. What a fantastic battle between these two. Deep on the brakes go German Sim Racing around the outside. Can't quite complete the move there and then, but now they have the inside line for the second corner, and they're clear before they get to the entry of the third corner. There's a bit luck there from Unicos Gaming, trying to look for the open door, and they might be able to make something happen coming off of turn 4 here. They go right up over the curb on the inside to get a decent amount of speed off the corner. There's a GTE looking to try and spoil the party as well. Down the inside they go, and that was the Bieler Racing Team Euronics GT machine there. Just getting in amongst this little battle that we have inside of the GTC category. Here's Racecraft Esports and Inex Racing as well, because this all of a sudden has developed for P4 in the slowest class here today as well. So GTC category is now starting to come alive.
It's starting to come alive a little bit, but of course there is a little of what we call the pit strategy variation over here, because that battle between Inex has 10 laps into their pit lane. The service in Rasim Fazoui for Racecraft has only is on his second lap of the sin, and in the battle between German Sim Racing it is 9 laps to Patrick Bruce, and Pablo Hidalgo is on his first lap. So we'll take some time to build in the tires once again and reignite that battle for the mid-pack position.
Whoa!
Go ahead, Connery.
Williams Esports Chill Blast. Oh, Unicos Gaming also having a massive problem, but well held for both drivers there coming through the final couple of corners. Great pieces of driving on display here in the final half an hour of this race. Look at that. Oh, just a big moment. And, well, it was helped there. The German Sim Racing car got into the back of Williams Esports Chill Blast, and Unicos Gaming having a sympathy slide coming through the final chicane as well. You can see how frustrated Williams Esports Chill Blast car was about that. They'll be able to get the lap procedure finally done coming across the pit straight directly after that incident. But that was a little bit unnecessary there in that one. And this battle can continue between Racecraft Esports and Simbucube Inex Racing as well. Race leader down on towards pit lane. So that's Team Redline Prototype. Here comes Racecraft Esports down the inside of Inex into the first turn. Inex trying to gain the momentum around the outside. They'll be able to do it. That's what you can do here through the first sector. If you can hold it around the outside, you have the inside for turns 2 and turns 3. Racecraft still trying to commit around the outside. If they can hold on through turn 3, they have the inside for turn 4, but they just don't have the speed around the outside there to be able to make anything happen, and they have a prototype all over the tail as well.
Oh, and that's Race Clutch nearly getting the back end of the Racecraft car, and luckily for them, just narrowly avoided the car. I can see Redline coming out 4 seconds. He just comes out into the pit lane. That will be a massive pit stop, 4 seconds faster than Maxime Briand.
Yeah, so great stuff there for Movano. For Team Redline, excuse me, able to really cut down on the pit stop time there, as you can see this GTC battle continuing to be relatively close. I'm surprised that Racecraft Esports have that amount of pace in the car with a severely damaged rear wing, as they'll look to go around the long way around up in towards turn 11. Are they able to be successful? Not quite. Looking for the cutback off the corner towards turn 12. Big wide arc going to come through here. The Bilstein curve as they head down the hill towards the right-hand kink, but I think Racecraft Esports have been beaten in terms of that one. Oh, they got a slowdown penalty because they've just lost a lot of time all of a sudden.
For them to get a slowdown penalty, it has to be something way overly aggressive into that Bilstein curve chicane, and then look curve. So fortunately for them, it wasn't any slowdowns whatsoever. I think that's just the wrong line taken, or a more conservative line approach. But as you can see, Fizui once again on the slipstream on the outside this time around.
Here we go, another attempt for Racecraft Esports to try and get by. They go very, very wide through turn 1. A much shallower line as well from the NX car, able to keep themselves ahead for now, but I think Racecraft Esports going to have a couple more attempts by the time this race is done. There's still around about 12 laps to go, at least if you're a prototype, maybe a little bit less if you're a GTC machine, but still, time still left on the play clock for the Racecraft Esports to try and find their way through. They don't have to really rush things too much here in this one. They are pretty securely ahead of their next competitor further behind them, and SimRC is a little bit too far ahead to be concerned about at this point. So it's just a battle between those two cars in GTC. Update on the battle for second in GT class though, that still is hovering around about 1 to 1.1 seconds. Talvar struggling to find some pace deep into the stint now, and that second place is starting to fall out of his grasp, but as one battle sort of erodes away, another one comes to the forefront.
Yeah, it is fluctuating in between marginal gains for both drivers. Traffic playing into fact. Johnny again now getting that second win, getting that burst, the extra burst of speed in comparison to Antiahola, just doing the better laps. Stretched out to 6.7 seconds, the gap between Vecchio and the Hola. And Rainer Talvar, the Estonian, trying his best to close down the gap, but it keeps on that 1.2 seconds between the Finn team and the German team.
Racecraft show of the nose into turn 1. NX going to have to stack up a little bit behind the race-leading GT category car. That's Team Redline GT. And again, having to continue to try and fight in and amongst the LMP. Oh, an error. An error there for NX, potentially. And it might let Racecraft Esports buy through turn 4. That car did not look too stable there, did the NX machine. And now are they able to respond down the inside at the left? No, they can't. So just one crucial error has meant that NX dropped the place. It looks like they're going to be able to run through the full curve here. That's brilliant there from the NX car as Alexia Loma looks to try and make it side by side with Fuzui down in towards the Dunlop curve, and looks like NX Racing have been able to get that pass back. Good response from Alexia Loma, but his efforts are not done here. Look at Racecraft, they're so close coming up in towards the Michael Schumacher S, but again, that's not really a place where you can make passing attempts happen. Yet more prototypes heading their way through. Racecraft to try and follow in the tire tracks of one of them, going for that big wide arc coming through turn 11 up in towards turn 12. Just a couple of moments here, Lorenzo, as now Racecraft are going to have to sit inside the slipstream.
Yeah, Luke's right behind. Luke's is right behind them. That is Kova and BS competition. Gap is already under 6/10 of a second between Kova and BS. Oh, it's gonna be sketchy.
This will stack up Kova. This will stack up Kova into the clutches of BS competition. You can see them. They're already there. So the two battles that we've been watching over the course of this final half an hour, all affecting each other. BS competition are now in a good position to be able to capitalize on this and potentially make a pass on Kova down in towards turn 1. There's the prototype that had to go way towards the pit wall to try and make that one happen. Here comes BS competition then, an attempt around the outside. Lock up there. Lock up for Kova Esports. The BS competition has got back underneath them. They'll have to go the long way around. Through turn 2 though, they almost touch doors coming through turn 2. BS competition forced wide as they have to stuck back in line.
Yeah, they touched wheels right rear with the left front of Kova and BS competition, with Antiahola still retaining that lead. There's the Oz Heat car right behind them as they go right now into Valvoline.
Oh!
This guy opens up the door.
Yeah, the doors open once again for BS competition. round the outside at the forward curve, but they overcommit a little bit. You can see the frustration from Kova, from Ansiehola. He's been stacked up by traffic, slower traffic. He's been impeded by prototypes sending their way through, and from what was a decent 1 second gap is, you know, at point basically nothing between those two. So an absolutely incredible sequence of events, but Kova, most importantly for them, are still able to hold on to this second place.
Yeah, still being able to hold on to that second place, that would be very important for them in the championship standings. That would kind of bring them into the top 5, maybe look into the top 3 frame into the championship. And now Talvar is still 8/10 of a second, 9/10 of a second. It fluctuates in between. There's still that P4 battle between Maniti and SimRC still going on. We have right about 15 minutes. That's 10 laps in, more or less, in the GT category. The problem for that SimRC car is, do they have enough fuel to make it towards the end? Because from the looks of things and where they are in the track, it might be a possibility.
Potentially. We'll just have to wait and see. If you're just joining us, then, well, you've just kind of joined into a little bit of frantic action just then inside the final 15 minutes of this race, where everything seems to have come to a head as far as this battle for P2 in GTs is concerned. There's a battle brewing still for P4 in GTs as well, between SimRC and Maniti Racing, so that could potentially be a thing. Simukib NX Racing and Racecraft Esports for P4 in GTC is also looking pretty close as well. So is the battle for P8 and prototypes as well. Impulse Racing and Simsa Esports starting to get relatively close. But there's the GTC battle. Simukib NX Racing trying to hold off Racecraft Esports. And Racecraft Esports, they were in the lead in this battle for just a couple of moments. Oh, Burst Esports! Burst Esports are in the wall. And they've lost 6th position in prototypes. Let's have a look on the replay, side by side with Team Chimera. And, a bit of contact between the two. Charlie Summers goes for a wild ride and avoids the barrier, most importantly, but he loses so much time and loses positions there in the standings, and maybe even points in the championship as well. Just a bit of contact. There's really nothing in that between the two of them. It's just two cars going for the same piece of real estate, and sometimes those little taps do happen, Lorenzo.
Yeah, those taps do happen. The problem is, it is a slower car in Joshua Chin. I think Joshua could have been a little bit more patient, lift up the gas a little bit more. That would have opened up enough gap for Charlie Summers to go through. But, you know, it's hard racing. It happens, unfortunately. I know that for a fact that number 54 Chimera might get a drive-through just because of this incident alone. And in the meanwhile, gap opened up between Kova and BS competition. It was very under the second. Right now, 1.3 between both drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we go. Racecraft and NX Racing still embroiled in this battle for P4 in GTs. I'm seeing the number 59 spun around inside of the Mercedes-Benz arena. That is the I'm just trying to find out. HM Engineering number 59 that had a problem through there. It was brief yellow flags being shown on my live track map that drew my attention, but I don't think it's going to affect any of the battles that we see out there on track right now. Just to give you an update for the battle for P2 and GT, well, Kova have been able to find another gear. They have a 1.7 second advantage over BS competition now. That should be enough in the final about 7.5 laps that we have to run here. Racecraft Esports, though, they know that time is of the essence as far as their little battle is concerned.
Yeah, time is running out, so they have started making moves left and right, up and down anytime soon. So there will be a little bit of sense of desperation coming into maybe the Rasim Fuzui side of Racecraft. They clips the grass into the entry, but managed to break within the tarmac into the Bilstein curve, and they're going to go into the Hatzenbach Bogen or Edwin Bogen, depending on how much you read a track map on Nurburgring, and still be within that 4/10 of a second tuck draft that he's actually getting from the NX team.
as close as you like between these two. Both of them have rear spoiler damage. Oh, big moment for Alexei Aloma. He got up over the curb coming on the entry to the Coca-Cola curve, but Racing Fuzui was just not quite close enough to be able to capitalize and just send one down the inside of the Coca-Cola curve. He might be able to send one into turn one in just a couple of moments' time if he's feeling particularly optimistic. He is, shows the nose, but nothing more from the 777 Audi, as again, slightly different lines coming through turn one there, as NX Racing are attempting to hold on to their 4th place spot. They've done a very good job so far. Alexei Aloma has put in a mega defensive drive so far in this race, and he needs to hold on for 10 more minutes.
Yeah, but can you hold off for 10 more minutes in such a pressure like this? I can also see the same thing going on with Jürgen Frank and Ruben Bonga, because Ruben is already going a little bit more aggressive into his lines in comparison to the German driver. But there's a race clutch number 15 in between both cars at the exit of the arena that will widen up the gap between CMRC and Maniti Blue.
Whoa.
So a little bit
Someone's
of a
just spun in front. Someone's just spun in front of Team Redline GT. I couldn't quite see who that one was, but I'll just go back and check it. They kind of rejoined ahead of them, excuse me, so perhaps wasn't as diabolical as I first thought it was. It was German Sim Racing DE by ACV that had a bit of a problem in front of your race leader, but I don't think it affected Gianni Vecchio too much. So he's safe for now. He doesn't need those heart attacks, though, right now.
No, he doesn't need those heart attacks right now, especially that for the German driver. He's probably going to be planning out a few German swearings into the stream. I think because I know Johnny's probably streaming this race as we are speaking on Twitch. So he's probably going to be a little bit apprehensive at this moment, a few moments ago. But still retaining the lead with quite a lengthy gap, 8.5 seconds to Antiahola.
Warning to the number 38 car making contact with the 344. So that's the warning to the Pal Motorsports Neon car, the number 38, for making contact with another team. So more warnings coming out the bag here late on in this race. We're up to 82 protests submitted so far in this race. That's just how chaotic some portions of this race have been. There's been a lot of infringements, a lot of drive-through penalties, and a lot of stop-and-hold penalties being given out over the course of the 6 hours that we've run here so far, and I hope no penalties decide the fate of any of the battles that we've been keeping track of over the course of this final hour. I gotta say though, BS Competition, they've also kind of responded to Covert Esports right now, because that gap was up to around about 1.9 seconds at one point. Now it's back down within a second between BS Competition and Covert. That battle for P2 and GT is not done.
It's not done, but it will widen up a little bit. Oh my God, Rainer Talbert just nearly rear-ended the life of Unicos Gaming
on the Bilston Curva. That was really close. If you saw what I just seen, it was just a fraction of a hair. Yeah, it was close. But yeah, there is still a little bit of a lifeline left for Rainer Talbert to actually get that P2, but look at the gap, 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, we're still kind of watching. Yeah, we're still kind of watching on the main feed right now, Team Redline Prototype. This is not a battle, as they'll just have to let the, I think it's the RC car through, I believe that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just Patrick Wolf just trying to get to the end of this event now. He has an almost 20-second gap over Movano Sim Racing Rosso. So it might potentially be another prototype race win here for Team Redline at the very end here. They have 7.5 minutes to be able to get to the checkered flag. Here's Core Sim Racing and Movano Sim Racing Bianco, though. So this has really closed up in the final portions of this race, and Movano Sim Racing Bianco might just be able to get themselves up into P4. Core Sim Racing, what an up and down race they've had, but hopefully they're not going to end on a downer, as looks like Movano trying to go around the outside here for that 4th spot overall. They have the inside for turn 2. They get so close. There's contact made. Core Sim Racing spat out into the runoff, and they're not going to be too happy about that. We might even get a stewards decision deciding this battle anyway. I was hoping it wasn't going to be the case, but as always, I kiss it.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated. You can see there's a little bit of an overlap coming into turn number 2 of the Mercedes Arena. That Carl Jensen just try to run a little bit more wide, try to go use the exit of the curbing right there in the AstroTurf, but just came way too close with Tomas's Carlos car, and had that a little side pod action in the Dallara P217. I can totally see a protest coming in, but
yeah, I think
personal
it's
opinion, it's racing.
I think so as well. But coming up to the final 6 minutes of the race now. Over East, the gap between P2, P3 and GT is back up to almost 1.9 seconds, so that slight little gain that PS Competition was able to get on that previous lap has now been responded to by Kova just as the lap traffic comes and goes. Here's the battle for 4th place in that class though. SimRC trying to hold off Maniti Racing. I did say this might be a thing by the time the end of this race arrives, and it looks like Maniti Racing are perhaps going to get a couple of chances to haul themselves up into that 4th spot, continuing to sit in the slipstream all the way up into the chicane at the end of the lap here, the very wide open chicane, not the GP layout, not the Grand Prix chicane that you see in Formula 1, of course, where you have to slam on the anchors and it's a very fiddly complex, especially with the curves. It's a big old sweeper as you can carry so much more speed coming through that section. Maniti Racing, though, they might even have a look in a couple of moments. Maybe not this time into turn 1, but they're certainly in a position to potentially start to challenge as Racecraft Esports. Something seems to have happened to them. They're continuing to fight right ahead of these guys with Inex Racing. So that's the GTC battle that we have been watching. They're continuing to try and scrap it out, but I think Inex have just about been able to hold on again. Fantastic defensive drive for Alexia Loma in that particular battle, and we're seeing our P4 and GT battle come up on it.
Yeah, and looking, I think that's the Orion car right in the middle of things, and Ruben tried to go past, loses time in the process, nearly 3 wide on the exit of 40 curve. Everything is actually going haywire on these final minutes.
Yep, so there we go. Both the battles side by side, just in the opposite classes. Maniti Racing looking to try and get through on the Inex car, but the Inex car doesn't want to give up too much ground on the way up into the Michael Schumacher SS's because they know they are also involved in their own battle with Racecraft Esports, so they just simply do not want to lose more time than is required to let the faster classes through. We're inside the final 4 minutes of this event here, and a potential climax inside the final 4 minutes as well for P4 in GT class. The battle for P2 and 3 is up to 2 seconds now, so I don't think, pending any further drama happening, that's going to change at the end of this race. Prototypes are looking pretty stable as well, but still a big question mark on P4 in GT and P4 in GTC. Let's go.
Yeah, gap is right about a second between SimRC and Ruben Bonga in the GTE category, so it all can come down into traffic alone playing a factor over here. Ruben still has an HM Engineering GTC car. There's also another GTC car in the HM Engineering for Jürgen Frank, now cleared himself away and widens up the gap to 1.5. GTC, however, it is still under the second and fluctuating, so it's an interesting scenario. I think the closer battle will be this one in the GTC category.
It potentially might be, but we are starting to run out of laps now in the closing stages of the Sports Car Open. 6 hours of the Nurburgring. We're inside the final 2.5 minutes now. There's the battle between the two HM Engineering cars, so they look like they're going to have a little bit of a battle coming towards the end of this event as well. They are the closest of all the battles out there on circuit at this very late stage of the race. Just a handful of laps to go here before we decide our winners and before we decide our podium finishers. And of course those mid-pack battles still yet to be decided as well, as the two HM Engineering cars work their way through Bilstein curve, and through the right-hand kink they go to get towards the end of this lap of, there's only going to be a handful to go after this point, maybe 1, maybe 2 laps to go before when they come across the line this time around. Where is Team Redline Prototype right now? They are just coming through the final corner here, so I think this might be the start of the final lap, and it might even be the start of the final lap for these HM Engineering cars as well, because they would be lapped by Team Redline before the end of this lap. So they might have one less lap to try and negotiate this than they expect here. Racecraft Esports and Inex still very, very close for P4 in GTC. So that might have its climax at the very end here as well. Of course, if there's going to be drama, there's going to be drama inside the final couple of laps of this race, isn't there? But it looks like everyone relatively stable for the moment. With a minute left on the clock, we've had, well, almost 6 hours of racing here. There's the lapping procedure, so that means that these HM Engineering cars will only get one more lap, or rather the remainder of this lap, to try and fight it out between themselves here, as they're going to get very close coming down in towards Dunlop. That battle between Inex and Racecraft Esports has actually extended above a second right now, which is why we're keeping an eye on this battle for P10 between the two sister HM Engineering cars. The closest battle, like I said, out there on circuit right now with 25 seconds left remaining. The 159 versus the 59. Who's going to take the bragging rights here in this one? The 59 to the outside, the 159 on the insides. Mark McCormack trying to secure the defense on the inside line, becomes the outside line between these two. Let's not have it end in tears between the two HM Engineering cars. Team Redline are just about coming up towards the final chicane. There's the confirmation that this is the end of the final lap, side by side between the two HM Engineering cars. But look through the final corner, because Team Redline in that prototype car, they're coming. And when all of their opponents fell by the wayside once again through their own mistakes, Team Redline are there to be able to pick up the pieces. And Patrick Wolf brings that number 7 prototype home for yet another race win in the Sports Car Open. Fantastic stuff for Team Redline. In terms of that HM Engineering battle, I think the 159 came out on top compared to the 59 in that particular fight. So great job to them. There's the Team Redline GT car coming through towards the final sector for the final time as well. They hold a 10-second advantage over Cova Esports. At times it looked like they were being threatened, but they were able to hold station thanks to the expertise of Gianni Vecchio and Jonas Vollmeyer. They head their way through the final corner to complete a double race win for Team Redline in the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. They win here in the GT class as well as the prototype class. Cova Esports finished in second place after holding off BS competition throughout the entirety of the final 2 hours of the event. And there is Maniti Racing in the 277. They will win in the GTC class here today. And there is the Racecraft Esports car just going slow on their in-lap right now at the end of this event, their parade lap. But unfortunately, what could have been for Racecraft Esports, it could have been a P4 here today, but traffic at the very end of the race kind of sealed their fate. But I know one thing for sure, Team Redline are going to be partying after this because they've taken the double.
Yeah, most definitely. For the first time, we got the back-to-back winner here in these in the new season, 2020-2021 season of Sports Car Open. Redline won in Monza, now winning here in Nurburgring. Also, Maniti Red winning also back-to-back in the GTC category. So a little bit of a resurgence for the Redline team that it barely even started in Sebring, getting a lap 1 incident, and now resurging like a phoenix, rising from the ashes and getting 2 consecutive wins. Definitely going to set themselves into a top 3, maybe top 5 spot going for the next rounds. Great driving, a masterclass of how to be efficient with the fuel over here, Connery. Not just for the GT, but from also the prototype car.
Yeah, every single pit stop, it felt like that Team Redline in both their prototype and in their GT car were able to just find a second or so in each and every stop to be able to get that little bit of an advantage every single time. Those are the race results up on screen right now. LMP2's Team Redline prototype win by 19 seconds over Vivano Sim Racing Rosso. Race Clutch 15 are able to come back from what was a very turbulent race for them. Finishes in third place here today. Vivano Sim Racing Bianco in 4th place. Core Sim Racing Racing, oh, what could have been 2 penalties, a drive-through and a 15-second stop-and-hold penalty mean they finished in P5 here today. In portions of the race, they were looking like the fastest car out on circuit as far as prototypes is concerned. Yas Heats coming home with a respectable P6 at the end of the day. Burst Esports P7, Impulse Racing in P8, Simsa Esports P9, ERS Satellite Racing Blue end up with a top 10 finish despite being 1 lap down. Race Clutch 16, P11, Orion Race Team, Team Chimera, Sim RC, Orion Race Team 47, bring things down to P15. Element Sim Racing, Pure Sims, but the Pal Motorsport and Dream Factory will round out your 19 car field in your LMP2 class. Of course, just before I go through the GT results, remember to subscribe to the RaceSpot channel due to us having to move the bulk of our broadcast over onto our own channel. It's the same thing for every single iRacing broadcaster as well, so everything will be on the RaceSpot channel from this point forward for the foreseeable future. But here are the GT results. Team Redline GT win by 10 seconds over Kova Esports. Respectable finish there for Kova, able to hold off BS Competition in what was a very close fight through the entire final 2 hours of the event. SimRC able to finish ahead of Maniti Racing. That was getting relatively close towards the end as well. Williams Esports Chill Blast in their Corvettes, one of 2 Corvettes in this entire field, finished in 6th place. Urano Esports P7, Williams Esports Fanatec P8, AAA Esports Black P9, and R8G Esports get a top 10 finish. Dealer Racing Team Euronics finished in P11, AAA Esports P12, Court Sim Racing GTE and P13, Maniti Racing 14th, Lotner Racing Team in 15th, and a lap 1 instant means that Altus Esports are classified 16th place at the end of today. Looking at your slowest class then, this is the GTC category. Maniti Racing wins by 33 seconds over Pure Sims Esports with SimRC in that final podium spot. Simukib Inex Racing hold on to a 4th place after a fantastic fight between themselves and Racecraft Esports. I gotta say, that was one of the best defensive drives I've ever seen from Alexia Loma, so he's going to be very, very happy about that at the end of the day. Beeler Racing Team Euronics GT3 finish in P6, but Lapal Motorsports with a decent result for them in P7 here today. Unicross Racing in P8, German Sim Racing in P9, and HM Engineering 159 hold on to P10 after a late race battle with their sister car, number 59, that finishes in P11. Movano Sim Racing Verde, it's been a bit of a struggle for them in this race here today, so they finish in P12. Impulse Racing P13, Maniti Racing, the 278 car, in P14, and Vendaval Sim Racing Green rounds out the 15-car GT field today. So with that, after a very chaotic first half and a pretty chaotic final hour of the event, that is the racing done here in the Sports Car Open. 6 hours of the Nurburgring, but don't go away because we have our post-race interview coming at you in just a couple of moments' time. We'll see you then.
Coming up to the line, being chased, and it was Braden Johnson. Unbelievable finish. It was 1/1000th of a second between them.
Green flag in the air. We are racing in the 2020 24 Hours of Daytona.
They go door to door for the feature race lead here on the last lap of the race. For the race lead in the final corner at Homestead.
Down the back straightaway, 3 wide again for the race lead. This is unbelievable stuff here tonight.
Loma is going to have to be very deep on the brakes, and he is very deep on the brakes. It's side by side through the corner. This is for the win.
Davies side by side. Davies low, Ottinger high. To the very inside is Garrett Low. 4 wide at the stripe.
For all he's worth here on this outside line, neck and neck. Who's going to back out? Does anyone back out?
Verstappen starts to squeeze on the inside, and now he'll try and straight line it. Goes under the apron, drag race to the line. It's so close to call.
What an exciting final hour that we've had here in the Sports Car Open. 6 hours of the Nurburgring, a race fraught with incidents, fraught with action, and a pretty crazy opening couple of laps. It's all over now, and Team Redline are absolutely elated with themselves after finishing P1 in prototypes and P1 in the GT class as well. Maniti Racing taking home the race win in GTCs as well. That is definitely worth mentioning. But we'll go very quickly on to our post-race interviews here. First up, we'll get Patrick Wolf from Team Redline Prototype up into the commentary booth here, and let's drag him in right about now. Patrick, another fantastic performance this time around for Team Redline Prototype. You guys seem to have it in the bag in the latter portions of that race. You were fought pretty closely by a couple of names. You had Movano involved in race leading battles. You've also had Corsim Racing having a good run in the middle of the race before their incident as well. But it seems like just kind of just like Monza, where you just kind of are in the right place at the right time at the very end of the race, where everyone else is having problems.
Yeah, I think important was for me to... I honestly have no idea how I didn't get caught up in any of the shenanigans in the first lap. It was like cars crashing left and right of me, and I somehow managed to slip through it. And after that I was just kind of going with the flow of the race and just tried to stay out of trouble. And yeah, eventually I found myself in second place. Don't really know how that happened. And just tried to keep pace with the leaders, and then the glorious pit RNG system that is questionable at times.
You did mention that in the chat, the deviation in terms of the LMP2 stops is quite large for some reason. Do you think that's sort of one of the main elements that brought you a race win here today in terms of the RNG, or of course I know you're a driver, both yourself and of course your teammate are certainly very capable of winning races all on your own, even without luck. But do you think it really helped you out here today?
I think so, because it helped me close the gap on my second stint, and then obviously we came out ahead of Milano when we did our first driver change. And then from then on out, it's really difficult with all of the traffic as well to really close up to the car ahead of you, even if you're going faster. So I think having that advantage definitely played quite a sizable part in that victory today.
Yeah, this race win now puts you in a very decent spot as far as the championship is concerned. We have to remind everyone it is a pretty long season for an endurance season here in the Sports Car Open this time around. But are the race one woes kind of out of your mind now, that you feel that do you feel that you've recovered from that poor start, or are you still trying to make up some lost ground?
I think just driving wise, it's out of my mind, but I feel like we still have a little bit of catching up to do in terms of pace, because I think today Milano was in clean air the faster car than us. So I think on that front we still have a bit of work to do, but other than that I feel pretty confident for the rest of the season.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic to hear. Is there anything you want to mention before we move on to your teammate in the GT class?
Yeah, well, thanks to my teammate today, Mark. He's done a very good job after not being all that active on the iRacing servers for quite a bit of time. And obviously, shout out to our sponsors, Fanatec, SimLab, aka Informatica, and Feel.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and I'll let you celebrate your very well-deserved race win. So there we go. That was Patrick Wolf from Team Redline Prototype. You know, absolutely fantastic to see Team Redline doing, continuing to do well in the prototype class despite their little bit of a blunder inside of the first race of the season. I think we should stop mentioning it now because otherwise they'll get pretty angry at me. But
yep.
Just sort of bringing in another representative from Team Redline, this time in the GT class, as we catch the very end of him laughing to a very funny joke, no doubt. But Lorenzo, take this one away with your GT race winner.
Fair game. I'm here with Johnny Vaccio. So Johnny, first and foremost, I really want to know, both you and Patty and the rest of the the rest of the Redline crew had pretty monster pit stops throughout the entirety of the race, and that kind of helped you guys propel yourselves into that leadership position, not just in the prototypes but also in the GTE category. So the first question I have to ask, was Max Verstappen involved of bringing the Red Bull engineers into the team and having those monster pit stops?
Luckily not, because we would have not won this race if Max was involved at all. So luckily we could focus on our own guys to have a look at the pit stops and the strategy.
But yeah, jokes aside, you guys had, again, monster pit stops. It was really good. You guys opened up a really comfortable gap coming into the final 2 hours. And of course, you guys didn't have to be concerned about fuel when in comparison. You guys probably had to be slightly concerned in Monza in comparison to the Williams teams. But was fuel any of issue? Was more like traffic management for you a bigger issue?
Nah, like compared to Monza, like the Nurburgring is completely different. Yeah, like, you don't have to save anything to make the hour, so it was basically just flat out the whole stint and just managing the traffic. Yeah, in terms of strategy, to be honest, we didn't really have a strategy. Like we sent it in the first hour, then I did a pretty stupid call because I think the BS competition and Ekova, I think, both underfueled for the second stint, and we didn't do that, so we ended up in traffic, which led us into overusing the tires, and basically we had a pretty horrible stint. Like I had a horrible stint, we lost so much time, but then we changed the strategy out of a sudden, and yeah, John did an amazing job during the race. I mean, his first stint was also pretty it was solid, but the second stint was it was so amazing. And yeah, I mean, I think we learned a lot during the race about traffic management, and that was the key in the end to produce such a big gap to win this race.
Yeah, and now you guys are basically 2 for 3 in terms of race wins. You guys didn't get a win in race 1, couldn't get much of an opportunity, but still, you guys actually have a really strong team, and now you come into a track that is more wide in terms of traffic, can be easier on traffic, but it is slightly different on how you approach the car, how you approach the setup in Silverstone. How much of confidence going for back-to-back wins gives that to the team?
It's an insane confidence boost. I mean, we knew as you said, in Sebring we had some kind of a bit luck. We had a pretty bad season opener, but for last time at Monza, this time at the Nurburgring, we are pretty confident because we knew what we can produce, we knew what our pace is, and we knew how competitive we can be. And now taking the second straight win gives us, I think, another big confidence boost for Silverstone, and we want to go for 3 in a row, pretty sure.
Fair game. And lastly, I'll leave the mic open to you, Johnny, if you want to give any shout outs to the team. Of course, I think there are some guys I believe in the red line, in the GT crew, you probably want to thank, especially Jonas Wallmeyer, who helped you out quite a lot, and I believe also some people as well. Well,
yeah, so basically thanks to the whole team, all the sponsors, especially to John. He was clearly, I think this win is like 70% on him because he did so good in his stints. Yeah, as I said, the whole team. Shout out to Max Verstappen for not being involved in this race, so we could have had a pretty easy strategy, no spins, you know. Thanks for that. And yeah, I mean, we will be back in, I think it's January, I think, the next race.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will be back there.
Very good. All right, Johnny. Just one thing: don't count out on Max saving you the next time you play Among Us. So, just let you know. Keep that over your shoulder. But anyway, congratulations on the win, and
Thank you.
Hope to see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, that was Johnny Vecchio from Team Redline on the GT side, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always pretty jovial when it comes to these interviews. Maybe when he's actually being able to get a good result. He's but still for Gianni, he seems to be pretty upbeat. And why wouldn't you be? You've just gotten 2 race wins in a row in this series, and like you said, he's going to carry a lot of that momentum, a lot of confidence into Silverstone. We will have a pretty decent break in this series before we get to that point, because like you said, it is in January and we're still at this point at the very end, well, coming towards the end of November, so it's going to be a decent break before we see more sports car open action. You can see that on the 16th of January, so no racing throughout December, possibly because we're treating that as a little bit of a Christmas break here. But we do have one more interview to go. We actually have the race winner from GTC category here. We have Tim Matska from the Maniti Racing SEO Red car coming out on top in GTC this time around, and it's a race win in the books once again here for Maniti Racing, and it seemed a little bit chaotic at times, especially in that GTC category, Tim, with the prototypes and the GTEs also trying some desperate moves at points. But I guess that sums up every single race in this series from your perspective. But how tough was it out there today?
Yeah, thank you first of all. Yeah, you were right. It was very chaotic today. Monza was surprisingly clean compared to today and Sebring. Today we were back to Sebring standards. It was really chaotic with the moves, late moves. I'm actually glad we still had the -5% power today, because I was actually saying we should get the power back now that the GTEs have become faster, but I'm happy that they kept it, because it made it a little bit easier for them to actually get next to us.
Yeah, and they kind of need any help they can get as far as trying to make that those lapping procedures a little bit easier for everyone involved. And in terms of the cars around you, it seemed like you really had the upper hand for the vast majority of the race itself. Of course, you had a little bit of a weird one in qualifying. You started down in P6, I believe it was, at the very start of the race. Do you tend to rely on your race pace as opposed to qualifying, or do you think there's going to be certainly room for improvement when it comes to qualifying in the future?
Oh, there's definitely room for improvements in qualifying. I mean, I wasn't really happy with my first run, and on the second run, I was actually on for a really good lap, but I 0x'd in the last corner. It could have, it was so tight. I think quite a few people could have had pole, including us. So wasn't happy with qualifying for sure. That really made our job even harder. But 6-hour race, we had a good race pace, and we just kept it clean and kept moving up. So I'm really happy. After half of the race, we were already, I think, in P1, and it was already quite clear what was going to happen for the rest of the race.
And just before I get to the whole sponsors question, do you what's your opinion coming into the sort of next round, which is like I said, quite a ways away? It's in January, so still quite some time to prepare for Silverstone. What are your opinions of that? Do you think you're going to be pretty? Do you think you're going to be quick there, or do you think that it might be a bit of a tough one for you guys?
I think pace won't really be the deciding factor, as it hasn't really been in the last 3 races. It's more about the tire strategy and the consistency. So I'm not really worried about that. And I think the last few months have shown that we've really sped up and we have decent pace. But it will be really tough and tricky with traffic at Silverstone through the S's and a lot of straights that have a kink in them. So there's always room for misunderstandings between the classes. In the end, it all will come down to keeping the car clean.
All right, and before I finish up, Lorenzo actually wanted you to ask a specific specific question. Look, I've been commentating for about 7 hours at this point, and I'm going to trip over my words somewhat. But Lorenzo, you have a question.
Yeah, I have a question. You got Tim. You brought Hendrik Cruz into the team basically after this round. I heard from Daniel Ferguson. How much having a driver that is basically a GT specialist coming into the team will give you in terms of knowledge of the car and setup building and then pace alone itself?
It definitely helps with the preparation. The races before, I had Dom alongside me, and they did a great job and spent all the time he had on driving GT3, but he will always remain like a GTE specialist, and had a really good race today as well. He swapped to our GTE. And with Hendrik, I have someone that focuses on GT3 mainly, so we just drive together more and can develop like a more similar driving style as well, which definitely helps the setup thing and the race.
Right. That's pretty much it, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. Just before you go, Tim, is there anyone you want to thank for the performance here today?
Yeah, of course. My teammate Hendrik did a great job today. The whole preparation was amazing. Also from the other GT3 car we did a lot of testing together, so thank you for that, guys. And then, of course, the whole team watching and supporting, Craig Setup Shop, Dane Baird Sim Photography, R Design, and Rotation Driving School for your support. Thank you, guys. And also you for having a nice stream up again.
All right, thank you very much. We definitely appreciate it. It's a pretty tough job sometimes going for this long with very minimal breaks, but there we go. Thank you very much, Tim, for joining us. Of course, race winner for Maniti Racing 277 in the GTC class, and that just about brings us to a close. But before I do so, I will actually just very quickly mention that we have a pending investigation that's still being investigated after the race here. It's to do with Burst Esports. And Burst Esports has been protested by the number 54 car, that is Team Chimera, for something that we don't usually see, and it's for a abusive iRacing chat message. I won't quote it because Hugo won't let me, and it'll probably demonetize us. But they're being investigated right now for unsportsmanlike conduct, I believe. So Rule 17C of the sporting code here in SEO. So that one might potentially change things. If Burst Esports get a post-race penalty, they might not hold on to P7 in the prototype order.
It will be tricky, you really don't want to see that. I saw that message as well. We'll let the stewards take the appropriate action to see if something happens about this. I don't know if something will come out. We'll not make opinions, but yeah, it's pretty much out in the open. And plus, it has been a very chaotic race, start to finish, with a lot of teams, being slightly impatient under traffic and things like that. But that's the nature of Nurburgring. It kind of brings you that aura of being more aggressive, and you try to save time in comparison to your adversary, so you're more prone to make mistakes. And that's what happens. Some drivers made mistakes, they will get a little bit annoyed in the heat of the nature. Some messages, unpleasant messages or things like that, will be said towards other people, whether they like it or not. It happens.
Yep, you just gotta keep calm and carry on. But with that's going to be all that we have time for the 6 hours of the Nürburgring for the Sports Car Open season 2020 through to 2021. Round number 3 is in the books. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us throughout the entirety of the just over 7 hours of programming that we've done here for this particular event. That 1 hour qualifying, 6 hours of the race. I've been Connery Maddock. I've been joined, for the very end of the race, all the way to the end of the race, by Lorenzo Bonda. We had David Haynes for the initial part, but he had to back out. Thanks to Istvan Balo for providing us our track TV cameras, and of course the man that makes so many things happen behind the scenes here at RaceSpot TV, the one, the only Hugo Luis, our director extraordinaire here in this one. But until January, we'll have to say goodbye, and then we'll get the Silverstone race for you in just those couple of months' time. Goodbye, and I hope you do well.